As the old saying goes, your life flashes before your eyes in your final moments. Our story begins with a poignant scene. A protagonist's father lying on his deathbed. With his last breaths, the father implored Shui to care for his mother and sister, a memory swiftly followed by an image of his own mother offering him a childhood snack. His mother then spoke of a new job, urging him to concentrate on his studies. Later, he saw his little sister, lollipop in hand, as he gently advised her to always obey their mother. The serene memories shattered, cutting to a schoolyard where a bully cruelly stomped on his snack. The bully then sneered, questioning why the young man even bothered showing his face at school, while his cohorts held a girl captive. The aggressor screamed at our protagonist, proclaiming him too weak to ever be a hero. The girl he had tried to protect, surprisingly, told him he shouldn't have hurt the bullies, urging him instead to look out only for himself. In that crucial moment of distraction, a speeding truck bore down on him, its horn blaring a deafening warning. He stood frozen, unable to comprehend the terror as the massive vehicle rushed closer. An instant later his umbrella was snatched away, and a chilling thought echoed, "Is this truly my end?" Lying on the cold ground, a crimson pool spreading beneath him, the boy knew his life was truly over. In his final moments, his thoughts drifted to his mother and his sister Asusa as a mysterious light began to engulf him. A profound sorrow washed over him, his failure to protect them. Tears welled, and he was consumed by the bitter regret of a life lived in powerlessness. With a fervent vow, he swore that in another life, he would protect his loved ones with his own strength. His consciousness then embarked on a journey, reborn into a new world, the magical continent of Arcanis. There, a crowd had gathered, anticipating an event as a man announced the commencement of the annual Divine Blessing Ceremony. He clarified the sacred tradition. Children under 6 were to offer their most cherished possessions to the gods. In return, a divine messenger would descend, sensing each child's hidden magical element and bestowing a unique opportunity. A small boy innocently asked if he could offer his candy, but his mother firmly explained it must be an item of true value. To underscore her point, a box was revealed, showcasing 2 incredibly expensive and radiant blue jewels. Lady Blank, a noblewoman, boasted that the greater the offering's value, the higher the chance of receiving a powerful blessing. Nearby, 2 men whispered, discussing the Ryan family, who had reportedly squandered their entire fortune for this very blessing. Just then, a distinguished noble family approached the altar with proud, confident strides. It was indeed the Ryan family, and onlookers murmured, considering it a tragedy if, after such sacrifice, they received no blessing. Whole Ryan, the family patriarch, reflected that he had gambled his bloodline's entire future on this day. He firmly believed his children, Laika and Louis Ryan, were exceptionally bright and destined for a high-level blessing. The presiding priest then called for the next child on the list to present themselves to the eager crowd. Little Julia Ryan was called, and she approached the altar timidly to make her offering. With gentle hands, the little girl presented a small golden crown as her most precious possession to the deities. Immediately, a vast blue magic circle flared to life on the floor, glowing with breathtaking intensity. Beams of raw energy erupted from the circle, astonishing everyone present with the sheer power unleashed. A voice from the crowd whispered, wondering if this could be the legendary blessing of Kahai, the mighty god of thunder. To the collective shock, it was a level 7 blessing, a phenomenon not witnessed in over 12 years. Her family erupted in joyous celebration, convinced that such incredible talent confirmed their divine favor. The magical energy then began to slowly subside, leaving the little girl standing bewildered in the circle's center. As the light finally vanished, Julia stood utterly bewildered, still processing what had just occurred. People commented that her offering, the Crown of Thunder, couldn't have cost the family an entire fortune. A man then pointed out that one child remained, and it was he who would offer the true legendary treasure. The father turned to his son, Lucas, signaling it was his turn, and the boy nodded with a confident smile. A servant presented a box to Lucas, requesting he accept the powerful offering held within. As the box opened, everyone recoiled, sensing the ominous, demonic energy emanating from the sword resting inside. As Lucas grasped the sword, the formidable spirit of Volcano, progenitor of magic and god of fire, materialized directly behind him. His little sister encouraged him, urging him to give his all and secure a mighty blessing. The priest watched the boy approach the altar, silently marveling at his bravery for offering such an invaluable item. It became clear to him, the head of the Ryan family had truly staked everything on this boy. Lucas placed the sword upon the altar, and a fiery magic circle burst forth with devastating force. Outside, the sky dramatically shifted, clouds turning a menacing reddish hue. The boy's father stood dumbfounded, questioning if this truly signaled the legendary level 9 blessing. Inside the hall, the torches suddenly flared, burning with an unnatural and alarming intensity. An instant later, a colossal wave of fire erupted from the altar, surging menacingly towards the terrified crowd. Amidst the infernal heat, young Lucas seemed strangely drowsy, almost oblivious to his fiery surroundings. The demonic sword began to float, and the boy stared at it, utterly mesmerized by its power. He then noticed a small, flickering flame in his hand, confused by its sudden appearance. Suddenly, the flame erupted, engulfing his entire arm and sending the young man into a blinding panic. The Inferno's reflection in his eyes betrayed the immense power that was about to be unleashed. In a horrifying flash, the boy's entire body was consumed by flames, and he began to scream in agony. He was utterly swallowed by fire while the cursed sword floated ominously above him. From deep within the swirling flames, strange orbs of fire began to form, dripping onto the floor. Following this bizarre spectacle, the sky outside miraculously returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. The boy's father, fraught with worry, asked if the blessing was complete and where the divine spirit had gone, his family watching with deep concern. His little sister then pointed frantically toward the altar, urging everyone to look. Suddenly, a body plummeted from the ceiling, wreathed in eerie blue flames and wisps of gray smoke. At that precise moment, the little girl's lollipop slipped from her hand, hitting the ground and shattering into pieces. Lying motionless on the floor, the boy appeared utterly confused and terrified, with no comprehension of his fate. Witnessing her brother in such a state, little Julia began to sob uncontrollably. Everyone rushed towards him, shouting his name and the Ryan family's name in utter despair. His parents knelt beside him, pleading for him to awaken, their minds reeling from the impossible turn of events. The priest, with a somber expression, then declared that the god of fire had utterly rejected the boy. He explained that Lucas Ryan had been forsaken by the progenitor of magic, destined to receive no blessing. In this critical moment, the soul of our protagonist from another world seamlessly entered young Lucas's body. Meanwhile, in the fiery realm of the god volcano, rage simmered over the recent events. He raged, furious that the Ryan family had dared to offer the very power that once nearly extinguished his existence. The fire god revealed the blade still bore the scar from its strike against him, a transgression he swore never to forgive. A small fire spirit then appeared, puffing out smoke as if in mocking amusement at the situation. His servants praised him, remarking on his supposed mercy for merely burning the child's soul. One spirit then noticed the soul from another world, questioning if it too should be incinerated. Volcano dismissed the suggestion, declaring he would not waste his time on a mere insect from an outer world. He then turned his fiery gaze toward the offering, deciding to examine it more closely. Our protagonist's soul remained trapped within a blue sphere, observed by Volcano from afar. Within that shimmering sphere, our protagonist's soul fixed its gaze upon an intensely brilliant light before him. The scene shifted to the heavenly spring realm of a martial god, where a powerful figure floated in midair. This was the martial god, his eyes glowing with a golden energy, a clear testament to his immense power. With a grim, determined expression, the martial god seemed to steel himself for momentous conflict. His feet radiated the same golden energy as he began to stride across an invisible pathway in the air. With a mighty surge, he shattered a dimensional barrier, which splintered like fragile glass. The martial god appeared resolute, determined to overcome any obstacle blocking his path. With each powerful step, he continued to tear apart the barriers separating dimensions. Every stride he took ripped through the fabric of space, forging a path into the uncharted void. Finally, he breached the last barrier, arriving in a realm teeming with stars. There, he confronted a colossal creature, its many red eyes glaring, the undisputed ruler of this strange world. The martial god crossed his arms, challenging the colossal monster. "Do you truly intend to obstruct my way?" The creature glared back with terrifying eyes, its maw opening to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. Without warning, the entity lunged, unleashing a shadowy attack against the martial god. A blast of dark energy shot towards him, yet the martial god remained utterly unfazed. The monster then opened its gargantuan mouth, attempting to swallow the martial god whole. But the warrior proved too mighty, holding the creature's massive jaws apart, preventing its fatal bite. With a furious gaze, the god prepared a devastating counterattack, ready to eliminate the threat entirely. He channeled all his energy into a single, explosive punch, striking the creature with his full, unbridled might. The blow was so immense that a brilliant explosion of golden light utterly obliterated the monster. After vanquishing the creature, the martial god permitted himself a satisfied smile at the battle's definitive outcome. Just then, a massive wormhole tore open in space, manifesting as a swirling portal of blue light. The man stood before the portal, observing the immense power emanating from its depths. A confident smirk played on his lips as he seemed poised to step through the luminous portal. He then casually remarked that this grand source of power was nothing particularly special after all. Suddenly, a small golden light appeared in the void, rapidly speeding towards him. It was a muscular fairy flying towards him, weeping and calling out for her master. The martial god gently caught her in his palm, questioning why his attendant spirit was interrupting him. He then sensed a peculiar disturbance, realizing his old partner, Rekti, had just been destroyed. The warrior pondered what could possibly be unfolding on the continent of Arcanus to cause such an event. He recalled a time 1,000 years ago when martial arts reigned supreme over magic, a stark contrast to Volcano's current worship. The fairy retorted that if he hadn't been so engrossed in martial arts, that pathetic god would never have ascended to power. The man replied that, regardless, spreading the way of martial arts was a heavy burden to carry. A small flame appeared, and he admitted his lack of interest in developing it, yet acknowledged his inherent duty. He felt compelled to pass on his knowledge, ensuring martial arts would not simply vanish from existence. For this reason, he declared, even a small being like himself must remain perpetually devoted to training. He then turned, beginning to walk towards an intensely bright white light. His consciousness condensed into a tiny point of light, embarking on a journey through the vast void of deep space. Suddenly, our unconscious protagonist heard a voice, wondering if he had somehow survived his apparent demise. He then opened his eyes, finding himself in an utterly new and disorienting situation, unable to comprehend what was happening. In his mind's eye, our protagonist found himself surrounded by the martial gods' numerous, muscular faces. Wearing a headband, the young man was utterly bewildered, unable to make sense of any of it. The entity introduced himself as Mars, the martial god, declaring his intention to bestow a divine blessing. Abruptly, Lucas awoke in a bed, questioning if the entire experience had merely been a bizarre dream. Just then, the muscular fairies materialized, flying excitedly about and chanting the martial god's name. The boy was stunned, as the entity announced it would bestow upon him the blessing of the martial god. Immediately, a beam of golden light struck him, leaving the young man completely paralyzed. He received the level 9 martial god's blessing, removing all previous limits on his martial arts training. Sitting up in bed, he pondered the meaning of it all, especially martial god level 9. Moreover, he was shocked by the vivid memory of the god's incredibly muscular spirits. The young man was baffled, wondering what was happening, as he should certainly have perished. He recalled the horrific truck accident, utterly unable to comprehend why he was still alive after such an ordeal. With wide, dawning eyes, he began to connect the dots, slowly grasping his new reality. Suddenly, a torrent of memories from the original Lucas Ryan flooded his mind all at once. He broke into a nervous laugh, wondering if the gods were simply playing a cruel joke on him. He realized he had been reborn into a world of magic, into the body of a boy forsaken by the gods. His thoughts drifted to his mother and sister, realizing they would now live on his insurance payout. Looking down at his hands, he still struggled to grasp the meaning of the martial god's blessing or martial arts themselves. In this moment of utter confusion, a pink and white lollipop mysteriously rolled into his room. The boy turned toward the door, curious about who might have left the sweet treat for him. At the doorway, a little blonde girl called to him, her eyes brimming with tears, her expression deeply sorrowful. A close-up showed her face, tears streaming down her cheeks as she sobbed uncontrollably. She then dashed forward, leaping onto the protagonist, who embraced her tightly. She cried out, "You're finally awake!" The little girl explained that she'd overheard people saying he would never wake up, which had terrified her. With a comforting smile, the young man reassured her that everything was fine, thinking, "This must be my new sister, Julia." He then remembered his former sister, Asusa, imagining the profound sadness she must feel at his passing. Because of this, he vowed to protect the precious people in this new life, relying on the martial god's newfound blessing to guide him. The scene shifted to a solemn altar, where a grand and imposing angel statue commanded attention. Though calm and serene in appearance, a strange, unsettling aura began to seep into the air around it. From the angel's eyes, a dark liquid began to trickle, like tears of blood staining its divine face. Swiftly, the entire statue became coated in the grim substance, and from its depths, a malevolent figure materialized. A mysterious woman's voice cut through the air, declaring that the detestable man's presence had at last vanished from the world. She mused aloud, pondering if he had truly passed on, or merely abandoned this realm for good. A snake emblem adorned her chest as she lamented the meager power that now remained within her. Her dark hair drifted around her, a subtle sign of her slow recovery from unseen wounds. A sinister smile spread across her lips as she proclaimed, "Without him in my way, this world will soon be entirely mine." 9 years later, the story moved to the opulent mansion of the noble Ryan family. Outside, a young man whistled, dabbing sweat from his brow with a white handkerchief. Lucas Ryan, now a young adult, noted the clear weather, certain his sister Julia had finished her practice. As he set off to find her, a thorny vine suddenly shot out, snaking toward him. He sensed the danger instantly, bracing for the surprise attack that coiled from his side. The thorny weapon ensnared him, pulling tight and immobilizing him in the heart of the garden. The young man grumbled in annoyance, knowing only one person would stoop to such a childish prank. A moment later, his half-brother Jeremy stepped into view, staff in hand, revealing himself as the culprit. Jeremy offered a sarcastic greeting, while a nearby maid giggled at Lucas's predicament. The blonde then warned him, "This backyard is exclusively for the mages of the Ryan family." The thorns tightened, constricting further around Lucas's body, causing a sharp pang of pain. With a cruel smirk, Jeremy threatened to break a few ribs, promising to teach him a lesson. To Jeremy's astonishment, however, Lucas merely let out a bored yawn, leaving his aggressor utterly confused. Lucas then calmly pointed out that his sister was finishing her magic training and would be back any moment. With a serious glare, he warned Jeremy to release him, "Unless you want to be fried by her lightning." Jeremy flushed, calling Lucas a coward for hiding behind his sister, arrogantly claiming he wasn't afraid of lightning. In that very instant, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky, striking Jeremy with a powerful electric shock. The boy was left completely charred, while the maid screamed in terror for her young master. Lucas glanced back to see his sister Julia approaching, her magic staff already in hand. Her pink staff, adorned with playful cat ears, still crackled with residual purple sparks, a testament to its immense power. Julia, now older and stern, warned Jeremy that if he dared bully her brother again, she wouldn't go easy on him. With an angry pout, she made it clear she was not playing around. She then turned to Lucas, assuring him she would remove the vines immediately. With a flick of Julia's wrist, the thorny vines crumbled to the ground, slowly disintegrating into dust. Lucas affectionately patted his sister's head, and she responded with an adorable smile. He then turned to his half-brother, asking if he had finally learned his lesson about messing with him. Face flushed with rage, Jeremy merely muttered incoherently, unable to form a response. Immediately, he and the maid fled, tails metaphorically tucked, terrified of the girl's power. Lucas remarked that Julia had gone quite easy on Jeremy with that shock, as he appeared perfectly fine. Julia then asked why he hadn't fought back, reminding him that his true strength was their shared secret. Lucas smiled, adding that besides, she was always there to protect him from any harm. With a confident grin, he showed he was merely teasing his beloved little sister. 9 years had now passed since his reincarnation into the body of young Lucas Ryan. He recalled the day he awoke. His father had visited him, leaning on a wooden cane. At the time, Lucas had been certain he would be disowned for failing to meet their expectations. To his astonishment, however, his father had simply embraced him, relieved he had woken up safely. Hol Ryan, Lucas's father, was the revered leader of a renowned order of knights within the kingdom. This position meant he was rarely home, yet he remained a loving and attentive father. When Hol learned Lucas was training in martial arts, he sent a letter with crucial information. The letter mentioned that the family archives held several old tomes on martial arts, ripe for his study. Armed with a candle, young Lucas ventured into the dusty archives, seeking the books his father had mentioned. That letter was the spark. It allowed Lucas to set a bold and ambitious plan for his future in motion. Back in the present, shouts from outside the mansion echoed, calling for young Master Lucas. Inside, 2 maids complained, noting how young Lucas, despite his age, ran off daily to some unknown location. One maid reassured the other not to worry, claiming he'd be expelled soon for his lack of magic. Just then, they felt a tremor. They wondered if someone was practicing earth magic, oblivious to the true, surprising source of the disturbance. The scene cut to Lucas, who was training, relentlessly punching a solid stone wall with immense force. We then saw young Lucas within a secret cave, one he had personally excavated for his training. He revealed the hideout was directly beneath his room, built painstakingly with his own hands. He explained he'd spent 6 months digging out the space, dividing it into 4 distinct areas: a study, storage, a training ground, and a makeshift bathroom complete with an inexpensive tub. Since completing the training area, he had practiced in secret every day, relentlessly pursuing strength. After another day of grueling training, Lucas prepared to soak in his medicinal bath. The purple water splashed, spectral forms rising from its depths, hinting at its potent properties. Relaxing in the tub, he noted this medicinal bath was the most effective method for his martial arts training. He recounted that 3 years had passed since he began training with the quote, chaotic tempering technique. As a result, he was now so durable that magical attacks of level 5 or below couldn't even scratch him. Lucas stated his defense was finally solidifying. It was time to concentrate on his offense. He retrieved his katana, preparing to test his skills against a training dummy. With a firm grip on his blade, he focused his intent, ready to deliver a powerful, precise strike. In the blink of an eye, he lunged, attacking the dummy with astonishing, lethal speed. His eyes reflected the unwavering determination and power cultivated over years of arduous training. Beyond the sword, he was also a master of other weapons, including the spear. With his spear, Lucas surged forward, delivering a mighty blow against the training dummy. The dummy was then assailed by a barrage of swift, precise attacks, completely overwhelming it. The training target was utterly destroyed, collapsing into pieces on the cavern floor. Having reached level 4 in his technique, he decided to dedicate some time to training his fists. Lucas reflected that while his skills had greatly improved, something continued to bother him. He knew martial artists eventually hit a wall, and the only way past it was through enlightenment. But this elusive enlightenment caused most practitioners to give up along the way. Lucas positioned himself before a stone pillar, declaring his own path would be very different. The young man took a deep breath, concentrating all his energy to unleash a powerful strike on the pillar. With a determined gaze, he prepared to demonstrate the fruits of his arduous training. He smashed his fist with all his might into the massive stone pillar before him. The impact was immense. The pillar shattered into 1,000 fragments, creating a large cloud of dust. Amidst the debris, Lucas observed the outcome of his power with a confident expression. His fist technique reached level 5, a clear demonstration of his ever-growing strength and skill. Lucas then realized his levels only increased. For him, there was no upper limit. This was due to the divine blessing he received, allowing his abilities to evolve without end. Suddenly, a clock on the wall began to chime, signaling that it was nearly midnight. He remembered his father, Hol, was returning home tonight, and they were scheduled for a family dinner. The scene then shifted to a mansion window, revealing that night had already fallen. Now fully dressed, Lucas walked down the corridor toward the mansion's dining hall. Upon opening the door, he found his family assembled for the special dinner. His father, Hole, noted it had been half a year since their last meeting and invited him to take a seat. With a smile, Lucas agreed, making his way to his place at the grand dining table. The patriarch then announced that Allen Academy was establishing a martial arts department, and Lucas had already been enrolled. Hole encouraged him, acknowledging the difficulty, but expressing deep faith in his son's potential to pass the exam. Lucas offered his thanks, while his sister Julia ate calmly at his side. The young man mused that he must grow stronger to protect what was important, but without attracting undue attention. Gazing at his hand, he contemplated how to balance his burgeoning power without causing problems. His sister then raised her hand, declaring she also wanted to attend Allen's Magic Academy with him. Her father stated she was too young, but Julia countered that the elite class had no age restriction. The young woman then revealed she had already received an offer from the academy for the elite class and presented the letter. Intrigued, Hole took the letter, confirming his daughter's incredible claim. He praised Julia, remarking that her reputation as a prodigy had indeed reached the renowned Allen Academy. Julia beamed with joy, while Jeremy looked on with intense, seething jealousy. The blonde boy wondered why Lucas was receiving special treatment and how this would affect his own standing. At that moment, a hand in a purple glove rested on Jeremy's shoulder, attempting to soothe his anger and envy. The woman told him to remain calm. Jeremy was slightly startled by the unexpected touch. With a serene look, she advised him not to concern himself with Lucas's situation. This was Jessica Ryan, Jeremy's mother, who added there was no guarantee Lucas would even pass the exam. A malicious smile played on her lips, suggesting she was plotting something against Lucas. A week later, the morning of their journey dawned, and the family assembled at the gate for their farewells. Lucas and Julia's mother embraced them, urging them to be careful and promising a visit soon with a special pudding. She then placed a gleaming gold coin into each of their hands, a precious keepsake, a good luck charm not to be forgotten. This coin, she explained, was an ancient relic from the Buon dynasty, a power that had united the world 10 millennia past. Their father added that the coin bore the image of the first emperor Mars on one side and his fabled weapon on the other. Lucas, the protagonist, instantly recognized the emperor's visage. It was the muscular spirit who had once blessed him. Both parents pressed upon him the importance of keeping the coin close, a constant source of good fortune. The young man was overcome with gratitude, feeling blessed to have known such a loving family in both his lives. With final goodbyes exchanged, the siblings set off, beginning their long journey toward the academy. Hours later, as dusk began to settle, the coachman announced it was time to make camp for the night. Night fully embraced the land, a brilliant full moon casting its silver glow upon the clearing where they sought safe refuge. Foron, the coachman, assured them that an early start would see them arrive in Daku, the city of the academy. The next morning, Julia, brimming with excitement, inquired about the interesting sights and activities Daku offered. Fortin revealed that Daku was famous for its annual magical dodgeball tournament, a spring spectacle. He added that the region was a haven for gourmands, boasting many delightful local dishes. Julia's mouth watered visibly at the thought, prompting her brother to playfully tease her about drooling. Suddenly, Lucas sensed a disturbance in the air, his expression sharpening, becoming serious and alert. His heightened perception picked up the distinct thrum of 12 horses and 13 riders rapidly closing in. Lucas then turned to Foron, asking if this part of the road was known for banditry. He trusted his senses, honed by his unique training, knowing this was no mere figment of imagination. The protagonist understood the precarious situation. They were outnumbered and vulnerable within the dense forest. He wasted no time, warning everyone that a mysterious group was fast approaching, and they needed to brace themselves. Foron and the others exchanged puzzled glances, hearing only the familiar whispers of the forest, nothing more. Despite their confusion, one of the guards, ever vigilant, drew his sword, his grip firm and ready. Fortin, choosing caution, then bellowed for his men to arm themselves, preparing for an unseen, impending clash. The coachman might not have understood the young man's foresight, but he chose prudence over regret. Just then, a band of horse-mounted outlaws erupted from the tree line, charging at full gallop towards their camp. A guard gasped in disbelief. The bandits had indeed appeared, precisely as the young man had foretold. The bandit leader cackled with glee at their new prey, while a subordinate lauded his chief's unerring instinct. Another leered, commenting that the girl would fetch a handsome price, and the boy, he added, would find favor with certain clientele. Foron stepped forward, his voice thundering, as he demanded if they understood the repercussions of assaulting nobility. The leader merely scoffed, ordering his men to eliminate everyone but the two young targets. As the brigands advanced, a guard shouted, vowing to cover Foron during the ensuing struggle. A bandit, a cruel smile twisting his lips, raised his sword, poised to strike down the family's protectors. A moment later, steel met steel, the jarring clang echoing through the still, dark forest. One of the mounted guards, with a swift and precise thrust, impaled a bandit with his spear. Witnessing his comrade's demise, the bandit leader's face contorted into a mask of furious rage. Foron, too, proved his prowess, his blade now crimson as he brought down several attackers. With a resolute gaze, he turned to Julia, assuring her he would handle the remaining foes. Then, with unwavering courage, he charged headlong into the fray, engaging the remaining bandits with all his strength. Foron urgently pleaded with the young master to take Julia and escape, ensuring their survival. Suddenly, Lucas heard a sharp cry of pain, and his expression clouded with instant dread. A bandit unleashed a blast of fire magic, a searing fireball engulfing and incinerating the family guards. The bandit leader revealed himself as a mage, and Foron watched in horror as the destructive fire magic flared. The coachman then screamed for the two youths to flee into the forest, promising to create a diversion. But in a moment of vulnerability, Foron was struck by a fatal blow, and crimson liquid bloomed against him. Seeing his friend fall, Lucas cried out Foron's name, a sound of utter despair. Surrounded by the attackers, the injured coachman collapsed to his knees, his strength utterly spent. The bandit leader loomed, threatening to burn him alive for slaying his comrade. Even grievously wounded, Foron forced himself upright, vowing to protect the young masters, no matter the cost. Lucas knew Foron was outmatched, realizing he could no longer hide his true strength if he wished to save him. He recalled the coachman's enduring kindness, understanding that Foron had become akin to family. With a clenched fist, the young man instructed his sister to conceal herself. The danger was now too great. His gaze hardened with resolve as he declared his intent to join the battle and aid his friend. Julia nodded, her eyes wide with understanding, pleading with her brother to exercise extreme caution. And with that, the protagonist surged forward, sprinting towards the chaotic struggle to rescue his friend. Meanwhile, Foron was being overwhelmed by multiple assailants, crying out in sheer agony. Exhausted and deeply wounded, the coachman finally collapsed to his knees, unable to continue the fight. The bandit leader raised his sword high, poised to deliver the decisive final strike to the fallen man. Foron looked up, despair etched upon his face, accepting that his valiant stand had reached its end. But before the blow could land, a swift, mysterious shadow intervened, deflecting the attack and saving the coachman. The bandits recoiled, stunned by the sudden intervention, wondering what uncanny force had just appeared. Then, streaks of golden light arced through the air, striking the bandits with uncanny, deadly precision. Each luminous projectile found its mark, striking vital points and felling the enemies instantly. In a blinding flash, the mysterious light-based attacks swiftly dispatched the remaining henchmen. Lucas's hand was revealed, now glowing with a brilliant, radiant golden energy. He remarked that his training had proven quite useful, making short work of these common bandits. The bandit leader erupted in a fit of rage, demanding to know who dared to fell his men. Sweat streamed down his face as he realized his entire contingent had been vanquished in mere moments. He then raised his magic staff, intending to unleash the full force of his fury upon the helpless coachman. With a snarl, an enormous fireball erupted from his staff, hurtling towards Foron to finish him forever. With no strength left to evade, the coachman closed his eyes, accepting his fate, finding solace that the children would live. A faint smile touched his lips as he silently thanked the heavens for allowing him to protect them both. But our hero suddenly materialized before Foron, extending a hand to intercept the fiery projectile. With a graceful leap and a swift flick of his wrist, he redirected the colossal fireball far into the night. Foron stared, utterly speechless, tears welling in his eyes at the unbelievable sight before him. His voice trembled as he called out to the young master, bewildered by such an impossible feat. The bandit leader, equally perplexed, wondered how his powerful fireball had simply vanished. Yet, he refused to yield, already preparing to unleash another devastating spell upon their hero. But Lucas, his eye glowing with inner power, calmly declared that the bandit's time was already up. In a blur of motion, the protagonist surged forward, delivering a luminous, devastating punch to the bandit leader. The impact was immense, the man erupting into a crimson spray as a shockwave rippled violently through the clearing. Foron gazed in utter astonishment at the scene, stammering a question about the young master's power. With a confident, victorious grin, the young man simply replied that he seemed to possess a natural talent for martial arts. The coachman wept openly with emotion, overwhelmed by the incredible strength the young master now commanded. Suddenly, Lucas sensed an unsettling presence, and both he and Foron grew instantly alert to a new, unforeseen threat. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a dark, malevolent presence began to coalesce. From the bandit leader's remains, a skeletal creature with sharp claws and a pulsing purple aura began to rise. Its grotesque skull and piercing glowing eyes left no doubt. This was a being of pure, ancient malevolence. The monster let out a horrifying roar, baring its sharp teeth, ready to strike. It shrieked a promise of destruction for them both, its eyes burning with hatred and fury. The monster repeated its deadly threat, coiling itself to unleash a fatal assault. Our protagonist stayed on high alert, understanding the creature needed to be dealt with swiftly. He knew Julia could not witness this, resolving to eliminate the monster by himself. With a sudden surge, the creature lashed out its sharp claws, aiming to tear the young man apart. But the young man was quicker, deftly dodging the blow by leaping over the monstrous form. He descended with a powerful, light-infused punch, targeting the monster's head. The protagonist watched the blow connect, hoping it would be enough to bring the creature down. With his hand still glowing purple, he braced himself for any potential counterattack. Suddenly, a wave of dark red energy surged toward him with immense chilling force. Then, dark chains shot up from the ground, ensnaring the bodies of the fallen bandits. The creature absorbed the corpses, transforming into an even more grotesque and powerful entity. A glowing purple snake symbol appeared on its forehead, revealing the source of its renewed power. Our protagonist then wondered if that symbol was the key to controlling the undead. The monster licked its lips with a purple tongue, preparing to unleash its full might upon the young man. With numerous arms and legs, the creature scuttled bizarrely toward our hero. The young man concluded that if standard attacks failed, he would need to resort to a new technique. Concentrating energy into his hands, he unleashed a rapid volley of light-based strikes against the monster. The attack directly struck the symbol on the creature's forehead, causing a brilliant explosion of light. The protagonist prepared to use one of his most powerful techniques to vanquish the monster for good. With an explosive aura palm, he struck the symbol with all of his accumulated power. The immense blow unleashed a massive beam of golden light that completely pierced the creature. The purple symbol was hit squarely, fracturing under the overwhelming force of the attack. A moment later, the mark shattered into 1,000 pieces, and the monster began to disintegrate. With the creature vanquished, the young man watched its silhouette dissolve into ash on the wind. Exhausted after the intense battle, the protagonist sank to the ground to regain his strength. He let out a sigh of relief, thankful to have defeated the monster and protected everyone. His sister Julia then rushed to his side, checking if he was alright after the difficult fight. She leaped into his arms, congratulating him for defeating all the bandits by himself. Fortin, who had watched everything from afar, was left completely stunned, unable to process what had happened. Suddenly, the protagonist sensed another presence approaching, turning toward the forest on high alert. A horse whinnied, and the young man realized their group wasn't the only one attacked by the bandits. A young woman with white hair appeared on horseback, her face etched with desperation. She was bound and gagged, leaving our hero taken aback by her state. In a dark chamber, numerous bodies hung upside down, their appearance ghastly. A creature with sharp fangs greedily licked the red liquid dripping from them. It was the same woman from the altar, now discovering that subject number 44 had been eliminated by an unknown hand. She decided that restoring her power was the top priority, and stepped into a dark, mysterious pool. The night wore on, a waning moon shining down from the sky upon the group's camp. Back at the camp, Julia learned the white-haired girl's name was Mayor Rasta. Lucas found the name familiar, yet couldn't recall where he might have heard it before. The rescued young woman remarked that his family name also sounded familiar to her. Fortin then explained that both were noble houses residing near the city of Daku. Julia then wondered how the girl ended up being attacked by those bandits in the forest. With tears in her eyes, the young woman began to recount the tragic events that led her there. She remembered the bandit leader's laughter as he brutally assaulted her carriage. Her guards were overcome one by the bandit mage's flames, helpless to defend themselves. Her lady-in-waiting tried to protect her, but was captured and carried off by the bandits on horseback. The white-haired girl recalled her friend's desperation amidst the inferno. She explained that revealing her noble status proved futile, as the bandits were completely indifferent. She clarified that the bandits' sole objective was to abduct children from the region's noble families. Our protagonist then comforted her, reassuring her that it was all over now, as they had been dealt with. He became lost in thought, trying to piece together what was truly happening in the area. Fortin approached, informing them that the two young ladies had retired to rest after the tumultuous night. The young man then asked the coachman for his thoughts on the rescued girl's story. Fortin believed they were dealing with professionals who had been targeting noble children for some time. The young man mused that bandits wielding magic and the power to control the dead was highly unusual. The coachman's expression turned grave as he considered the implications of that night's events. He concluded that a terrifying demon must be orchestrating everything, controlling these puppets from the shadows. Fortin stated he would report everything to the master, adding that the Rasta family's cooperation would be invaluable. The protagonist then suggested they alter their plans to avoid any further trouble on their journey. The following day, the group arrived in the city of Daku, but their plan to stay was immediately cancelled. The young man explained that some bandits could still be in the city, making it safer to proceed directly to the academy. He asked his sister and their new friend to understand that this precaution was for everyone's safety. The white-haired young woman agreed with our hero's decision to avoid additional risks. With the change in plans, the protagonist's sister wore an expression of pure disappointment. With a gentle smile, he promised that on their return trip, he would treat her to anything she wanted to eat. The girl's spirits lifted at the promise, and the rescued young woman smiled, observing the siblings' close bond. Fortin announced their entry into the city and asked if they would like to look out the window. The two siblings then poked their heads out of the carriage to get a view of Daku. Both siblings were captivated by the beauty and sheer scale of the city of Daku. The city bustled with life as people thronged the streets, and merchants peddled their wares. A father carried his son on his shoulders as they wandered through the lively city. The white-haired young woman smiled, commenting on how vibrant and energetic the place was. Lucas and Julia used the opportunity to chat and enjoy the moment with their new friend. The protagonist reflected that the city's atmosphere strongly reminded him of his past life. The wooden architecture and cobblestone streets lent the city a unique and special charm. Suddenly, a bizarre clown doll startled the two girls, who let out a scream of fear. But our hero quickly bought an assortment of sweets and pastries to soothe their nerves and lift everyone's spirits. The white-haired young woman offered a donut to Julia, who ate it with great delight. With a satisfied smile, the young man watched the two girls happily enjoy their treats. The carriage then continued its journey through the city streets. Heading toward the Magic Academy, Thornton stopped in front of a massive gate, informing them that this was as far as he could take them. The protagonist reassured him, promising to protect his sister Julia from any harm. The girl then embraced him, declaring that she would also protect him with all her strength and magic. With a smile, the young man patted his sister's head, saying he was counting on her. Thornton was moved by the scene, realizing the depth of the siblings' love and devotion to each other. The rescued young woman found it curious that he would allow his younger sister to protect him in such a way. The coachman then bid them farewell, watching as the three youths walked off toward the academy. The white-haired girl thought about how kind they were, and pointed toward the academy just ahead. The protagonist smiled, reflecting on his good fortune in meeting these two on his journey. The white-haired girl was also happy, blushing as she thought about how much they had helped her. Suddenly, the young man remembered something from last night, where Thornton had clarified the situation. The coachman had revealed that the young woman, Maya, was once our protagonist's fiancée when they were children. However, after the divine ritual, the engagement was dissolved because he lacked any magical talent. Within the sprawling Carmen Empire, nestled in the city of Deku, stood Allen Magic Academy, one of its three most esteemed institutions. A year after their enrollment, first-year students faced a crucial examination, a rite of passage determining their placement into various academic departments. Yet, for those truly exceptional students, an accelerated path existed, allowing them to graduate ahead of their classmates. Indeed, merely passing a rigorous certification exam could grant a student early graduation, bypassing the typical 6-year curriculum. Now, the two siblings watched as a multitude of other students prepared themselves for the demanding admission exam. A pang of sadness touched Julia's heart. She wished she could face the test alongside her recently befriended companion. Her brother gently reminded her that their friend had already completed her own examination and was now safely reunited with her family. He urged Julia to concentrate on their upcoming test, assuring her they would see their friend daily if they all succeeded. Julia's radiant beauty drew every eye, and whispers spread, questioning if this young girl was also here to take the entrance exam. Onlookers remarked that she appeared no older than 12, and her brother, they agreed, was undeniably handsome. One young man, watching them, voiced his envy, wishing he possessed such an adorable younger sister. Suddenly, a striking woman with flowing purple hair approached, immediately catching little Julia's attention. The woman introduced herself as Mina, the esteemed vice president of the student council at Allen Magic Academy. A warm smile graced Mina's lips as she playfully inquired if the young girl had perhaps snuck in to accompany her elder brother. Julia, with unwavering pride, quickly denied it, declaring she was indeed there to take the admission exam alongside him. A flicker of recognition crossed Mina's face. Could this be the very girl who had received an exclusive offer for the elite class? A knowing smile then bloomed as she confirmed her suspicion. This young girl was a true prodigy, destined to be an exceptional student. Kneeling gracefully, Mina then asked if she was Julia, of the renowned noble Ryan family from this very region. Startled, Julia questioned how the woman knew her name and family so readily. Mina then warmly invited Julia to the registration area, completely forgetting the young man standing beside her. Little Julia, ever observant, spoke up, gently reminding Mina that her brother also needed to register for the admission exam. A blush of embarrassment spread across Mina's cheeks as she realized her oversight, having completely forgotten about the hero standing before her. The young man then began to scoff at mages, muttering that attending a magic academy was simply ludicrous. In his mind, mages might believe themselves superior, but to him, they were nothing more than insignificant insects. He mused that mere losers like Jeremy and that strange monster could never contend with his overwhelming might. He grumbled, convinced he was merely wasting his precious time here, all due to his parents' well-meaning intentions. The student council member, startled, realized he had been speaking his thoughts aloud, causing him to become flustered by the sudden attention. Mina quickly apologized for her oversight, then called him by name, seeking to confirm his identity. Lucas, suddenly aware he was the focus of everyone's gaze, attempted to conceal his growing irritation. Mina then invited them to follow her, offering to personally guide them to the examination hall. The protagonist noted with a measure of relief that she was among the rare few who did not regard him with prejudice. Soon, the group arrived at a vast hall, already bustling with a large crowd of students gathered for the impending exam. With a graceful flick of her wrist, Mina conjured and distributed emblems, instructing everyone to register with a council member. She clarified that the exam number was etched upon each emblem, which must remain visible throughout the entire test. The examination, she explained, comprised 3 distinct phases. First, the measurement of magical potential, followed by an assessment of elemental compatibility, and finally, a demonstration of destructive power. Our protagonist then inquired if the testing procedure remained the same for those entering the martial arts department. He muttered under his breath, suspecting the academy had simply been too lazy to devise a specialized test for martial artists. With a defiant crack of his knuckles, he prepared to unveil the true might of a martial artist to all present. His resolve hardened. He would demonstrate the overwhelming power of martial arts and utterly shatter their narrow-minded preconceptions. An instructor's voice boomed, announcing the commencement of the first test. directing students to place their hands upon a glowing magical orb. When it was our hero's turn, the instructor fixed him with a look of undisguised disdain and contempt, yet the man was utterly stunned by the ensuing result, proclaiming it a phenomenon seen perhaps once in a millennium. The young man's magical potential registered at an absolute zero, and the vast hall immediately erupted in a wave of cruel ridicule. A weary sigh escaped him. He felt as though he were reliving the very same ordeal that had plagued his childhood. Next, a girl with purple hair stepped forward, placing her hand upon the luminous sphere to measure her own magical potential. The other students gasped as a distinct purple light emanated from the magical sphere, filling the air. That vibrant purple signified a potential of 7 out of 10, instantly marking her as a first-class student. Our protagonist, however, couldn't fathom the excitement. To him, such a result was nothing particularly special. He then called out to his sister, urging her not to hold back, but to reveal her genuine power to everyone. The girl gripped the sphere with both hands, concentrating intently as she prepared to unleash her inner energy. The sphere then began to pulse with an intensely brilliant, blinding golden light, forcing all present to avert their eyes. A towering beam of golden light shot upward, piercing the hall's ceiling, leaving everyone utterly awestruck by the sheer display of power. The other students stared in profound disbelief, unable to reconcile what they were witnessing with reality. Within the dazzling light, the number 10 materialized, signifying the girl possessed the absolute maximum magical potential. Mesmerized by her extraordinary talent, everyone hailed the young girl as a true prodigy among prodigies. After the test, the girl smiled, clearly pleased with her result, and glanced at her brother with an expression of proud accomplishment. She bounded over to him, eagerly asking if she had been incredible during the potential test. The young man praised her warmly, assuring her that with such talent, she would one day become a great archmage. 2 envious students began to quietly mock our protagonist, but were swiftly silenced by a discerning friend. The protagonist inwardly noted that everything was unfolding precisely as planned, and there was no sense in starting a confrontation now. He understood that so long as Julia's talent continued to shine so brilliantly, his own school life could remain pleasantly peaceful. All his arduous efforts to amplify his sister's inherent talent were finally yielding their desired fruit. He had secretly employed the powerful mage's consecration ability to enhance the young girl's magical potential. The instructor then announced the second test, and the students collectively began to make their way toward the designated spirit cabin. They entered a magnificent hall crowned with a grand glass ceiling, allowing brilliant light to bathe the entire space. Hand in hand, the 2 siblings walked onward, heading toward the next phase of their examination. A vast hall, marked by several prominent blue pillars, served as a compatibility testing area. Within its expanse, countless elemental spirits danced and shimmered, each a vibrant display of magical prowess. The other students watched in silent awe, captivated by the sheer diversity of spirits that filled the space. The instant little Julia stepped into the hall, every spirit in the room surged forward, forming a swirling, protective circle around her. A gentle smile graced her lips as she reached out, interacting with the spirits who clearly reveled in her warmth. Elsewhere, a frustrated student grumbled, lamenting his inability to draw even a single wind spirit to his side. Our protagonist watched, a knowing smile playing on his face, understanding his sister possessed unparalleled compatibility with every element. He mused inwardly that his own unique ability quietly amplified her potential, a hidden strength. The instructor's voice cut through the air, announcing Julia's score, a staggering 9.6, the highest recorded. This remarkable achievement instantly drew a mixture of admiring and envious stares from her peers. Students flocked to her, showering her with praise and requests for friendship, but the sudden attention proved overwhelming. With a sudden rush, she fled to her brother, seeking solace and refuge in his comforting embrace. He gently soothed her, inquiring what had so suddenly startled her. Trembling, she explained that everyone's gazes filled her with fear, clinging tighter behind him. Her brother explained that as a true genius, this kind of attention would become her new normal. He urged her not to mind the others, encouraging her to slowly grow accustomed to the spotlight. A small smile returned to her face as she declared her resolve to grow stronger, so she might one day protect her older brother. He realized then that building his sister's mental resilience would be crucial for her future. Elsewhere, 2 students conversed, their discussion centered on Julia's astonishing exam results. One scoffed, pointing out her brother's apparent uselessness, given his 0 compatibility score. They recalled the earlier scene when he had entered the hall, and every spirit had recoiled, fleeing his presence. For reasons unknown, the spirits seemed to harbor an intense disgust and repulsion towards the young man. The other student then brought up a peculiar incident following the second test. He described witnessing a fire spirit's arm spontaneously tear away, a sight that had deeply unnerved him. His friend dismissed it, suggesting the spirits were too small and he must have imagined it. Our protagonist, overhearing their hushed tones, grew thoughtful, his mind pondering their words. He found it hard to believe someone had witnessed what truly happened during that second exam. He recalled how the fire spirits, due to their bond with the fire god, had been especially hostile towards him. Just as the test ended and he prepared to depart, he had given the spirits a quiet warning. He remembered one particular fire spirit angrily spitting flames directly in his path. He inwardly scoffed, considering it childish to cling to a grudge from so long ago. From the ground, he picked up a small pebble, clenching it tightly in his palm. With a sudden flick, he sent the stone flying, striking the spirit squarely and sending it tumbling. "A mere servant of the fire god has no right to act superior to me," he declared. Taking his sister's hand, he invited her to join him for the admission exam's final challenge. She responded that all would be well, so long as he refrained from using his full strength. With a smile, he assured her he intended to let her protect him, as she always did. The destructive power test was held in a vast arena, filled with numerous metal dummies. These dummies, forged from a gleaming special metal, were built to endure the students' most powerful attacks. The siblings then made their way towards the arena, ready for the final stage of the admission exam. Nearby, a cluster of envious students grumbled, upset that the genius girl had claimed the top spot. One student loudly declared it impossible for a mere child to break any of those formidable metal dummies. They elaborated that the dummies were not only crafted from special metal, but also reinforced with potent defense enchantments. The protagonist observed the dummies, noting their formidable appearance and apparent durability. He considered this the ideal chance to test his level 6 abilities against such sturdy targets. The prospect of utilizing such high-quality, expensive equipment stirred a thrill within him. Abruptly, a student shoved him, attempting to cut in front for the exam. A short-haired girl immediately yelled at the offender, ordering him back to the end of the line. Pointing to another girl, she asserted the rule was plain. The talentless belonged at the rear. Her eyes gleamed with an intense red light, a vivid display of her inherent power. The girl she addressed visibly recoiled, intimidated by the intense gaze and menacing aura. With her heart radiating light, the dark-haired young woman prepared to showcase her formidable strength. She took her stance before the protagonist and his sister, her expression serious and challenging. With a dismissive sigh, she cast a contemptuous glare at the girl who had tried to skip the line. Julia and her brother watched the unfolding scene, uncertain what to make of this enigmatic girl. The dark-haired young woman then addressed Julia, asking if she was the one who scored 9.6. Her eyes blazed with frightening intensity as she stared at Julia with undisguised contempt. Frightened, Julia hid behind her brother, calling his name in a shaky, terrified whisper. She confessed to her brother that the girl before them was utterly terrifying and intimidating. The young man then turned to the dark-haired girl, demanding to know her identity and purpose. She introduced herself as Iwa Miranda, granddaughter of the formidable and influential Duke Miranda. The protagonist recognized the distinctive Miranda family crest, identifying them as one of the Empire's 3 paramount noble houses. His own mother, Catherine, had also been a Miranda, from a lineage renowned for legendary mages. This realization meant Iwa was his mother's younger brother's daughter, making them cousins. The girl looked confused, wondering what he meant, having never heard of him. He clarified their familial tie, asking her to cease glaring at him so fiercely. Iwa erupted in fury, having never been told of a cousin, and branded him rude and arrogant. She vowed to humiliate him publicly, her eyes flaring with a malicious, burgeoning power. The young woman then readied a powerful, destructive spell, aiming it at our protagonist. Iwa cast a mind control spell, commanding him to strip for public humiliation. Yet, the protagonist merely offered a mocking smirk. The spell had no effect whatsoever. The dark-haired girl stood in utter shock, her magic having failed completely. The young man then taunted her, questioning the quality of the noble Miranda family's upbringing. Iwa could not comprehend why her signature spell had failed to control him. He provoked her further, stating her weak magic was useless against a true martial artist. At that moment, the instructor called our hero's name for the next part of the exam. Before departing, he pointed to his sister, cautioning her not to overly display her abilities during her test. Iwa then shifted her focus to Julia, vowing to seize the top spot from her in the power test. A magical screen shimmered, displaying student rankings with Julia firmly in first place. The young man noted his cousin's second-place ranking and her effective declaration of war on his sister. He decided that for a peaceful school life, he could not permit her to usurp Julia's top position. With this resolve, he offered his sister a piece of candy, hoping to ensure her strong performance in the coming test. The girl ate the candy, but her face immediately scrunched in disgust at its bitter, unpleasant flavor. The young man gave her a firm pat on the back, helping her swallow the pill he had given her. The young girl complained that he had tricked her. It was clearly medicine, not candy. He apologized, explaining it was a special magic potion brewed from extremely rare ingredients. The instructor called our protagonist's name once more, and he quickly made his way to the testing site. The young man approached the metal dummy, ready for his destructive power test. The instructor directed number 5 to strike the dummy with full force for evaluation. The young man informed the instructor he could not use magic, a statement that clearly confused him. He then asked if simply striking the dummy would suffice to complete the power test. A confident smile played on his lips as he prepared to unleash the full power of his martial arts. A wave of derision rippled through the onlookers, their voices mocking, suggesting he was destined only to break his hand in the coming test. Julia's eyes blazed with fury at the venomous remarks aimed at her brother, and she braced herself, ready to leap into action. A thought flashed through her mind. Had her brother not cautioned her to behave, those insolent students would already be learning a harsh lesson. Intrigued by the unfolding scene, Iwa leaned forward, wondering aloud if her brother truly lacked the ability to wield magic. She remembered her own mental magic, utterly ineffective against him, and found the idea of his inability hard to reconcile. The protagonist's sister, standing tall, proudly declared her brother an extraordinary individual, defending his honor. Yet, the dark-haired young woman remained skeptical, a gnawing suspicion that her older brother was somehow manipulating the truth. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated through the arena, and every head snapped towards the screen, expressions of disbelief painted on their faces. The protagonist's cousin stood frozen, utterly astonished by the unexpected turn of events in the young man's examination. A bewildered student mumbled a question about what had just occurred, but a collective bewilderment hung in the air. No one could comprehend the sight. The young man had simply asked if he might deliver one single blow, and the instructor, with a nod, had readily granted permission. The instructor had made it clear, the method of attack was irrelevant, as long as the act was performed. With eyes alight with resolve, our hero prepared to unveil a hidden power to all who watched. He mused to himself that his abilities multiplied exponentially with every 3 advancements in his power level. Reaching power level 6, he braced himself, poised to unleash one of his most formidable techniques. He stamped his foot, a forceful thud against the ground, channeling every ounce of his energy into preparation for a devastating strike. His eyes pulsed with an inner light as he surged forward, a blur of motion racing towards the formidable metal dummy. A golden flame enveloped his fist as he delivered a precise, powerful strike directly to the dummy before him. The dummy emitted a sharp beep, a red circle illuminating to confirm the blow had been successfully registered. The force of the impact was immense, sending the dummy soaring through the air, only to collide with a violent crash against the arena wall. A colossal cloud of dust erupted, billowing upwards, and the very ground of the arena shuddered under the sheer power of the assault. When the dust finally began to settle, it revealed the metal dummy utterly destroyed, a cavernous, gaping hole torn through its chest. Our protagonist then slowly turned, facing the hushed crowd with an expression of cool, undeniable confidence. Iwa gasped in shock, a sudden realization dawning on her. His attack possessed the blinding speed of the highest wind magic. She observed that the dummy had glowed with a golden hue, an unmistakable indicator of truly devastating attack power. The dark-haired young woman understood then that she alone had truly comprehended the young man's hidden, formidable strength. The instructor, recovering from his shock, congratulated him, remarking that it had been a full decade since a testing dummy had met such a fate. The young man offered a quiet smile and his thanks, while his sister cheered, openly celebrating his triumph in the power test. A triumphant smile spread across the girl's face as she flashed her brother a peace sign, a silent acknowledgement of his victory. The protagonist reflected that he had not only averted a failing grade, but also managed to keep his true power largely hidden, all thanks to the short-sightedness of those who had underestimated him. As the day progressed, the initial awe surrounding the young man's destructive power gradually faded from the students' minds. Instead, all eyes were drawn to the truly astonishing, rare talent displayed by the petite, yet undeniably mighty Julia. The girl then focused, and a massive surge of magical energy began to swirl and coalesce around her. Arcs of vibrant purple lightning crackled from her hands, and her staff pulsed with an unnervingly intense glow. A luminous purple magic circle shimmered into existence on the ground beneath her, signaling her readiness to unleash her most potent attack. Her hair whipped wildly around her as she cried out the spell's name, unleashing a devastating barrage of crimson lightning. The red bolts descended from the heavens like a furious storm, striking the metal dummy with immense destructive force. The dummy emitted a red beep, confirming the attack was indeed red lightning, known as the second most powerful type. The other students watched in utter awe of the girl's raw power, their murmurs hailing her as a future honor roll student. But once the attack subsided, Julia slumped abruptly to the ground, prompting whispers among the onlookers. Had she been overwhelmed by her own immense spell? The girl herself was perplexed, utterly bewildered by how she had suddenly commanded such formidable, unforeseen power. The instructor's voice cut through the silence, announcing a score of 9.5, as the dummy still crackled faintly with residual red sparks. The young girl turned to her brother, explaining how the sudden unbidden appearance of red lightning had completely startled her. She recounted that before, even exerting her full strength, she had only ever managed to conjure purple lightning. The young man scratched his nose, feigning complete ignorance regarding the abrupt surge in her magical abilities. He mused inwardly that the potion he had given her was, in fact, temporarily enhancing her magical prowess. In this realm, both mages and martial artists possessed their unique methods for creating specialized concoctions. Mages meticulously brewed their potions, while martial artists utilized their inherent powers to refine potent elixirs. Elixirs were designed for direct bodily absorption, unlike potions which necessitated a medium for proper consumption. Scarcely any martial artist possessed the rare skill to create the fabled elixir of the mage's essence, and this very elixir was the secret behind Julia's sudden, dramatic increase in power. Such a feat was only possible when the elixir refining technique itself had reached level 6, the threshold for its effectiveness. At present, only our protagonist and the esteemed Minister of Martial Arts possessed the capability to craft this particular elixir. The young man considered the grave implications. If his unique ability were ever unveiled, he would face an overwhelming predicament. The morning sun cast a bright, golden glow over the academy grounds, where students anxiously awaited the announcement of their final exam results. Two tiny birds chirped melodiously from a nearby tree branch, their song underscoring the momentary tranquility. Julia fidgeted, grumbling about the prolonged wait, to which her brother simply advised patience, reminding her that rest would soon follow. A voice suddenly called out, drawing the attention of the two siblings, who turned to identify the speaker. It was Mina from the student council, approaching with a warm smile and a friendly wave directed at them both. The young man inquired about her presence, as the woman continued her calm approach. She explained her purpose was to post the new class assignments, and offered her heartfelt congratulations on their exceptional performance. Julia's face lit up with pure joy upon learning she had secured the top position in the Academy's esteemed elite class. Our protagonist offered her praise, emphasizing his reliance on her for their collective future within the school. Mina then asked if the girl had already decided which department she would join for the approaching academic year. She elaborated on the Academy's 5 distinct departments: Earth, Fire, Wind, Water, and a unique special division. Considering her natural attributes and the blessing of the wind god upon her, Julia swiftly chose to align herself with the Wind department. The student council member's excitement was palpable as she expressed her eager anticipation of seeing Julia within the ranks of the Wind department. The young man inwardly noted her dedication, realizing she was already actively recruiting, promising new talent for her division. Mina then kindly offered to escort the young girl to the female dormitory, where Julia offered her brother a quick farewell. Our hero said his goodbyes, and resolved to make his way to his own designated department, that of martial arts. Among the other students, murmurs confirmed what many had anticipated. Julia indeed had claimed the coveted first place. The magical screen glowed with the final results, rendering all other freshmen mere shadowy figures against Julia's luminous success. Iowa simmered with quiet fury over her defeat, silently vowing that one day, no matter the cost, she would stand at the top of their class. Lucas found himself unsurprised, knowing his martial arts department often received little consideration. Upon reaching the dormitory, he was greeted by a crumbling, decrepit building that appeared on the verge of collapse. A small smile touched his lips as he imagined the quiet solitude this rundown place might offer, promising the peaceful school life he sought. His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of a young man with white hair who offered an enthusiastic smile and a greeting. The newcomer introduced himself as Kai, cheerfully announcing his pleasure at meeting his new department mate. Kai praised Lucas's strength during the recent test, but Lucas, focused on filling out a form, simply brushed it off as luck. A dormitory staff member then provided Lucas with a room key, indicating his room was located on the second floor. The white-haired young man, Kai, expressed his delight that they would be sharing a room, and Lucas nodded in agreement. Together, they began their walk down a filthy, neglected hallway, searching for room 205. Reaching the designated door, they sent someone inside and pushed it open to investigate. Inside, they discovered 2 other young men, a sight that visibly surprised Lucas's new companion. One introduced himself as Collins, the other as Sharp, informing them they were their new roommates. The white-haired young man stood in utter shock, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow at the unexpected situation. The room itself was in a deplorable state, filled with old furniture and heavily molded walls. Kai, disgusted by the filth, demanded to know what kind of infernal, grim room this truly was. Covering his face in revulsion, he declared the room was worse than any pigsty he had ever seen. A sudden startle at a spider made him turn to Lucas, asking if he seriously intended to stay in such a dirty place. The other roommates exchanged glances, assuming Kai was a rich, spoiled boy with an evident fear of germs. In response, Kai produced a gleaming gold coin from his pocket, holding it firmly in his palm. The eyes of the other 2 young men widened, fixed on the coin with expressions of pure greed and fierce determination. Kai offered the coin to whoever would clean the room, a casual gesture that shocked Lucas, realizing it was easily a month's salary. As the others began to clean, Lucas reflected that he had received no warning about living in what amounted to a garbage dump. His roommate attempted to cheer him, insisting things would improve, but Lucas remained deeply skeptical. The white-haired young man continued his stream of complaints, likening the room to a dismal prison cell. Lucas warned Kai to be cautious, suggesting the student council might take action if his complaints were overheard. After considerable effort, the dormitory building's exterior finally presented a somewhat more respectable appearance. Inside, the room was now sparkling clean, a transformation that left the 2 young men highly pleased. With a triumphant smile, Kai handed over the reward, declaring that as their roommate, he would ensure their protection. The other 2 marveled at the generous reward, and Lucas too held his newfound coin. Lucas mused that despite his roommate's arrogance, his unexpected generosity made it difficult to truly dislike him. A knock at the door then announced the dorm staff member, there to deliver their academy uniforms. He informed them the entrance ceremony was about to begin, urging them to change quickly. Kai, appalled by the tattered uniform, complained loudly that wearing it would make him look like a beggar. Lucas then mentioned the school's request system, designed for improving student treatment. He suggested they might even be able to request a new, undamaged uniform through this system. At this, Kai excitedly leaped out the window, heading straight for the hall, a display of eagerness Lucas found incredibly naive. The scene shifted to the academy's main hall, dominated by a large statue of a witch at its front. Now dressed in his uniform, Lucas walked with confidence toward the ceremony hall. His determined expression clearly showed he was ready for any challenge the academy might present. He then stepped into the immense hall, already bustling with students gathered for the entrance ceremony. His roommates found the hall luxurious, though Kai, ever boastful, claimed his own house was far more impressive. Lucas scanned the crowd for his sister, and Kai pointed toward the front, explaining that was where the elite students sat. There, at the front, sat Julia, resplendent in the beautiful white and gold uniform of the elite class. His roommate then informed him their department's assigned seats were located at the very back of the hall. With a quiet smile, Lucas stated he didn't mind, remarking instead that the elite uniform suited Julia perfectly. Other students from their department grumbled about the distant seating, feeling a sense of discrimination. A girl seated beside Lucas also seemed displeased with the arrangement, observing everything in quiet silence. Suddenly, the hall's numerous candles ignited with magical golden flames, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Following this, a massive lotus flower crafted from fire materialized in the hall's center, a dazzling display of power. A hand reached out, grasping a small flower of fire, demonstrating impressive magical mastery. Floating in the air, a young man declared that all new students should feel honored by his very presence. He introduced himself as Theodore Fallum, president of the student council and a future great mage, announcing his intention to explain the academy's point system. The female students in the hall were completely captivated, commenting on his powerful aura. They hailed him as a genius, a level 6 mage, while Lucas merely observed the spectacle. Theodore began his speech, explaining the point system formed the very foundation of everything within the academy. He stated that any resource, from rare books to even magical beasts, could be acquired using these points. However, he noted that points earned through ordinary work were minimal, yielding at most 5 per hour. For this reason, he explained, it was far more efficient to earn points by participating in departmental events. Lucas then understood Mina's unexpected friendliness toward them before the entrance ceremony. The president then revealed his council position granted him a monthly income of up to 500 points. Finally, he alluded to one last method for acquiring points, though it involved a certain degree of risk. With a sinister smile and eyes glowing purple, he revealed the final method, monster hunting. He explained that behind the school lay a mountain range teeming with magical beasts, ripe for hunting. Lucas clenched his fist, his interest undeniably piqued by the mention of the magical beast mountain range. A smile spread across Lucas's face, thinking that place was a training ground, perfectly suited for his needs. Hours later, as night fully descended, the dormitory stood bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Within, his roommate lay peacefully asleep in his bed. A tranquil incense stick burned steadily, its subtle fumes ensuring a deep and undisturbed slumber for all. Quietly, the young man slipped out of the dormitory, his path set towards the distant magical beast mountain range. He remembered the martial arts building, situated at the campus's rear, quite close to where he intended to go. Soon enough, he reached a towering wall, fully aware that the mountain range began on the other side. He crouched low, gathering his strength for an impressive leap. In a blur of motion, the martial artist soared effortlessly over the formidable barrier. He cleared the wall, landing softly amidst the trees on the campus's wilder edge. The moment his feet touched the ground, shadowy creatures erupted from the darkness, attacking without a moment's warning. Our hero swiftly dodged the assault, then leaped to deliver a powerful kick to a monstrous purple frog. The sheer speed and strength of the young martial artist clearly took the creature by surprise. With a precise, concentrated strike, he shattered the monster's horn. The impact was immense, the horn fragmenting into a shower of debris, followed by a concussive blast. Thrown to the ground, the giant frog lay motionless, vanquished by the protagonist's might. The young man then carefully removed the creature's horn, a valuable item he could trade for points at the academy. He gazed down at the giant black-horned frog, now still on the dark forest floor. He knew these horns were venomous, yet highly prized for crafting potent magic potions. He needed those points to acquire the legendary tomes once wielded by the martial god in his epic battles. He surveyed the vast mountain range, understanding he needed to swiftly locate more creatures. With a focused breath, the young man activated an ability, and his eye began to glow with a brilliant golden light. Ripples of golden energy fanned out through the trees, meticulously scanning the surrounding area for any hidden beasts. His senses soon pinpointed a monster, a creature with a massive drooling maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. It was a level 1 giant rat, its red eyes burning, its back bristling with sharp spines. Without hesitation, our protagonist lunged forward, striking the creature with a powerful, decisive handchop. With a cold gaze, the young man simply uttered, "Go to sleep," and the creature was instantly defeated. Immediately, a level 2 bat swooped to attack, but he felled it with a single, decisive punch. Next, he confronted a level 3 magic panther, effortlessly displaying his exceptional combat prowess. A series of concussive blasts echoed through the forest as the young man systematically defeated every monster he encountered. A satisfied smile touched his lips. He had gathered a wealth of materials, useful for both elixirs and academy points. Carrying a now heavy sack, he noticed an unnerving silence had fallen over the forest, a quiet too profound for his liking. He touched the earth, discerning the near absence of any other magical beast traces. He mused if this eerie quiet hinted at a formidable creature residing somewhere nearby. To confirm his suspicion, the young man sat, extending his perception to sense the energy around him. His activated ability guided him down an unusual path, deeper into the silent, shadowed woods. The path culminated at the entrance of a dark cave, from which a palpable, powerful energy emanated. From the cave's oppressive darkness, a giant wolf with glowing purple eyes snarled menacingly at our hero. The protagonist remained unfazed, a confident smile gracing his face as he declared he had finally found his true target. The creature launched an attack from afar, which he deftly dodged, realizing it had sensed his presence from a full kilometer away. A strange bluish smoke began to seep from the cave's entrance, further signaling the creature's imminent arrival. A massive wolf with stark white fur and fiery red paws emerged, confronting our protagonist head-on. It was a level 6 fire and ice wolf, and it snarled, its glowing purple eyes fixed on the young man. The young man now understood the creature's fierce territoriality, and, with a smile, readied himself for the ensuing battle. Fearlessly, our hero advanced, moving toward the giant wolf to commence the battle without delay. With an excited grin, he metaphorically invited the creature to dance, preparing for his opening strike. He landed a powerful punch squarely on the wolf's paw, yet the massive beast seemed to register no pain at all. The wolf retaliated instantly, unleashing a blast of frigid ice from its mouth, aimed directly at the protagonist. But the young man swiftly shielded himself, blocking the icy assault with his hand. The creature showed astonishment, witnessing its own elemental power seemingly deflected and turned by the young man. Seizing the opportune moment, the young man delivered an ice-infused punch directly to the giant wolf's eye. With his other hand, he then pummeled the creature's head, delivering a rapid series of chilling blows. The wolf lashed out with its powerful tail, but our hero managed to block the strike with his forearms. The young man expressed a slight regret at not having trained harder, believing he could have severed the creature's leg with that last blow. He then challenged the wolf, questioning if it had already grown weary of their clash, urging it to rise. Wounded, the giant wolf painfully rose to its feet, preparing to unleash its other elemental power. It opened its maw wide and unleashed a potent fireball directly at our protagonist. The young man deftly dodged the fiery projectile, which then slammed into the cave entrance, igniting an explosion. The creature followed up, launching a continuous scorching stream of fire at the young martial artist. The intense, fiery assault bathed the entire forest in an orange glow, forcing our protagonist into swift, agile evasions. The wolf became entirely engulfed in flames, its form a terrifying spectacle as it prepared a devastating final attack. With a guttural howl, the creature unleashed the full, unbridled force of its firepower upon our protagonist. Yet the young man managed to close the distance, grappling with the wolf, enduring the searing flames. The creature was clearly taken aback by the young man's audacious courage, seemingly unable to comprehend how he withstood such intense heat. His fist now glowing with radiant golden energy, the martial artist prepared his decisive counterattack. He then delivered a mighty, concentrated punch to the wolf's chin. The blow was so immense that the creature's jaw was visibly damaged by the sheer force of the impact. Following up, the protagonist unleashed a final blast of golden energy, bringing the battle to a swift conclusion. The wolf was struck squarely, sent hurtling backward to slam violently into the cave wall by the sheer force of the attack. Lying on the ground, the young man found himself impressed by the creature's profound mastery over both fire and ice. The creature lay utterly defeated, whimpering in pain on the ground, all strength drained from its massive form. In its eye, a distinct yin-yang symbol materialized, a clear reflection of its innate dual nature of fire and ice. His own eyes glowing, the young man mused that this was indeed an incredibly rare and potent magical beast. With a decisive move, he seized the wolf by its neck, asserting immediate control over the struggling beast. The creature seemed to yield, though a subtle aura of fire and ice still wisped from its maw. Suddenly, it unleashed twin blasts of fire and ice, crashing them together. The elements collided in a massive cloud of steam, leaving the young man to ponder the unfolding chaos. From within the swirling smoke, a blade of golden energy shot forth, targeting the giant wolf. The beast narrowly evaded the strike, scrambling up the cave wall to escape its path. Wounded, the giant wolf fled deeper into the cave, desperate to escape the relentless fight. But the protagonist gave chase, vowing that escape was not an option for the creature. He lunged, snatching the wolf's tail and halting its desperate flight. In an instant, the young man caught the beast and slammed it hard against the cave wall. The wolf hit the ground with a heavy thud, and the hero readied himself for the next assault. The young man mused that battling such a colossal magical beast was highly entertaining, surely promising many points. Suddenly, he noticed the creature had risen, poised for another confrontation. The wolf then coiled into a ball of fur, hurtling toward the young man with full force. Our hero deftly dodged, and the wolf crashed headlong into the cave wall. The creature spun, unleashing a massive blast of fire in an attempt to engulf the young man. The protagonist leaped, evading the attack, a chilling realization dawning that this was shadow fire. The creature launched a combined assault, striking with shadow fire from one side and ice from the other. The young man dodged again, then descended with a powerful punch, intending to end the struggle for good. He channeled all his energy, focusing it into a single, decisive punch. A massive explosion of golden light erupted, and the very floor of the cave began to tremble violently. The creature bit down hard, and for a moment, the young man wondered if this was truly his end. With no other choice, he decided to unleash his last resort for survival. Suddenly, the wolf lunged, its giant red paws aiming to crush him in a single, devastating blow. The protagonist's expression turned grim as he prepared to unleash one of his most potent techniques. The giant wolf then charged, initiating the final, thunderous clash. The wolf then revealed two glowing magic cores to the protagonist, one of fire and one of ice. The young man wondered if these were beast cores, struck by the unexpected sight. He recalled tales of beasts born with such cores, housing all their immense magical power. A sudden realization struck the young man. If his blood touched the cores, the creature would become his loyal servant. With a confident smile, the martial artist accepted the creature's silent offer, claiming it as his subordinate. He considered this an unexpected windfall, knowing few, if any, mages commanded a beast of this caliber. Still, a thread of suspicion lingered. Powerful beasts rarely submitted to humans so readily. He sliced his finger, allowing a drop of his blood to fall onto the two magic cores. The blood spread across the cores, and an intense light began to illuminate the cavern. The wolf, still kneeling, then swallowed both cores. The cores fused within the creature's body, and it began to transform. The protagonist then heard a voice in his mind, realizing it was the wolf, addressing him as master. Confusion clouded the young man's face. He couldn't fathom how he was hearing the creature's thoughts. He suddenly understood that he could comprehend the creature's every thought, leaving him utterly taken aback. The martial artist then bestowed upon it the name L, which the wolf joyfully accepted. The young man wondered if the wolf's territory was now his, and if hidden treasures might lie within. With an intelligent gaze, the creature seemed to perceive its new master's thoughts. The wolf nudged him with its snout, as if in silent agreement with his unspoken idea. It then beckoned him to follow, indicating it would lead him to its hidden treasures. El then led him deeper through the dark cave, toward its secret treasure stash. As El guided him, the young man noticed a strange, pervasive odor emanating from bats clinging to the ceiling. The protagonist instinctively covered his nose, trying to block out the potent smell permeating the cave air. They arrived at a treasure hoard filled with monkey bones and glistening rare precious gems. At the sight of such a vast collection, the young man's jaw dropped, convinced he had stumbled upon paradise. But El communicated that this was not its true treasure, beckoning him to see what truly mattered. The wolf then revealed a collection of beast cores, including several level 3 and 2 precious level 6. The creature explained that it had consumed all the water and fire cores it could find, tirelessly seeking to grow stronger. The young man realized El had defeated 2 formidable opponents of its own strength, and he was deeply impressed. As a reward, the martial artist offered an elixir, which the wolf consumed with visible delight. After drinking the elixir, golden energy suffused the creature, and it visibly brightened, feeling much better. The young man explained it was a healing potion, instructing El to recover and guard the treasure. The creature accepted its first mission with a proud mental declaration, assuring its master to leave everything to it. The protagonist then prepared for his next move, a powerful new ally now at his side. A confident smile touched his lips. The young man seemed to be plotting something grand for his future at the academy. The scene then shifted to the academy's classroom building, early the following morning. The young man entered the classroom and settled into his seat for the day's first lesson. He yawned, mentioning he'd been awake all night, yet felt no fatigue thanks to an inherent sense. The young man quietly grumbled that El had persistently pestered him while he tried to count his newfound treasures. A clock on the wall began to chime, signaling the imminent start of class. The classroom blackboard stood ready as the students quietly awaited their professor's arrival. A murmur of wonder spread amongst the students. The professor should have already been in the room. Kai grew anxious, fretting that the administration had forgotten to assign a professor to their class. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and a man stumbled into the room, swaying unsteadily. The man kicked a liquor bottle, grumbling aloud about having drunk too much the night before. He then slammed his book onto the desk with a jolt, startling every student in the room. The protagonist and his roommate exchanged wide-eyed glances, shocked by the new professor's dramatic entrance. The man introduced himself as Sugar Art, declaring his responsibility over the martial arts department. The young man observed the professor intently, sensing immediately that this was no ordinary man. With steady hands, Sugarat penned his name onto the blackboard in white chalk. A quiet yawn escaped him as he picked up a book, ready to commence the day's first lesson. Our hero's roommate, however, was visibly appalled by the professor's appearance, beads of nervous sweat forming on his brow. He found it impossible to believe this seemingly disabled man could be their martial arts instructor. Suddenly, the professor launched a piece of chalk, striking Kai directly on the forehead and sending him stumbling back. Kai rubbed his aching head, bewildered by the professor's sudden, unprovoked attack. Our hero, while initially surprised, quickly recognized the professor's swift movement as the mark of a highly skilled individual. He surmised that Sugarat must be at least a level 5 or level 6 martial artist. The professor then sternly instructed them not to speak without permission, before beginning to call attendance. He called for Tishi, and the girl promptly raised her hand, acknowledging her presence. Next, our protagonist's name was called, and he too raised his hand and answered. When the professor called for Collins, our hero had a fleeting memory of seeing the girl somewhere before. Professor Sugarat then announced he had forgotten the textbooks, appointing Tishi as the class representative to retrieve them. The girl was taken aback by the unexpected appointment, questioning if he could truly be serious. With a determined gaze, the professor confirmed his seriousness, leaving no room for doubt. Kai rose to his feet, protesting that the representative should be chosen fairly, through a competition. He then began to boast of his family's prestige and his own formidable skills, declaring himself the most qualified for the position. Before he could finish his declaration, the professor struck him again, a piece of chalk finding its mark on his forehead. With a faint glow emanating from his fingertips, Sugat revealed he was the one who had thrown the chalk at the white-haired young man. He sternly reminded Kai not to speak without permission, then forcefully snapped the chalk in his hand. The professor dispatched Tishi to fetch the books, and instructed the rest of the class to study independently. The girl felt a surge of pleasure at the opportunity, determined to seize this chance to alter her destiny. Kai grumbled about the pain, muttering insults about the professor, while our protagonist observed him thoughtfully. Our hero's gaze sharpened. He suspected the professor had sustained a severe injury, judging by his movements. Sugarat met his gaze with a glare, prompting the protagonist to wonder just how powerful the man had been before his injury. The young man then stated he had no complaints, earning him Kai's accusation of being a coward for not speaking his mind. A few hours later, the scene shifted to the bustling front of the Magic Academy's dining hall. The two friends walked together, Kai lamenting that their professor had forced them into hours of self-study. Suddenly, the protagonist's sister appeared, calling out his name with an excited smile. The young man affectionately patted his sister's head, asking about her first class. She enthusiastically shared that her teacher Linda was incredibly kind, and had even encouraged her to become class representative. The girl then asked if her brother had been chosen as his department's representative. With a gentle smile, our protagonist informed his sister that he had not been chosen this time. The young man then invited everyone to lunch, and Julia, in particular, grew excited at the prospect of eating. At the academy, meals were purchased using points, with the exchange rate differing for each department. Their dining hall table was soon laden with a feast of delicious food, including cakes and an array of sweets. Julia ate happily, even offering some of her food to her brother, who smiled warmly beside her. Meanwhile, Kai's face was a mask of pure shock and despair, unable to comprehend what he witnessed. He cried out, lamenting that the elite class received 100 points for a single coin, while their own meager earnings yielded only 10. A staff member then loudly admonished a student, telling him to leave if he had an issue with the rules. The woman declared that students lacking talent must simply work harder. Kai felt as though his fundamental rights had been stripped away. With a kind smile, Julia offered Kai some of her food, attempting to lift his spirits. The young man wept with emotion, declaring her kindness, while Lucas found his reaction a touch overly dramatic. As the group ate, slow, silent footsteps approached from behind them. It was Maya, the white-haired girl they had rescued, who greeted them with a gentle smile. Julia invited her to join them, but Maya politely declined, explaining she had already eaten, and instead offered them cookies as a thank you. The little girl was delighted by the cookies, thanking her new friend for the delicious gift. Our hero sampled a cookie, complimenting Maya that she was an excellent baker. The white-haired girl became shy, a faint blush rising to her cheeks at the protagonist's praise. Kai then approached, asking the young man for a cookie, which he shared with his new friend. He introduced himself, and the protagonist inwardly panicked, realizing he could not let Kai discover she was his ex-fiancée. With a polite farewell, the young woman departed, Julia watching her go with a warm smile. The protagonist stifled a yawn, musing that the dining hall was a particularly inconvenient place to encounter acquaintances. Just then, Mina from the student council approached their table, inquiring if they were enjoying their meal. She leaned in, whispering the young man's name with an awkward, shy tone. Suddenly, Theodore, the council president, floated past them, propelled by fire magic, impressing all who watched. The young man clapped sarcastically, and our hero internally noted what a massive show-off Theodore was for using magic indoors. Alone, Theodore secretly drank a potion, muttering about nearly losing control of his level 6 magic. The protagonist ate a sweet, recalling how he had overheard the president muttering to himself after the ceremony. At that moment, Professor Sugar walked past their table, accidentally knocking over a bottle. Lucas, noticing the movement, paid close attention to what the man was doing in the dining hall. The master then exited the dining hall, still drinking, leaving the young man to wonder where he was going. The professor continued to drink from his bottle, his face etched with deep sorrow. He then staggered toward a very tall and imposing clock tower. Stumbling, the man fumbled with the door, struggling greatly to open it. Two men observed him. "Is Sugarat the last to arrive at the meeting yet again?" one asked. The other remarked that he couldn't be blamed after what had transpired, his companion sighing in lament. Inside the meeting room, the professor stretched and yawned, looking utterly exhausted. A blonde woman glared at him, her expression serious and disapproving of his behavior. She then closed her eyes, seemingly sighing with exasperation at her colleague's persistent attitude. An older man announced that everyone had arrived, and the meeting could finally commence. He then revealed the day's agenda: the Academy's magical beast taming tournament. The director stressed the vital importance of taming multiple beasts for survival within the Empire's borders. This understanding led to an annual tournament for which more than 2,000 level 1 beasts had already been readied. Amidst discussions, a man in a green suit put forth a suggestion: exclude the martial arts students from the upcoming tournament. Sugarat's hand slammed down on the table, his face reflecting fury at what he perceived as a prejudiced suggestion from his fellow professor. With a furious glare, the master of martial arts vehemently opposed the notion, rising to defend his students' right to participate. The blonde woman then sided with Sugarat, asserting that every student, without exception, must take part in the event. Other professors concurred, emphasizing that all students deserve to be treated with absolute equality. The man in the green suit found himself bewildered, unable to grasp why everyone seemed to align with Sugarat and Linda. He pondered if they still clung to the belief that the martial arts professor was a level 8 powerhouse. Nevertheless, he relented, declaring that the martial arts students could participate if they truly insisted. The director then brought the discussion to a close, announcing that the martial arts department would indeed participate. After the meeting concluded, the man in the green suit departed the room, with other professors following close behind. One professor turned to Linda, questioning her certainty in the decision to support Master Sugarat. They acknowledged that martial arts involved combat, yet felt the upcoming tournament might prove too demanding for those students. A confident smile played on the blonde woman's lips, suggesting she held a specific plan for the students. She then recalled words spoken to her long ago, her gaze drifting thoughtfully towards the window. Sugarat's voice echoed in her mind, a profound statement. A coward unable to overcome adversity had no right to claim the title of martial artist. Back in the classroom, the professor announced that the tournament, now open to all, would commence in 6 days. He further informed them that a practical combat training session awaited them outside after class. With a determined look, Sugarat vowed to ensure every single one of his students could defeat a beast. Kai grumbled, asserting that the tournament was merely for selecting a representative, making their collective participation entirely unnecessary. Another student quickly silenced Kai, while our protagonist mused that Kai seemed perpetually intent on provoking the professor. The young man considered the imminent combat training, resolving to be careful not to use excessive force. Outside, the martial arts students had already commenced sparring, their forms clashing in practice. A female student struck a wooden pillar with a powerful kick, demonstrating both impressive force and refined skill. With a determined expression, Tishi showcased her prowess, proving herself to be among the strongest students in the department. Our protagonist observed, noting that all his peers were quite skilled, certainly not lacking in ability. He realized the professor possessed a keen eye, for Tishi was indeed the strongest in the class, surpassed only by himself. The young man then joined the training session, swiftly defeating his opponent with a precise blow. After hours of intense training, Professor Shagard announced the conclusion of the day's session. Kai collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, yet celebrating the welcome end of the rigorous training. His roommates announced their departure for the dining hall, promising to return with food for him. The white-haired young man explained that he had struck a deal with Collins to accrue additional points. One of the roommates expressed annoyance at not being privy to the deal, prompting an apology from Kai. Our protagonist reflected that Collins was indeed clever, devising such deals to earn extra funds. Kai then rose, proceeding to brag about his intelligence to our hero once they were outside. He told the young man he should learn from his example, even offering the lesson free of charge. But the protagonist placed a firm hand on Kai's shoulder, a grip that clearly conveyed his disinterest in the offer. With a polite smile, he declined, leaving Kai feeling a touch awkward at his friend's quick refusal. The white-haired young man then grumbled that the protagonist had no need for points, owing to his sister's provisions. Night descended, and a slender crescent moon cast its glow over the magical beast mountain range. The protagonist mused that Kai was mistaken. He did not, in fact, need his sister to provide for him. He wiped the corner of his mouth, stating he had all the bounty of nature readily at his disposal. With his new ally faithfully by his side, he prepared for another night of hunting and rigorous training. The young man then roasted a generous piece of meat over a crackling campfire, intended for both himself and his new companion. He lamented having to take his sister home, feeling that time could be better spent on further training. The young man recalled Mina's persistent attempts to draw close to his sister and resolved that he could not afford to lower his guard. With a determined look, he vowed that if her intentions were malicious, he would ensure she regretted them profoundly. His companion then wagged its tail, drawing its master's attention to the savory roasting food. The wolf drooled, overwhelmed by the tantalizing smell of the meat, waiting anxiously for its share. With a smile, our hero offered the food to his new friend, who devoured it with unbridled joy. The young man reflected that perhaps having a tamed beast wasn't such a bad thing after all. He then told Elle that after they finished eating it would help him train, though he promised not to cause it harm. The night of training proved intense, and soon his companion realized its master's promise had not been entirely kept. Meanwhile, at the Ryan family mansion, a night stood calmly, peaceful under the soft glow of the moonlight. Our protagonist's mother, Catherine, sat alone in the moonlit garden, her expression steeped in sorrow. Her husband, Hole, then approached her from behind. He comforted her with a gentle hand on her shoulder, asking if she was thinking of their children. She admitted she could hide nothing from him. With a soft smile, the man remarked that their children's classes must surely have begun at Allen Academy by now. With tears glistening in her eyes, the woman appeared deeply worried for her children's well-being. Hole then offered to take her to visit the children, and the woman thanked him, a grateful smile blooming on her face. Tears of joy welled in her eyes. She was overjoyed at the prospect of soon reuniting with her children. The scene then shifted to the estate of Count Grindu, where a clandestine meeting was already in progress. A barefoot woman moved towards a gathering of hooded and masked individuals. The cult members observed her, their malicious smiles hidden by masks, their red eyes glowing eerily. The green-haired woman then greeted Jessica, expressing her distinct pleasure at her attendance. She then invited Jessica to take a seat and join the secret gathering of the mysterious cult. Cloaked and masked, Jessica, Jeremy's mother, appeared to be deeply entangled with this malevolent group. The cult leader then presented her latest creation, the Jada Dream, a highly potent potion. Jessica took a goblet of the dark beverage, preparing to sample the cult's new concoction. The leader then deliberately sliced her own arm, allowing drops of crimson blood to fall into the waiting goblets. The crimson liquid mingled with the drink, and the woman seemed to derive a strange pleasure from the self-inflicted pain. As a final touch, one of the cult members added a mysterious, unidentifiable ingredient to the drink. The woman then instructed everyone to partake in the beverage, and the cult members began to drink. The leader's bare feet touched the floor as she prepared to commence what she called the day's game. She declared the Jada Dream a miracle of alchemy, announcing that the game would now truly begin. Jessica held her goblet, her gaze fixed on the shifting red liquid, her expression pensive. The liquid within the goblet shifted autonomously, as if possessing a life of its own, and the woman prepared to drink. From the shadows, one of the women wondered aloud how an 11-year-old girl had managed to defeat the Black Wind group. The leader explained that Julia's power stemmed from inheriting the combined talents of both the Catherine and Miranda families. With a sinister smile, the cult leader remarked that a mere level 7 individual should never have been able to defeat them. She then bit Jessica's lip, questioning whether her son's efforts would, in the end, yield any fruit. With a finger beneath her chin, the woman asked if Jessica truly desired to eliminate Catherine and her daughter to become a baroness. Jessica agreed, then asked what steps she needed to take to achieve her goal and gain such power. With a satisfied smirk, the cult leader prepared to impart the necessary instructions. She then activated a spell with her fingers, and a shimmering purple magic circle materialized on the floor. With a sadistic gaze, the woman mused that the moment a young bud withered was, in truth, truly beautiful. The morning light found Tishy at the academy, announcing yet another combat training session. Groans of protest rose from other students, their bodies aching as they muttered about Professor Sugarat being a monster. Tishy, however, urged them on, explaining that such pain was a necessary forge for strength, a trial they must endure. Amidst the complaints, Kai and our heroes stood apart, claiming their bodies felt no pain, their resilience already remarkable. The white-haired young man, in a burst of confidence, then declared himself the strongest in their martial arts class. Our hero, however, knew better. This bravado was merely a lingering effect of the sleep incense he had employed the night before. Tishy watched the four, a quiet admiration in her gaze, acknowledging their impressive stamina for enduring such rigorous training. With the stage set, Kai stepped forward, ready to engage in combat training, preparing to spar against our protagonist. Kai launched a swift punch, but our hero easily sidestepped the attack, deflecting the blow with an open hand. The white-haired young man's eyes widened in surprise at his friend's defense, and he quickly readied his next move. Our protagonist seized the moment, countering with an open-hand strike that spoke volumes of his own skill. His fist clenched, he braced himself, intent on revealing to Kai the true, formidable strength of a martial artist. A flurry of swift, precise punches followed, landing with undeniable impact upon Kai. Kai, a grin spreading across his face, complimented him, conceding that he was formidable in close-quarters combat. Our protagonist returned the smile, remarking that Kai himself was no less impressive. Unbeknownst to them, someone from a distance observed the martial arts students, their attention intently fixed on the spar. A subtle shift in the air, and the young man turned, sensing a gaze upon him from across the vast courtyard. A fixed gaze lingered, prompting him to wonder who could be observing him with such intensity. Beneath the shade of an ancient tree, an old man with long white hair sat in silent meditation. Our hero's thoughts drifted, contemplating if this silent elder was the source of the watchful eyes. Kai seized the momentary distraction, launching a punch that our protagonist even then easily evaded. Our hero then retaliated with a swift kick, sending Kai tumbling to the ground with a dull thud. Wounded but resolute, Kai rose, cautioning our protagonist not to avert his gaze, for the fight was far from over. The young man nodded, rising to meet the challenge, agreeing to continue their battle until a victor emerged. A quiet chuckle escaped the old man as he rose to depart, his observation of the students now complete. A woman approached, addressing him as Director Otani, and inquired if he was bound for the Academy's library. The director offered a smile, stating he was merely out for a stroll, remarking on the fascinating young man he had just witnessed. He perceived that our protagonist, in truth, was carefully concealing his formidable strength from everyone within the Academy walls. Director Otani decided then that he would remember the name Lucas, recognizing in him a truly promising talent. Hours later, as the class finally drew to a close, our protagonist found himself walking through the Academy's quiet hallways. His mind drifted back to the afternoon session, recalling Professor Sugarat's instruction on massage techniques. The lesson had been well received by the other students, its effects so profound that all muscle fatigue seemed to melt away. His academic duties fulfilled, the young man prepared to journey to a secret training ground, eager to continue his personal quest. To outfit his training ground, our protagonist resolved to acquire the necessary materials. He made his way to the Academy's magic materials shop, a place known for its rare and exclusive wares. The sheer size of the shop impressed the young man, a sprawling expanse akin to a grand shopping mall. Within these walls, everything was purchased with points. A high-quality training dummy alone demanded 30. While the selection was excellent, he mused, the prices were exorbitant, threatening to deplete his resources significantly. Relying on a sister was out of the question. The thought of her sacrificing her snack money filled him with guilt. Thus, he decided to purchase only the magic potion for now, planning to exchange his own materials for points later. At the counter, a clerk had dozed off, and our hero gently attempted to rouse her attention. The woman startled awake, an irritated expression crossing her face as she prepared to serve the new customer. The young man presented his academy card, politely requesting to purchase the magic bath potion. The clerk informed him the price was 5 points, and moved to complete the transaction. His card glowed with a soft purple light as the number 5 materialized upon the magic sphere. The woman then registered that he was a martial arts student, a judgmental flicker in her eyes at his expenditure of points. With a polite smile, the young man thanked her for the purchase, and the clerk handed him a small bag of potions. She offered a piece of advice, urging him not to waste his points, but he simply replied that this wouldn't be enough. Annoyance flared in the clerk's eyes. She assumed him a spoiled noble, utterly oblivious to the true value of money. Grumbling under her breath about her disdain for nobles, she watched as our protagonist left the shop, completely unfazed. Back in his secluded hideout, the young man began preparations for his medicinal bath within the cave. He slipped into the tub of purple water, a sigh of relief escaping him as he savored the embrace of rest after a long day of training and classes. He mused that while the medicinal effect remained strong, it seemed a waste to simply discard the potent bathwater. A sudden noise broke the quiet, and he saw a pair of luminous purple eyes observing him from the encroaching darkness. Then, a giant maw, bristling with sharp teeth, emerged from the shadows, letting out a low growl directed at our protagonist. Having concluded his bath, the young man set about collecting materials, intending to exchange them for academy points. Wisely, he chose to deal only in common level 2 materials, a discreet choice to avoid drawing undue notice. A sudden noise broke the quiet, prompting him to turn, curious about the commotion within the cave. To his astonishment, he discovered his companion, eagerly lapping up the very water from his medicinal bath. Shocked, the young man confronted his servant, demanding an explanation for their unusual use of his bathwater. A silent standoff ensued between master and servant, neither quite sure how to address the peculiar situation. Eventually, the young man relented, musing that perhaps the potent water would also serve to strengthen the wolf's physique. Thus, the matter of waste was resolved, and our hero turned his thoughts back to preparing for his imminent mission. He resolved to exchange the collected materials incrementally, aiming to remain inconspicuous. At the material shop, the clerk offered a magical assist with his goods, an offer he politely declined. He found it advantageous that the clerk seemed to presume his family had supplied him with such an abundance of resources. The following day, Professor Sugarat's patience wore thin. Exasperated by his students' lack of serious preparation for the upcoming tournament, he bellowed, declaring that any unwilling to train could abandon their efforts and return home at once. With his customary strictness, the professor then began to meticulously correct the students' stances and postures. He critiqued Kai's feeble punch, to which the young man retorted that he had already bested his peers. With a mere flick, the professor sent Kai sprawling, our protagonist observing that the master always targeted the eyes. The professor then turned to the other three, questioning how they could possibly have fallen to such a seemingly weak opponent. A sigh escaped the professor's lips as he lamented the perpetual headache caused by spoiled noble students. He then commanded Tishi to spar with Kai, intent on teaching the white-haired young man a much-needed lesson. The two assumed their positions on the training field, poised for the impending confrontation. With an arrogant smirk, Kai boldly announced his intention to prove his superior skill. Tishi, her expression calm and confident, simply gestured for him to begin. The girl lunged forward, her powerful kick stirring up dust, a clear display of her formidable strength. In a flash, she unleashed a rapid succession of swift, precise kicks upon him. A wicked smile spread across Kai's face as he prepared to counterattack, certain of his own superiority. Yet Tichy proved swifter, landing a powerful punch to his chin that utterly disrupted his balance. She swiftly followed up with an elbow to the face, a testament to her honed combat technique. The girl then manifested a water ability, striking him with a concentrated blast of pressurized water. Stunned by her ability, Kai could scarcely believe she wielded magic. Tichy seized the momentary advantage, delivering a powerful kick to his face with all her might. Dazed by the impact, the white-haired young man let out a nervous, disbelieving laugh. He then warned her not to underestimate him, bracing himself to unleash his own skills. But Tichy was quicker still, landing a precise open palm strike directly to his chest. The blow's sheer force sent the young man flying through the air, only to land hard upon the ground. It was then that our protagonist truly grasped why the professor had selected Tichy as their representative. As our hero observed the unfolding scene, the professor's voice boomed, demanding everyone take their training seriously. Tichy then approached Kai, still sprawled on the ground, gently inquiring if he was alright after their bout. The professor, noticing Kai's irritation, announced that by tomorrow everyone must confront a beast. He threatened expulsion for any who failed, leaving Kai utterly shocked by the abrupt declaration. The following day, as a final grueling exercise, the professor instructed them to fight with all their strength until nightfall. Lying defeated on the ground, Kai called out to our protagonist, his face etched with pure exhaustion. The young man offered advice, urging him to mend his poor habits and exploit his opponents' vulnerabilities. But Kai dismissed the counsel, confessing instead that he believed he had fallen for Tichy during their fight. He admitted to already envisioning names for their future children, prompting our hero to label him a masochist in his mind. The next day, the grand arena buzzed with anticipation as the tournament commenced, and the students were called to enter. Kai was overcome with dread at the prospect of facing the monsters, while our protagonist took a seat beside him. Two students from the magic class openly mocked them for sharing the same tournament grounds. Yet the professor sharply commanded silence, instructing them to instantly commit the tournament rules to memory. Our hero found himself surprised, witnessing the professor rise to defend the martial arts students. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he realized his master might not be as harsh as he had first appeared. To ease Kai's apprehension, the young man then suggested imagining the beasts they would face were, in fact, their formidable professor. Kai's ears perked up at the suggestion, finding it a brilliant way to motivate himself for the upcoming battle. Their conversation, however, was not private. The professor overheard them, casting a glare filled with pure fury and irritation. The protagonist then reminded Kai that no beast could breach his defenses as long as his focus held firm. Suddenly, a man materialized on a holographic screen, ready to explain the tournament's intricate rules. He announced that taming 10 beasts would secure a perfect score, with a strict time limit of 10 minutes. Julia then heralded the tournament's commencement, summoning the first group of eager competitors to the arena. A soft pink light enveloped the arena, and Julia found herself swiftly transported into a space enclosed by an invisible barrier. Realizing she was in an entirely different location, she marveled at how such a confined space could house so many beasts. The girl then plunged into a dark expanse, where countless red eyes gleamed fixed upon her. From the shadows emerged several giant beavers, their sharp teeth bared, growling menacingly at the young girl. Staff firmly in hand, Julia braced herself, ready to confront the creatures with the full might of her magic. With a swift motion, she unleashed a bolt of purple lightning, declaring the capture of the small magical beasts. The lightning struck true, leaving the creatures paralyzed and helpless on the dark arena floor. The man on the screen elaborated, explaining that a purple smoke would emanate from any beast that submitted. This visual cue allowed professors to meticulously monitor each student's progress and assign scores with precision. One professor watched in utter shock, astonished by young Julia's incredible speed and efficiency in the tournament. The young girl completed her task with ease, earning a congratulatory nod from a professor as the next pair stepped forward. Her teacher, Linda, lauded her for finishing in a mere 3 minutes, to which Julia offered a happy thank you. The girl then inquired about the martial arts department's location, eager to watch her brother compete. Her teacher informed her that their department was scheduled last, so it would be a while before her brother's turn. As they waited, a mysterious woman observed the unfolding arena activity with keen, watchful interest. She mused, wondering if the protagonist could replicate his extraordinary feat from the entrance ceremony. 2 hours later, a student grumbled, lamenting his solitary point and fearing demotion from their class. Another student offered comfort, noting that, save for the elite, every mage had only managed a single point. Kai's desperation grew, a chilling doubt creeping in about their future in the martial arts department. Yet the protagonist calmly reassured him, asserting that they were no weaker than any of the mage classes. The professor cracked his knuckles, agreeing they were correct and should never underestimate their own strength. He elaborated that injuries were non-existent, as level 1 beasts simply lacked the capacity to harm humans. The master then asserted that in close quarters combat, their prowess far surpassed that of low-level mages. The students looked surprised by this unexpected encouragement, prompting a grumble from the professor, annoyed by their bratty reaction. Tichy, their representative, confirmed her findings. No one had indeed sustained any injuries. She added that most mages were utterly exhausted, having depleted all their mana during the test. Tichy also disclosed that the arena was ingeniously equipped with barriers, preventing students from being overwhelmed. She then offered crucial advice: flee if victory was impossible, and always manage their stamina wisely. The students erupted in grateful cheers, celebrating the invaluable tip, and the master inwardly approved of his representative choice. Suddenly, a man with a mocking smile interjected, claiming he'd overheard someone spying on his class. The newcomer settled into a seat, remarking coldly that without talent, only cowardly tricks remained. Sugarat addressed the man as Greg, who then announced he had come to inform them that their department was next. A sinister smile spread across his face as the man threatened to permanently shut down the martial arts department. The martial arts professor remained silent, his composure visibly shaken by the harsh threat. Greg pressed on, asserting that the department should never have been established at all. With a final, taunting laugh, he turned and left, Master Sugar watching him disappear. Lucas, reminded of bullies from his past life, glared at the departing man with seething hatred. The protagonist rose to his feet, declaring that as the top student, he would be the first to enter. The professor inquired if he was nervous, offering to send another student in his stead. With a look of steely determination, our hero refused, insisting he would indeed go first. His eyes began to glow, and the protagonist declared he would enter the arena first, precisely as he had planned all along. With a newfound resolve, he pledged to secure a high score, silencing every voice that dared to doubt them. His classmates, seeing his determination, felt a surge of energy, their shouts echoing with the promise to prove their department's worth. Professor Shigard watched their transformation, remembering the fear that had gripped them only moments ago. The young men recalled Tishi's wisdom, while the master inwardly considered them a collection of simpletons. 10 minutes later, our hero sprinted through Arena 10, skillfully navigating a chaotic maze of monsters. His fist clenched, the young man readied himself, preparing to unleash his abilities upon the creatures. He spotted the magical perception circles, deciding to steer clear of them to remain undetected in battle. A blue aura rippled from him as he prepared to reveal his true power, unseen by prying eyes. It was a known truth that a master could borrow a beast's abilities once their souls were profoundly linked. Meanwhile, in a distant cave, the wolf chewed idly on a bone, clearly bored by the current state of affairs. The creature pondered why its master would tap into its strength when he already possessed such immense power. Back in the arena, a colossal spectral blue wolf paw materialized, a clear display of his borrowed might. With that, the martial artist declared that overcoming the low-level magical beasts here was a simple task. Suddenly, a colossal, menacing owl appeared, soaring towards him with an intense, fierce gaze. The other creatures in the arena sensed the imminent danger, their panicked screeches urging everyone to flee from the high-level beast. The owl gathered crackling purple lightning in its talons, poised for a devastating strike. Then, the creature soared at breathtaking speed across the arena, showcasing its remarkable agility. Yet, our hero remained unshaken, preparing to meet the owl with his spectral blue wolf paw. He realized that to ease the path for the other students, he first needed to break this beast's will. The giant owl crashed to the ground, utterly dazed after being struck by the young man's powerful blow. He reasoned that the intimidating aura of a high-level beast would subdue the weaker creatures within the arena. At that, the creature bowed its head, a crimson aura of submission beginning to radiate from its form. A smile touched his lips as he accepted its submission, but he then declared his intent to tame every beast in the arena. He explained that he could not allow the visible signs of submission to escape beyond the barrier. The giant owl watched the young man, a flicker of confusion in its eyes as it tried to grasp his intentions. The protagonist turned, announcing his departure to seek out and tame the remaining beasts. Channeling the owl's subdued aura, he vanished, leaving the creature behind to screech that it never wished to see him again. Outside, the tournament scoreboard stubbornly displayed our hero's name with a discouraging 0 points. Kai grew desperate as time dwindled, but Julia urged him to stay calm, unwavering in her confidence that her brother would succeed. Professor Greg merely scoffed, his gaze fixed on the martial arts department's score. He then openly mocked them, pointing out that a score of 0 implied they couldn't even best the weakest beast. His students concurred, remarking that this clearly illustrated the stark difference between a martial artist and a mage. Professor Shigart remained silent, his gaze burning with intense anger directed at the other master. Julia, furious, shouted at him, demanding he cease mocking her brother, who she insisted was incredible even without magic. Greg felt a surge of irritation, inwardly believing the elite class was as misguided as Professor Linda for defending such a one. He then curtly informed the girl that the results were undeniable, leaving no room for further debate. Suddenly, the scoreboard flickered, revealing Lucas Ryan had earned his first point in the tournament. Kai and Tishy erupted in relieved celebration, for this meant he could remain within their department. Another professor scoffed at their celebration, proudly noting that the highest score in his own class was a solid 5. But to the man's utter astonishment, our protagonist's score continued its steady climb, relentlessly rising. As the score hit 5 points, Professor Greg's annoyance grew, fueled by the wild cheers erupting from the young man's classmates. The professor stared, unable to believe this department of so-called useless students had matched the score of his top pupil. Inside the arena, the young man had successfully intimidated every beast, thereby simplifying the scoring for his classmates. He then considered that all that remained was to achieve his perfect score and depart. With renewed purpose, the martial artist began taming all the creatures with astounding speed. One by one, the beasts fell subjugated beneath our protagonist's overwhelming power. Finally, he reached the 10th creature, and the formidable giant owl once more submitted to him. Witnessing the final result, Professor Greg was utterly stunned, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. The scoreboard then flashed, announcing that Lucas Ryan had achieved 10 points, a perfect score in the tournament. His little sister overflowed with joy, her eyes shining as she exclaimed, "That's my brother!" A collective gasp rippled through the stands. The other students could scarcely believe the martial arts department had achieved the maximum possible score. The young man gently patted Julia's head, and she looked up at him with shining eyes, affirming that she had always known he could accomplish such a feat. Suddenly, Professor Greg's voice boomed across the arena, declaring it impossible for a martial arts freshman to tame 10 formidable beasts. He then pointed an accusing finger at the young man, loudly claiming he must have used an imposter to take the test. Little Julia bristled with anger at the unfair accusation, but her brother remained perfectly calm, his expression unruffled by the unfolding drama. In an instant, an inspector seized Greg by the face, sternly stating that the protagonist had done nothing wrong. The inspector's gaze hardened as he challenged Greg, asking if he dared to insinuate that an official inspector would accept a bribe to permit cheating. Greg's face blanched with terror. He had completely forgotten about the inspectors and now understood that confronting them was a grave mistake. He stammered an apology, and the inspector, unfazed, announced he would investigate the barrier to get a definitive answer. Kai grumbled about the judging becoming a mockery, but the hero calmly advised him to settle down. With a confident smile, the young man stated plainly that he had nothing to hide from anyone at the academy. 10 minutes later, inside the arena, the giant creature was seen looking extremely frightened. The magical barrier then dissipated, and the other creatures looked towards the sudden light with surprise and confusion. They realized the powerful human had vanished, and the outside world was finally visible to them. With a piercing screech, the creature urged everyone to escape, and the beasts immediately bolted for freedom. However, one of the inspectors quickly raised his magic staff, preparing to intervene in their frantic escape. He then cast a powerful containment spell directly towards the fleeing creatures. The magic struck an old beast squarely, trapping it in the air with a shimmering rope of golden energy. The inspector observed that while agitated, the beasts were certainly not weak enough to have warranted replacement. One of the men then turned to his colleague, directly asking if he believed the students' scores were truly fair. The head inspector replied that he found no evidence of wrongdoing, though something undeniably strange had happened to the creatures. They decided to send all 10 beasts for a full inspection and resume the tournament without further delay. An announcement soon followed, confirming no problems had been found, and the next competitor was instructed to prepare. The protagonist found it intriguing that, even without concrete proof, they still refused to fully believe in his abilities, yet he wore a confident look, appearing one step ahead of everyone at the academy. He glanced towards Tishy and his master, a knowing thought in his mind. The real surprise was yet to come. The scene then shifted to Tishy, who ran into the arena, ready for her own test. With a determined look, the girl silently told herself that she absolutely could not lose to Lucas. Inside the barrier, the young woman confronted a fierce gray wolf and braced herself for battle. The girl lunged forward, delivering a swift sequence of powerful blows to the gray wolf with remarkable agility. She thought that if she couldn't defeat it within 30 seconds, she would change tactics and head straight for the gate. She then leaped onto the creature's back, continuing her assault, determined to finish it quickly. The wolf, however, suddenly caught the hero's scent and wondered if he was still somewhere in the arena. Tishy prepared another strike with her clenched fist, aiming to decisively end the battle. But to her great surprise, the creature instantly submitted, leaving the girl astonished by the wolf's unexpected reaction. She wondered how a level 3 shadow wolf could have submitted so easily and so quickly. The young woman became pensive, questioning if it was a mere coincidence or if there was something more at play. With a confident smile, she realized that perhaps her department was not so weak after all. With that newfound resolve, she moved on to the next creature, attacking it with a powerful punch to the face. Her score then rose rapidly as she defeated a giant boar with surprising ease. Kai cheered for her excitedly as her score continued to climb relentlessly on the scoreboard. The girl shouted with fierce determination, successfully taming her 6th creature in the academy tournament. A saber-toothed tiger was startled, and she swiftly reached 9 points in the arena. The final creature was defeated, and the young woman achieved the maximum score of 10 in the tournament. The scoreboard then brightly announced that Tishy Himaru had also achieved a perfect score of 10 points. Kai was stunned, commenting that she was even faster than the protagonist in her test. The girl then requested that these beasts also be sent for a detailed inspection. She reflected that perhaps the beasts were not so frightening, and that martial artists were not inherently weaker than others. The third match commenced, revealing another student swiftly overcoming a purple bat creature. With a beam of golden energy, the young man vanquished the beast, celebrating his hard-won victory. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he boasted of his perfect score of 10 in the tournament. Match 4 brought forth a green-haired youth who landed a powerful kick against a towering gorilla. A confident grin adorned his features as he too celebrated his flawless 10 points. Next, Kai entered the arena, striking a saber-toothed tiger with a potent, accurate punch to its face. The creature submitted, and the white-haired young man joyfully celebrated his triumph. He then offered a thumbs up, signaling that he too had achieved the maximum score. The scoreboard then illuminated, revealing an astonishing sight. Every martial arts student had achieved a perfect score. This monumental achievement propelled them directly to the top of the rankings, now tied with the esteemed elite class. Professor Sugarrat permitted himself a subtle, knowing smile, clearly beaming with pride for his students. Retrieving his flask, he took a long drink, appearing noticeably more relaxed and content. The subsequent inspection confirmed no issues with either the beasts or the tournament's protective barrier. Director Otani, however, pondered why the martial arts department's scores were so uniformly exceptional. An inspector theorized that the magical attacks from other students had simply frightened the beasts. The director countered, observing that the martial artists seemed to strike even greater fear into the creatures. With that assessment, he declared that next year, the martial arts department would compete first in the tournament. Professor Greg gasped in shock, realizing this decision cemented a tie with the elite for first place. Professor Sugarrat merely fixed Greg with a superior glare, a silent assertion of victory after the director's pronouncement. Calmly, the director inquired if Greg held any objection to the decision he had just made. Greg then challenged the fairness of it all, convinced their success was born purely of luck. The director replied that luck itself was a component of skill, leaving Greg stunned into silence. Another man concurred, emphasizing that the scores could not be discarded, as the students were blameless. With that, the director ordered the results announced, and Greg, seething with anger and frustration, conceded. Professor Greg watched Sugarrat and Linda depart, vowing to keep a vigilant eye on both of them. A furious expression twisted his features, clearly indicating he was already plotting against the rival department. After Greg's exit, the director and another man quietly discussed the tournament's unusual outcome. The man asserted that this matter touched upon the department's very existence, implying the director held crucial information. Director Otani stated he could not yet share the full details of what he knew regarding the situation. Yet he promised it was nothing detrimental to the school, resolving to feign ignorance for the time being. The scene then shifted to the bustling martial arts students' dormitory building at the academy. Kai celebrated his perfect score with gusto, exclaiming he needed to inform his father without delay. His roommates joined in the celebration, marveling at how much stronger they had all grown since the entrance exam. Our protagonist silently acknowledged that no one suspected him. His intricate plan had unfolded perfectly. Kai then inquired how they planned to spend the 20 bonus points earned for their first place finish. One young man declared he would save his, adding that he still owed their hero a meal. Kai then offered the obvious solution: use the points to acquire materials for the following month's combat training. Our protagonist's interest was piqued, and he promptly asked about this upcoming combat training. They explained that the training would occur in Allen Tower, the Academy's official proving ground. Within its depths lay an illusory world, teeming with various races and beasts for students to confront. However, only 100 freshmen were permitted entry, with the 12 from the elite class having guaranteed spots. Kai's excitement surged, stating that with all of them scoring 10s, their entry into the tower training was assured. At that, his other classmates asked where he was headed, and the young man announced he was off to buy equipment. With that, the two dashed off, and our hero mused to himself that every martial artist harbored a deep yearning for greater strength. Sipping his tea, the young man reflected that ensuring everyone scored highly in the tournament had indeed been the correct decision. Kai then invited him to the material shop, but our protagonist politely declined the offer. Suddenly, his roommate's gaze fixed, becoming hypnotized by a strange pendant dangling before him. Our hero revealed that Professor Sugarrat had given him the pendant, which he now wished to examine. Kai gazed at the pendant in Lucas's hand. "Isn't this only given to the top 3, those with perfect scores in the tournament?" he questioned. Kai admitted our hero was lucky that his turn came before Lady Tishi, or the pendant would have been hers. Lucas simply smirked. "Luck, it seems, is my greatest asset." Kai then told Lucas he was heading to the market to catch up with Alto and the others. With a wave, he bid our protagonist farewell. Meanwhile, in the bustling grounds, a crowd gathered before a massive scoreboard, its luminous display showing the recent tournament results. Students gasped in awe. The martial arts department had claimed first place, every single one of their participants achieving a perfect score. Frustration boiled over as a student angrily kicked their leg against a nearby pillar. It was Ryla, a student of Professor Greg from the magic department, seething at their failure. For 3 consecutive years, victory should have been theirs. "My father prepared for 10 years, she muttered, "and it all crumbled in a single day." Suddenly, a pink, ethereal dagger woven from magic zipped over Ryla's head, aimed straight for the scoreboard. A new figure approached, grimacing. "They took 20 slots for Aaron Tower." His expression darkened. "Those slots," he declared, "are meant for us magicians only." Another student tried to interject, mentioning the examiners found no cheating. The first guy dismissed him with a contemptuous wave. He then summoned his magical dagger back. The dagger flew back into his grasp. "I heard," he he whispered. The martial arts department bribed the teachers at the Magic Beast base. A brown-haired student chimed in. It's easy for Kai, a son of the wealthy Toroi family, to arrange such things. A blue-haired man, radiating a faint energy as he adjusted his spectacles, confirmed. I did see one of the Toroi young masters at the material shop earlier. This was Andre, another student of Greg's. He bought the last of the training equipment, Andre added. Using those extra points they get for bulk buying, he mused. Valuable materials will be out of stock for everyone else. Rila gripped her wand tighter. A sinister smile spread across her face. Shouldn't we, she purred, correct their speed of growth ourselves? Later, as dusk settled, a dagger flashed through the deepening forest. Ryla's team had cornered 2 students from the martial arts department. One lay groaning, a fresh, gaping scar marring his back. His companions saw the wound was poisoned, realizing he needed to treat his friend immediately. If it's points you want, he pleaded with their attackers, I'll gladly give them to you. Without a word, Ryla's magical vines lashed out, sending him flying. Another attacker froze his legs. The vines then brutally plunged into his chest, splattering blood everywhere. The student crumpled, crying out in agony. Ryla stepped closer, telling him they didn't want points. The fallen student choked out. Then what do you want? Ryla advanced slowly. She produced a small red bottle. With a dark smile, she commanded, crawl back to martial arts like this. Tell everyone in your class that your lives are less than insects. Their pained screams echoed as the sun dipped below the horizon. Hours later, Lucas and Kai were frantically searching the forest for Alto and Decio. Kai, less concerned, remarked, they're often late because of their part-time jobs. Why so worried? Our hero's expression was grim. This time, he replied, it's different. He had never before detected such a strong scent of blood along this particular path. His eyes suddenly fixated on something. He bolted forward, leaving Kai in his dust. Kai followed, calling out, why the sudden rush? Behind a dense thicket, they found a hand. On closer inspection, Alto and Decio lay there, grievously wounded. Who on earth could have done this? Kai whispered, horrified. Our protagonist knelt, gently lifting Alto. Alto, barely conscious, rasped. It was Ryla, from Greg's class. She severed my meridians, he managed, before succumbing to unconsciousness. At these words, a profound rage consumed our protagonist. His face became expressionless, and his body began to glow with a fierce blue aura. Alto! Kai's cry ripped through the air. Our hero quickly reassured him. Calm down. Alto is alive, just unconscious. Skillfully, he pressed Alto's pressure points, stemming the blood flow, then directed Kai. Find the medicine, quickly! Without a word, Kai dashed away, a blur of motion. As he tended to them, a chilling realization struck our protagonist. Both Alto's and Desio's bones were shattered. This was the infamous bone-crushing art, a brutal technique favored by black market assassins. A clenched fist slammed against the ground. To use such a cruel technique on his teammates, the thought boiled his blood. This wasn't bullying, it was attempted murder. His face darkened, shadowed by fury. From Decio, a pained whisper escaped. Father, mother, it hurts. Our hero's eyes snapped to him. Don't worry, he vowed softly. I will avenge you. As he gently propped Decio against a nearby tree, Kai reappeared, Tishy close behind. Tishy's voice was urgent. How are Alto and Decio? He calmly explained, their lives aren't in danger, but they'll need several days to recover. Handing the medicine to Lucas, Kai added, it's all thanks to you for the first aid. I'm going to the student council tomorrow to complain, Tishy declared, her anger palpable. Lucas, his teeth clenched, simply told her, don't. Tishy recoiled, surprised. Lucas, our hero, radiated an intense pressure, utterly unlike his usual demeanor. With a grim, serious expression, Lucas declared, I will get revenge for this grievance. Later, in the solemn student council room, the student council head began, so you wish to challenge student from Mr. Greg's class to a duel, correct? Standing before him, our hero, Tishy and Kai, affirmed, yes. If we win, we demand an apology from the attackers. If they win, I will offer an S-rank item. The head then questioned, do you have proof that students from Greg's class were responsible? He gestured towards an item, and is this the S-rank item you wish to wager? With a seemingly careless flick, he let it slip from his grasp. My apologies, he murmured. My hands slipped. Then, his voice hardening, he added, for such a major event, this item is rather cheap. His eyes darkened, lost in thought. An S-rank item is priceless, Kai retorted, bristling. Our hero, however, stopped him. Turning to the council head with a grim expression, he asked, then what would be appropriate? The council head pondered for a moment. I think something unique to the school would be best. Ah, right. For example, with a sinister expression, he continued, the qualification for entry to the Aaron Tower. How about this? The losing side permanently forfeits their qualification for entry into the Aaron Tower. Our hero agreed instantly, a faint smile playing on his lips. The duel was set for 2 days later, instantly capturing the attention of the entire student body. Students disgruntled by the martial arts department's dominance cheered for Greg's students, while Greg himself seemed pleased by his students' malicious actions. Sugar Red, on the other hand, offered no comment. Instead, he simply intensified the practical combat training for his own martial arts students. 2 days swiftly passed, bringing the day of the duel. The arena hummed with a massive, expectant crowd. 3 students were selected from each department to face off in individual matches. Ryla, with a shady smile, leaned into our hero. "Apologize now, and perhaps I'll forgive you." Our hero merely replied, "You don't know how this battle will turn out." The referee's announcement echoed. "Let the duel begin." Kai stepped forward, facing off against Andre, a magician with spectacles. Kai launched himself at the magician, dagger clutched tightly, moving with full force. In response, Andre swiftly summoned multiple magic circles, conjuring a flurry of ice shards in the air. He unleashed the deadly shards towards Kai, but to Andre's surprise, Kai deflected every single one. Deflecting the final shard, Kai declared, "Is that all you've got?" Andre adjusted his spectacles, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He mused inwardly that his foolish adversary had walked right into his trap, oblivious to their fate. Suddenly, a chilling sensation ran through Kai. He glanced down to find the ground around him encrusted with fallen ice shards, his legs now encased and immobile. Andre advanced, a smug smile playing on his lips, declaring there was no escape. Raising his wand, Andre conjured multiple magic circles, striking a cool pose as he touched his glasses. "Farewell, little noble boy," he sneered. Kai braced himself, ready to face the imminent assault. Andre unleashed a barrage of sharp icicles upon the trapped Kai. Drops of blood splattered onto the frozen ground. Andre observed the outcome, a look of satisfaction on his face. "This is what happens when you provoke a magician," he declared. Kai hung limp against the icy mountain, a faint murmur escaping his lips. Andre closed in, demanding to know if Kai intended to surrender, and to speak louder if so. From the sidelines, Rila scoffed, "A weakling remains a weakling." She cast a sidelong glance at Lucas, urging him to concede defeat. Lucas, his face darkened, curtly told Ryla to be silent. The sudden intensity from Lucas visibly startled Ryla. With a dark smile, Kai produced an orb of molten lava, challenging Andre. "Can your ice magic truly freeze lava from the treacherous Beat Mountain range?" Ryla, in a frantic panic, shouted for Andre to retreat, warning of the danger, but it was already too late. A tremendous explosion rocked the center of the stage. Andre slid backward, emerging from the dense smoke. A bead of sweat trickled down Andre's face as he wondered if Kai was insane, detonating a lava slime jelly so close to himself. Did he have no regard for his own life? From the dissipating smoke, Kai appeared directly behind Andre, his eyes blazing crimson. Andre spun around swiftly to defend, but Kai was faster, plunging a dagger into him. Andre grunted in agony as blood splattered. Andre stumbled backward, desperately trying to create space. Onlookers gasped in horror, noticing Kai's legs were severely burned. Kai had willingly sacrificed his own legs to shatter the ice prison, a testament to his insane resolve. With tears in his eyes, Kai grinned, recalling Lucas's words. "Once you shatter the spell he's so proud of, the opening is yours." Andre, still grunting in pain, muttered in disbelief that a mere martial artist could wound him. Annoyed, Andre launched another attack, confident Kai, being wounded, couldn't possibly dodge. But to Andre's astonishment, Kai produced yet another lava slime. He detonated it behind his own back, triggering another massive explosion. The force propelled Kai forward like a projectile, dagger clenched in hand, directly at Andre. Andre's ice magic struck Kai's hand, instantly freezing it. Yet Kai seemed utterly unaffected, his expression growing even more ferocious. A flicker of fear crossed Andre's face as he frantically told Kai to keep his distance. Kai closed the gap, delivering a brutal headbutt to Andre. Andre's glasses shattered, and blood welled from his face. Andre was sent flying backward, bouncing several times before finally coming to a stop. He lay still against a rock, utterly unable to move. The referee stepped forward, announcing the result, and declaring Kai the victor of the first match. Kai, claiming to be in peak condition, accepted a recovery medicine from Lucas. Lucas, meanwhile, inwardly mused that this peak condition was likely due to the power enhancement potion he'd secretly added to Kai's breakfast. Kai's thoughts then turned to Tishy, wondering if she would fare well against her opponent. With the first match concluded, Tishy now stepped forward to face her own adversary. Tishy stretched an arm, the crowd's murmurs reaching her ears. They whispered that Andre had held back against Kai, attributing it to Kai's prominent Teroi lineage. Tishy's eyes narrowed, a thought brewing. They simply refused to acknowledge a martial artist's triumph over a magician. Suddenly, a volley of projectiles launched toward Tishy, which she narrowly evaded with a quick dodge. These projectiles were seeds, fired from the assailant's vine-like hands. Tishy knew instantly that a direct hit would have shattered her into countless fragments. Ryla unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp vines, lashing out at Tishy. Tishy met the assault with raw brute force, shredding the vines as she closed the distance between them. In a blur, she appeared directly before Ryla, her palm held flat, just inches from Ryla's face. Then, with decisive power, she slammed Ryla hard onto the ground. Ryla coughed up blood, murmuring in disbelief, "She's only level 1. How is she so fast?" But she quickly recovered, her eyes beginning to glow with renewed power. Just as Rila prepared to launch a counterattack, Tishi swiftly caught her arm. Tishi then spoke, reminding Rila of a core principle within the martial arts department. "There's a teaching," Tishi stated, her eyes glowing with serious determination, "to protect human life." Tishi then shouted her magic spell, "Magic plant!" Yet, before the words could fully leave her lips, Rila struck her mana meridians with perfect precision. Rila finally ceased her assault, a wisp of smoke rising from her fist. From the sidelines, Kai murmured, "As expected of Lady Tishi." Rila grumbled in pain as Tishi turned and walked away, a final declaration hanging in the air. Never trample a martial artist's pride. Rila lay flat on the ground as the referee's voice echoed, announcing Tishi as the winner of the second match. Later, the camera shifted to Rila's hands. Tiny poison needles slipped unnoticed from her unconscious grasp. From a window, a male teacher shouted in outrage, "She had something so dangerous hidden!" The blue-clad teacher questioned, "Why was such a thing allowed?" The student council head merely brushed off the concern, "You're overthinking it." In the end, no one was harmed. Meanwhile, Teacher Greg grew increasingly uncomfortable, faced with 2 consecutive losses. He desperately needed a win to secure the tickets to Allen Tower. But a flicker of hope remained. He still had an ace up his sleeve, his gaze falling upon Lucas. Lucas then calmly stepped onto the stage. He faced off against a male magician student. The commentator's voice boomed, announcing the commencement of the third match. The magician vanished in a flash. Our hero, Lucas, quickly sharpened his focus. He perceived the magician moving with incredible speed. The magician left a trail of afterimages as he circled Lucas. Tishi and Kai watched, surprised, wondering how Lucas would respond to such speed. Meanwhile, Lucas quietly deliberated on the optimal amount of power to unleash. Then, with a sudden burst of power from his legs, he dashed forward. He instantly appeared before the magician, having decided on using just 5% of his full strength. The magician recoiled, startled. "Impossible," he thought. "How did he find me?" Yet our hero's attack missed its mark. The magician glanced at Lucas's hand, which had narrowly missed striking near his head. The magician quickly retreated, then launched a magical dagger directly at Lucas. For a fleeting moment, Lucas thought he had merely imagined a terrifying presence. Still unnerved, the magician activated his wand. The dagger, now imbued with magic, returned, grazing our hero's neck. Lucas remained silent, his expression unreadable. The magician leapt into the air, dagger raised, declaring, "You won't withstand my bone-shattering art." He swung his dagger viciously at our hero. To his shock, the magician felt no resistance in his strike. Why did my bone-shattering art have no effect on Lucas? He wondered. Lucas dodged, then countered with a swift movement, stating, quote, "Don't think you're winning without taking any damage." Meanwhile, Kai was sweating, mesmerized by the high-paced battle unfolding before him. The magician slid back towards Lucas, attempting to launch a sneak attack. He launched his dagger directly at Lucas's face. But to his utter surprise, Lucas caught his hand mid-motion, stopping it just short. "Now," Lucas declared, looking at him, "it's my turn." Lucas's foot struck the earth with surprising force. A cloud of dust erupted, shrouding both Lucas and the magician in a dense smokescreen, obscuring them from prying eyes. The magician reeled in disbelief, stunned that a martial artist, supposedly a mere level 1, could generate such power from a single kick. Lucas's gaze sharpened, telling the magician that now, with their privacy secured, there was no need to worry about onlookers. He then asked if the magician was ready. Panic flared in the magician's eyes, and he hastily conjured his magic dagger, but before he could even swing it, Lucas moved like a blur, snatching the weapon away and slamming the magician violently to the ground. He then plunged the dagger into the magician's palm. With a crack, the magical blade shattered, dissolving into thin air. A guttural grunt of pain escaped the magician's lips, his palm throbbing and bleeding. "Doesn't this scene feel familiar to you?" Lucas asked, a chilling edge to his voice. He pressed on. "How does it feel to be stabbed by your own weapon, the very one you used against Alto that day?" As he spoke, Lucas lunged into the air, raising his leg for a kick, unleashing only 2% of his immense strength. The kick connected, sending the magician flying through the air. It landed perfectly on the magician's face, leaving a clear imprint. The magician coughed blood, his cries echoing in agony. Lucas's eyes glowed crimson as he swiftly closed the distance, his fist poised for another strike. Meanwhile, the magician's mind raced, wondering why his magic wouldn't obey, fearing the last attack had severed his magical meridians. Beyond the swirling smokescreen, the onlookers grew increasingly anxious, utterly unaware of the brutal confrontation unfolding within. Just as Lucas's punch was about to connect with the magician's battered face, the magician screamed, "I surrender!" His admission of defeat echoed as the smoke began to clear. Lucas froze, his attack halted, but an undeniable dissatisfaction lingered on his face. From the crowd, Teacher Greg, the magician's own instructor, bellowed, "Why are you giving up? You can easily defeat him with your abilities." He spoke from ignorance, having never witnessed Lucas's true strength. Lucas's teacher, Sugarat, internally scoffed at Greg's ineptitude, unable to perceive the severe state his student, the magician, was truly in. Lucas's classmates from the martial arts department erupted in cheers, praising him for securing their final victory. One student excitedly remarked that perhaps martial artists truly could triumph in duels against mages. Suddenly, Tishi's eyes widened in utter shock. The magician, miraculously holding a dagger once more, lunged at Lucas from behind in a treacherous sneak attack. Before the blow could land, Lucas simply vanished. He reappeared behind the magician, his hands glowing with a soft yellow aura. With 2 fingers, he gripped the magician's neck, employing a strange martial technique. The magician choked out a question, wondering what Lucas had done, feeling as if something vital was draining from his body. With tear-filled eyes, the magician finally succumbed, losing consciousness. He collapsed, passing out cold, his face hitting the ground with a dull thud. Looking down at the fallen figure, Lucas stated that when the magician employed the bone-crushing technique, he should have considered the possibility of being counterattacked by the same method. The referee's voice boomed, announcing that despite the magician's treacherous sneak attack after surrendering, Lucas had decisively defeated his opponent, securing complete victory for the martial arts department. Meanwhile, Lucas's cousin, who had witnessed the technique, was consumed by shock, utterly unable to comprehend what she had seen. The technique resembled meridian severance, an advanced art detailed in ancient texts. Julia, her companion, asked what had happened. Lost in thought, she didn't respond, pondering that no martial artist in the Empire had successfully used such a technique in a century. A single question burned in her mind. Lucas, who exactly are you? The martial arts students continued their cheers, showering compliments on the 3 victors as they made their way back to the dormitory. A girl, grinning after watching her teammates' matches, declared that mages weren't so strong after all. From now on, she vowed, she'd challenge any mage who dared to look down on her. Tisha urged her to calm down, reminding her that today they had simply performed better than usual. Suddenly, the overconfident girl bumped into a figure that felt as solid as a wall. It was none other than Teacher Sugarette, who, with crossed arms and a stern gaze, chastised them for becoming cocky after a mere minor victory. Frightened, the girl meekly mentioned that they had also won the taming tournament. Teacher Sugarette clarified that their taming victory was merely due to the beast being under intense stress from the prolonged attacks of the previous students. In other words, it had simply been luck. He then asserted that only the 3 duel matches had been won through genuine skill. Pointing to the winners, he declared that only they possessed true ability, not the entire martial arts department. So let me ask you, he continued, do you intend to live your entire lives as mere hangers-on to the strong? Even if you are unreasonably attacked and nearly killed, like Collins and Alto were? Are you content to leave revenge, and even your own survival, to the hands of others? Before turning away, Teacher Sugarette delivered his final words. If you truly believe such a way of living is acceptable, you will never become strong. He then walked away, suggesting they would be better off quitting the martial arts department immediately. Stung by the harsh truth, the overconfident girl now declared, "This is truly frustrating. I will definitely get stronger and prove myself." Lucas reflected that his teacher was right. Confidence was important, but it must never overshadow rigorous training. After distancing himself from the students, now in a quiet garden, the teacher was halted by the click of high heels. A woman's voice remarked, "You're really starting to act like a proper homeroom teacher." Teacher Sugarette replied that he simply didn't want them to end up like him, then inquired about her purpose for visiting. The blonde woman, leaning against a tree, handed him an envelope sealed with red wax. The scene then shifted to the hands of the defeated magician, whose magical meridians were now bursting in a grotesque spiderweb pattern. The young man stared at his hand, a pained grumble escaping his lips. The night fell, and a horse carriage, driven with urgency, sped towards the magnificent clock tower. A man burst into the building, his fist tightly clenched, his face a mask of fury. He slammed his hand onto a nearby table, demanding to know how a simple freshman duel could have escalated into such a disaster. He roared that his son, Bike, had his magical meridians shattered, forever losing the ability to wield magic. The headmaster listened in stunned silence, uncertain how to address the situation. His face contorted with pure rage, he insisted the headmaster impose severe punishment and disband the martial arts department, holding them accountable. Bike's father's attention suddenly shifted to the shattering sound of a liquor bottle hitting the ground. Teacher Sugarette entered, calmly stating that the perpetrator certainly deserved punishment. He then revealed that all 3 of Greg's students had employed the identical magic previously used on Colin and Alto, strongly implicating them as the ones who severely injured his own students. With a grave expression, he urged the headmaster to punish Greg and his students severely, strictly adhering to school regulations. The teacher inwardly lamented, convinced those 3 foolish students had even resorted to forbidden, illegal arts to overpower their opponents in the duel. Teacher Greg, however, wondered why this accusation was being brought up at such an inconvenient moment. The teacher then loudly questioned Teacher Greg for attempting to change the subject, when the focus remained on who was responsible for his student being struck by a forbidden technique. Teacher Sugarette, maintaining a calm demeanor, explained that the technique's forbidden nature remained unconfirmed, and a meridian crusher was far beyond the capabilities of a rookie martial artist. Bike's father conceded in his thoughts. It was indeed unlikely that Ryan's incompetent son, scorned by the gods, could possibly command an ancient forbidden technique. Teacher Greg then waved a dismissive finger, asserting that an advanced martial artist, however, could certainly wield a forbidden technique. He pointed out that the only advanced martial artist present at the duel site was Teacher Sugarrat himself. Teacher Greg then fixed his gaze on Teacher Sugarrat. He stepped closer, confronting Sugarrat face to face, and lightly tapped his finger on Sugarrat's chest, implying, "Could it be that you are the true culprit?" Sugarrat retorted that if he possessed such a forbidden technique, he would have used it on Teacher Greg long ago. The headmaster interjected, asking how Sugarrat then explained Bike's current devastating condition. Teacher Sugarrat simply suggested it might be Bike's own karma. He recalled a conversation with Lucas, who had denied using forbidden techniques, offering a different theory instead. Lucas had speculated that Bike was illicitly acquiring dirty techniques from the black market, paying enormous sums for them. Lucas had further theorized that perhaps those from the black market grew concerned about their secrets being exposed. Sugarrat finished Lucas's thought, suggesting a powerful figure from the underworld had seized the opportunity of the duel to make their move. Back in the present, the headmaster stroked his chin thoughtfully, deep in contemplation. Bike's father scoffed, refusing to believe such ridiculous rumors could simply dismiss the matter. Teacher Greg agreed, calling it mere speculation. Sugarrat argued it was still more plausible than a beginner martial artist wielding an ancient forbidden technique. Regardless, he stressed, someone capable of such power had indeed been present. Teacher Sugarrat then issued a stern warning to Bike's father. Carelessly incurring that person's wrath would lead to grave consequences. The scene then shifted to a different section of the Grand Clock Tower. Inside the colossal library, Director Otani moved along a corridor, a lamp illuminating his path. He finally stopped before a particular book, a triumphant, "Found it!" escaping his lips. Holding the book, he observed its dust-free surface, a clear sign of recent use. Placing the lamp on the floor, he began to rapidly flip through the book's pages. His eyes halted on a page depicting the very two-finger claw technique Lucas had employed during the duel. A satisfied grin spread across his face as he murmured, "Just as I thought." He then erupted into a burst of laughter. Meanwhile, the scene transitioned to the hot springs, nestled deep within the magical Beast Mountain range. There, our hero poured a potent potion into the spring, thinking it was time to complete Alto and Colin's treatment. Alto and Colin sat, unclad, submerged in the steaming waters of the spring. The potion quickly diffused, transforming the spring into a dazzling blue. Alto let out a pained grunt as his body shimmered with ethereal glitters. The potion began to work its magic on his bandaged wounds. Streams of brilliant blue energy coursed through his muscles, mending them. Colin, too, grumbled in discomfort as the recovery process took hold. Blue energy flowed, repairing his muscles and tendons with the potion's powerful touch. Our hero watched them, silently acknowledging their pain but urging them to endure just a little longer. He clenched his fist, a determined expression on his face. He declared that even martial artists possess the ability to employ healing techniques, just like mages. Days blurred into one another, and the focus of our tale now settled upon Dak Town, a place dominated by a formidable castle, its high concrete fences reaching toward the sky. Into this imposing town, a horse-drawn carriage clattered, its arrival heralded by the coachman's booming voice. From within, Lucas's father emerged, tenderly helping his wife descend, a smile of anticipation on his face as he spoke of their children, whom they would soon embrace. Lucas's mother surveyed the familiar surroundings, her gaze sweeping over the town as she remarked that time seemed to have left this place untouched. Noticing a shadow cross his wife's face, Lucas's father, Holt, gently called out her name, Catherine. Catherine offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry," she said. "I was merely lost in a memory of the past." As they stood, a lone figure on horseback approached the couple. Lucas's mother's eyes, upon seeing him, welled up with tears of pure joy. The young man dismounted, stepping forward. It was signed Miranda, Catherine's younger brother and the father of Iwa. For those who might have forgotten, Iwa was Lucas's cousin, a talented young mage who had achieved the second position in the magical department, just behind young Julia. Sign, seeing his sister, offered a heartfelt greeting. A decade earlier, under a sky-stained dark crimson, the beast folk tribes had unleashed a devastating assault upon the Empire's borders. This marked the beginning of frequent and brutal conflicts in the region. Humanity, united against this threat, had fought fiercely. For 3 days and 3 nights, the battle raged, leaving both sides with heavy casualties. Amidst the chaos, a young Catherine stood, her magic blazing as she fought valiantly against the encroaching beasts. A cunning beast, unnoticed, launched a sneak attack, its claws poised to strike her down. But in a flash, young Knight Commander Holt Ryan intervened, his blades swiftly severing the beast's head, shielding Catherine and enveloping her in his protective embrace. Holt Ryan was a master of martial arts, his strength and skill unmatched. Catherine, on the other hand, commanded the arcane arts, a powerful magician. Having faced the brink of death side by side, an undeniable bond formed between them, blossoming into love. They vowed then and there to spend their lives together as one. Yet, Catherine's father, Duke Miranda, vehemently opposed their union. In a heartbreaking decision, Catherine chose her love, severing all ties with the Miranda family. And so, after countless years, these siblings found themselves reunited here, at the Allen Magic Academy. Back in the present, Sign observed how swiftly time had flown. As they walked, their conversation flowed easily. Sign mentioned he'd heard glowing reports of her children's excellence, adding that their father had even remarked on Julia's striking resemblance to Catherine in her youth. Catherine's face lit up in surprise. "So he acknowledges Julia and the others," she mused, a hopeful tremor in her voice. Sign then asked if she would consider returning home, confessing that deep down, their father had always wished to see her. A wave of happiness washed over Catherine at this revelation. Sign let out a soft sigh. "Yes," he clarified, "but only you." Catherine understood immediately. Her father still harbored resentment and would not welcome Holt, her husband. Holt, having overheard their conversation from behind, stepped forward. "Go on ahead," he encouraged her gently. "I need to report to the front lines anyway." Her heart ached for her father to accept Holt as well. She turned to her husband, about the protest. Holt interrupted, his voice firm yet loving. "It's fine, Catherine. I'm just glad they'll let you return home, even if it's alone. I'll come pick you up once the campaign ends." With that, he turned and walked purposefully toward the town gates. Sign watched him go, a silent thought forming in his mind. Holt, swallowing his pride for Catherine's sake, had secretly sought his help to reconcile her with their father. He truly was a good husband. Yet the old duke still couldn't forgive the fact that his noble mage daughter had married a mere martial artist. Sign's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. If only, someday, if only someone could emerge to shatter society's entrenched prejudice against martial artists. At that very moment, the scene shifted, finding Lucas in a distant location, mid-sneeze. Rubbing his nose, Lucas wondered aloud if he'd caught a cold. Despite his rigorous training, he, his sister Julia, and Kai were walking together, Kai laden with food. Julia teasingly remarked on Kai's unusual generosity in buying food for others. Indeed, Kai was burdened with numerous lunchboxes and bags of food. He chuckled, promising Julia that once Alto and the others fully recovered, he'd make sure they treated him in return. Lucas chimed in, finding no fault in Kai's plan. Nearby, magician students murmured amongst themselves. "Look, it's the martial arts department's Luck King," one whispered. "Apparently, an assassin attacked Pike right before their duel, and he only won by sheer luck." Another voice chimed in, "Blessed with luck 3 times in a row? What's the deal with that?" Julia, who had been silently absorbing their disparaging remarks about her brother, began to stir. She slowly turned toward the gossiping students, a demonic shadow seeming to fall over them. They instantly blanched, falling silent as she demanded to know whose gossip she was hearing. Kai quickly told Lucas he would take the lunch to the dorm, suggesting Lucas go to the cafeteria with Julia first. Lucas readily agreed, leaving Julia behind, still delivering a stern lecture to the now terrified gossips. Later, at a cafeteria table, Julia took a spoonful of food, her face transforming into an expression of pure delight. Lucas, taking a bite from his bread, noticed her hairpin. "Is that new?" he asked. She confirmed it was, explaining that Awa-chan had given it to her as a gift from the Miranda family. As he chewed, Lucas internally mused that it was no surprise the Miranda family sought to reconnect with Julia, hoping to mend family ties. She was, after all, an undeniable genius mage. Pushing some of his own food closer to Julia, he urged her to get along well with Iwa, for their mother's sake. Julia, hearing quote, "Mother," remembered, "Speaking of mother, I need to write a letter informing her I've become class representative." From behind, a blue-haired girl, having overheard, stepped forward and warmly congratulated Julia on her new position. Leaning in conspiratorially, the blue-haired girl declared that Julia would undoubtedly become a pillar of the school in the future, assuring her of unwavering support. Just then, a nearby girl abruptly rose from her seat with a loud thud, startling the blue-haired girl. The girl then hurried away, bumping shoulders with another student, who indignantly demanded to know where she was looking. A close-up from behind revealed a black-haired woman with bangs framing her forehead, her teeth clenched in silent fury. In the quiet confines of a teacher's office, a short time ago, a tense conversation was unfolding. A student stood stiffly before the desk, listening as her seated teacher delivered a difficult assessment. "Your abilities in mental magic," the teacher began, "are indeed comparable to Julia's. However," she continued, a note of finality in his voice, "Julia surpasses you in every other aspect. That is why I believe she is the more suitable candidate for class representative." Iwa, please try to understand. The words hung in the air, but all Iwa could do was grit her teeth, a bitter wave of frustration washing over her. Returning to the present, Iwa stormed out of the bustling cafeteria. Her fist was clenched so tightly her knuckles were white, and a silent vow echoed in her mind. She would prove, through sheer skill, that the teacher was merely playing favorites. From her table, Julia watched the hurried exit, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. "She's gone," Julia murmured to her companions. She seemed really angry about something. A small frown creased Julia's brow as she realized something else. "Iwa hasn't been eating properly either. I think I'll buy her some lunch and bring it to her." The blue-haired girl beside her, Mina, looked up with curiosity. "Are you too close, Julia?" "Yes, she's my roommate," Julia confirmed with a nod. "And her mental magic is incredible." I saw it for the first time today. Lucas, sitting with them, chimed in, "Mental magic is certainly a rare talent." Mina opened her mouth as if to add something, but then she hesitated, her thought left unspoken. Instead, she lightly tapped a single finger against the tabletop, a faint shimmer of magic gathering at its tip. In response, a translucent blue sigil bloomed on the floor beneath them, expanding upward into a shimmering sphere that enveloped their table. Lucas recognized it instantly. It was a mute spell, a magical barrier designed to prevent any sound from escaping. With her expression turning serious, almost dark, Mina mumbled under her breath, "When they're too smart, they're hard to handle." Her demeanor shifted back to normal just as quickly. "My wind magic is quite interesting," she offered to Julia. "I could teach you, if you'd like." But her words were lost on Julia, whose attention was completely captured by the plate of food Lucas was passing to her. Lucas paused, a bite of food halfway to his mouth, and looked directly at Mina. "You didn't cast a soundproofing spell just to make small talk, did you?" Mina adjusted her glasses, a wry thought crossing her mind. Her brother was as sharp as ever. "You're perceptive," she admitted. "Very well, I'll be direct." Her voice lowered slightly. "You're both aware of the magical beast mountain range behind the school, I assume? There's been a strange ecological anomaly reported there recently. The population of lower-level magical beasts has dropped drastically. Even the magic crest leopard cubs, which were once common, have vanished without a trace. Then, 3 days ago, the Empire's investigation team discovered the lair of a high-level magical beast. The news struck a chord. A silver spoon slipped from Julia's fingers, clattering against her plate. "Don't tell me," she breathed, her voice barely a whisper. "It's L." Lucas let out a sharp, pointed cough, a clear signal for her to say no more. Her eyes widened as she clapped a hand over her mouth, realizing she had spoken her thought aloud. The name meant nothing to Mina. Seizing the moment, Lucas smoothly changed the subject, a casual smile on his face. "So this is about a field mission for us? What's the difficulty level?" Mina pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. "It's worth 100 points. A stunned silence fell over the table. The sheer number of points was staggering, leaving both Julia and Lucas in a state of shock. "Julia and I can handle it," Lucas declared with a newfound determination. The world of the school faded, giving way to the opulent halls of the Miranda Manor. A servant moved silently to the grand dining room, carrying a silver tray laden with glasses of deep red wine. One glass was presented to a regally dressed man at the head of the table. This was Soa Miranda, Duke Miranda, the formidable head of the Miranda family. Seated at the long, polished table for their midday meal were the Duke, his son Sine, and his daughter Catherine. As Sine took a bite of roasted meat, his thoughts drifted. Catherine's old room had been perfectly prepared, yet their father insisted she stay in a guest room. The man's stubbornness was truly something to behold. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the table. He noted that his sister hadn't touched a single bite of her food. The oppressive silence hanging over them felt more suited for a funeral than a family lunch. The Duke placed his fork down with a soft click that echoed in the quiet room. Catherine, startled by the sudden use of her name, she looked up. Regarding Julia, he continued, his tone formal, "A girl with the qualities to become a holy archmage. I am willing to recognize her as my granddaughter." "Thank you, father," Catherine said, a hint of hope in her voice. "And Lucas is also an excellent martial artist. He scored perfectly." The Duke cut her off flatly. "No matter how excellent a martial artist is, it is meaningless. What the Miranda family seeks is only those with the talent to become holy archmages." A frown etched itself onto Catherine's face. She rose from her seat and began to walk away, a familiar resignation settling in her heart. His prejudice against martial artists would never change. As she turned, a servant approached the Duke. The servant presented a sealed letter. "Your Grace, new information has arrived from the investigation team in the Magical Beast Mountain Range." Catherine and Sine exchanged a startled glance. Why a sudden investigation there, of all places? The Duke broke the seal and read the brief message. "A new area has been discovered beneath the beast's den. The danger level is unknown." "Did something happen at the mountain range?" Sine asked. Catherine, her mind immediately on her children at Allen Magic Academy, voiced her own fear. "Will they be in danger?" Duke Miranda rose from his chair, his presence commanding. "Allen Magic Academy has its teachers, and my own subordinates are stationed there. As long as the students remain within the school grounds, there should be no danger." As he prepared to depart, he turned to Catherine with one final instruction. "Wait until this matter is settled before you go to see the children." She hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. "Yes, father." But as he left, a deep and undeniable worry washed over her features. The following day at Allen Magic Academy, a student clerk looked up from the mission board with an apologetic expression. To accept this mission, he explained, "You now need a minimum of 5 people, and at least one of them must be a student member." The sudden change hit Mina like a physical blow. "What?" she shouted, her sharp voice startling several nearby students who turned to stare. She leaned over the desk, her voice dropping to an intense whisper. "When I checked yesterday, there was no limit on the number of people." The clerk shifted uncomfortably. "I'm sorry. The president changed the mission requirements. There was an anomaly reported in the cave within the mountain range." Mina's hands clenched into fists at her sides as an image of the smug student council president flashed in her mind. "That man," she grunted under her breath. He deliberately changed the conditions, betting I couldn't gather 5 people. Standing behind her, Lucas watched the scene unfold with a sense of detached curiosity. Is the student council vice president so isolated that she can't even find 4 others to join her? No wonder she's been so friendly with Julia since the entrance exam, he mused. With a heavy sigh of defeat, Mina turned back to Julia and Lucas. Sorry, she said, her shoulders slumping. It looks like we'll have to give up on this mission. Lucas and Julia, however, exchanged a look of shared determination. Don't worry, they said near unison. Just leave the recruiting to us. A surprising wave of emotion washed over Mina, and she felt tears of gratitude welling in her eyes as she thanked them. They're such good kids, she thought, a pang of guilt striking her. I'm starting to feel bad about planning to use them as pawns. But she instantly pushed the sentimental thought away, regretting the momentary weakness. Just then, a loud voice accompanied by the clanking of metal called out, "Senior Mina!" A figure in gleaming armor strode toward them. "Since my best friend Lucas is going on a field mission, I'll lend you a hand." It was Kai, covered head to toe in full plate armor, a massive shield on his arm and a sword at his hip. It's about time I use the advanced equipment my parents bought me, he thought, with a private thrill of excitement. Then, a beautiful, silver-haired girl peeked out from behind Lucas. "Nice to meet you," she said softly. "I specialize in water-based healing magic, so I believe I can be of service." Mina mentally ate her words about leaving the recruiting to them. Her heart sank as she looked at the new arrivals. These kids are all freshmen. They'll just be a burden. Lucas leaned over and whispered to Julia. "Why did you call Mia-san instead of Iowa?" Julia's whispered reply was simple. "Iowa-chan wouldn't have listened to me." A frown creased Mina's brow, but she quickly smoothed it over. "Well, whatever, they're just here to make up the numbers anyway. As for the mission itself, Julia and I should be able to handle it." Deciding to set off immediately, she activated her acceleration magic. "Even with this, it will take half a day to walk to the magical beast's den," she announced to the newly formed group. "So let's hurry." Several hours of brisk walking passed, the terrain growing wilder and more remote. They finally arrived at their destination, the dark maw of the magical beast's den looming before them. Near the entrance, a flag bearing the Miranda family symbol fluttered in the breeze. "Looks like the Miranda family survey team is currently investigating this place," Mina told the group. She knelt down, her fingers brushing against something soft in the dirt. She picked up a vibrant blue feather. "There are traces of a battle here." A short distance away, Lucas and Julia shared a private sigh of relief. At least they hadn't stumbled upon Elle's cave. Suddenly a primal sense of danger flared through Lucas, sharpening his senses to a razor's edge. His eyes shot upward, spotting a harpy diving from the sky, its claws extended directly for him. "Attacks from above," he yelled, warning the others. Mina reacted in an instant, her magic wand glowing as she began to chant a spell. "Wind Blade!" A shimmering scythe of compressed air shot from her wand and slammed into the harpy, causing it to spew a mouthful of blood. The force of the spell nearly tore the creature in two. At the same moment, Lucas dodged the attack of a second harpy, casually leaning his head and body aside as its claws swiped through empty air. Another harpy appeared behind Mina, launching a volley of sharp, arrow-like feathers at her back. She sensed the attack and spun, her wand already raised to cast a counterspell. But before she could, Kai lunged between her and the harpy. His massive shield took the full brunt of the attack, the feathers pinging harmlessly off the reinforced steel. He turned his head toward her with a wide, confident grin. "Leave the close combat to us." His boast, however, left him distracted for a crucial second as another harpy's claws slashed toward his exposed side. Before the talons could connect, Lucas closed the distance in a flash, delivering a powerful upward kick that cleanly severed the creature's feet. Lucas and Kai now stood back to back, a solid core in the swirling chaos. "Stay focused," Lucas commanded, his voice calm and level. From their position in the rear, Mia completed her spell, a shimmering water spirit barrier enveloping the two fighters. "Leave the support to me," she declared confidently. More and more harpies filled the sky, their shrieks echoing off the rocks as they completely surrounded the small group. Mina watched the freshmen working together and felt a strange sense of nostalgia. This feeling of a team coordinating, of everyone having each other's back. It had been a while. She turned to Julia, her voice cutting through the din. "These magical beasts dislike wind and lightning magic." Her eyes widened in sheer disbelief at the sudden, overwhelming surge of magical power that erupted from Julia. Julia raised her staff high, and the very air around her began to thrum and crackle with raw, purple lightning. "Barrier magic!" she commanded, her voice ringing with power. A complex magical circle flared to life at her feet, as a massive, crackling sphere of electrical energy expanded outwards, encasing the entire party. The harpies that swooped in to attack were instantly struck by brilliant arcs of lightning that leaped from the barrier's surface. They fell from the sky in smoking heaps, charred black and lifeless. "Whoa!" Kai breathed, staring in awe at the display of Julia's power. Mina was utterly speechless, her mind struggling to comprehend such devastating magical force from a first-year student. Julia called out to her, but the vice president was still lost in her thoughts, reevaluating everything she thought she knew. Snapping back to the present, she gave Julia a shaky nod. Everything is fine. A single bead of sweat traced a path down her cheek as a chilling realization dawned on her. She had completely and utterly underestimated the capabilities of these pawns. With a gentle glow, Mia extended her hand, her healing magic swirling forth to mend Kai's fresh injuries. Kai marveled at the instant restoration, proclaiming her magic, likening her to a goddess herself. A shy flush touched her cheeks as she brushed off his praise as mere exaggeration, yet secretly, her mind conjured an image of the hero whispering those very words. The imagined scene ignited a brilliant pink explosion within her thoughts, leaving her utterly flustered and overcome with embarrassment. The hero observed her peculiar reaction, a puzzled frown creasing his brow as he tried to decipher the mystery of her sudden mortification. Their journey then led them deeper, into the maw of a vast cave, Mina voicing her astonishment at its sheer, cavernous scale. The tip of her magic staff pulsed with light, pushing back the oppressive darkness and unveiling the true immensity of the subterranean world before them. Julia, equally impressed, pointed out the subtle signs that hinted at an even grander chamber lying hidden much deeper within the earth. Together, the two girls took the lead, Mina's steadfast light serving as their beacon, guiding the small party through the encroaching gloom. Even Kai gasped in surprise, his gaze sweeping across another immense passage. Wide enough, he declared, for an entire army to march abreast. The hero, a somber realization dawning upon him, concluded that this cavern was no natural formation, but rather an artificially carved lair, likely a den for subterranean horrors. He issued a grave warning to his companions, urging unwavering vigilance, for with every step deeper into the earth, the perils would only multiply. Suddenly, without so much as a rustle, several grotesque goblins burst from the enveloping shadows, their crude axes glinting menacingly as they lunged at the group. Julia reacted instantly, conjuring a vibrant sphere of purple energy that erupted into a shower of powerful lightning, electrocuting the attacking creatures. Piercing shrieks of agony tore through the cavern as the goblins were struck by the girl's potent magic, their forms seizing before collapsing lifelessly to the cold stone floor. Mina quickly explained that these creatures were blind, relying solely on sound, and for this brief moment, their assault had bought them a precious reprieve. Yet, a note of caution entered her voice. To engage every beast in battle would surely stretch their arduous journey into an eternity. A confident smirk played on Kai's lips as he declared he possessed an ingenious strategy to tackle their monstrous predicament. A short while later, a plume of smoke began to curl upwards from the depths of the dark cave, precisely where Kai had boldly ventured. Then, Kai himself appeared, a blur of motion racing directly towards his companions, every single goblin in the vast cavern now snapping to attention and giving chase. Julia readied her distinctive cat-eared staff, gathering her formidable magical power for a mighty spell, while Mina likewise prepared her own staff, tracing a shimmering circle of blue energy upon the cavern floor. A jolt of pure horror coursed through Kai as he suddenly comprehended the girls' audacious plan. They intended to unleash their attack while he was still utterly enveloped by the monstrous horde. Without hesitation, the two unleashed their synchronized magic, directing a torrent of combined spells towards the overwhelming swarm of creatures within the cavern. Their concentrated magic struck the goblins head-on, culminating in a blinding explosion of brilliant light and raw purple energy. The girls' combined explosion unleashed an immense shockwave, a devastating force that tore through everything caught in its destructive path. The hero and Mia watched the spectacle unfold, the former remarking with an appreciative nod on the sheer efficiency of Kai's daring strategy. Swelling with pride, Kai then launched into a triumphant boast about his brilliant foresight in luring all the enemies into such a convenient, concentrated location. He even went so far as to assert that only a hero adorned with his caliber of top-tier equipment could possibly execute such a daring maneuver. Indeed, thanks to Kai's audacious scheme, the entire monstrous threat was swiftly and effectively eradicated, leaving the path clear. Once again, Mia stepped forward, her gentle magic flowing forth to mend the various scrapes and bruises Kai had inevitably sustained during his dramatic escapade. Pushing deeper into the cavern, they stumbled upon an astonishing sight, a vast treasure trove overflowing with gleaming gold coins, ancient swords, and ornate vases. The hero, observing the girls' growing weariness, sighed softly and suggested they take a much-needed respite. Kai, however, seemed oblivious, his mind already set on confronting even more monsters, making the hero wonder if his companion was deliberately deaf to their pleas. With a defiant stomp of his foot upon the cavern floor, he purposefully drew the attention of unseen creatures lurking in the deeper shadows. A wide grin spread across his face as he announced his success in gathering more monsters, declaring that the subsequent battle was now entirely their responsibility. Yet, as he turned to face his companions, a chilling realization struck him. The rest of the group had vanished, leaving him utterly alone amidst the looming creatures. The hero, a wry smirk playing on his lips, remarked that while he generally disliked the notion of sacrificing a teammate, circumstances, in this instance, left them with delightfully few other choices. Mia, ever the compassionate soul, then promised that should he miraculously survive this predicament, she would most certainly return to extricate him from the monstrous horde. Abruptly, The entire cave began to tremble violently, and the white-haired girl looked up, her eyes wide with alarm at the sudden, ominous rumble. She nervously inquired if the sound had been Kai, but the hero grimly clarified that the tremors originated from the very heart of the monster nest. Mina then thoughtfully asked if they ought to investigate the source of the disturbance, and a silent consensus seemed to ripple through the group. The hero noted with a grimace that the scent of blood was overwhelmingly strong, and a pulsing red aura shimmered ominously from the direction of the tremors. Before they ventured further, the woman extended a healing potion to Julia, urging her to drink it. She explained that while they might not need to actively intervene, it was always prudent to check the situation as a necessary precaution. As they cautiously approached the site, a chilling scene unfolded before them. The lifeless bodies of several knights lay brutally scattered across the cavern floor. A gasp of horror escaped the girls, Mina's voice a whisper, as she wondered if the entire investigation team had been utterly annihilated. A profound sense of dread settled over the hero as a new, more intense tremor began to shake the very foundations of the cavern. The ancient cave walls groaned, beginning to crumble, and a violent shower of rocks rained down from the collapsing ceiling. Without warning, the mangled body of one of the fallen knights was suddenly hurled with tremendous force directly towards the terrified group. Mina watched the horrific spectacle unfold, a stark realization of their dire peril washing over her. From the deepest shadows, a colossal Maedor lumbered forth, its immense form dwarfing the cavern, an enormous axe clutched in its grasp, and its eyes glowing with a terrifying, malevolent light. A monstrous roar ripped through the air, sharp teeth glinting as the creature lunged towards the petrified students. A chilling thought pierced Mina's mind. Why would a Calamity-class beast appear in such an unexpected place? The young woman's composure crumbled into panic, her mind struggling to grasp the unfolding horror of this academy mission. A strange familiarity washed over the protagonist. This formidable presence felt like an echo from a past encounter. With a desperate cry for caution, he thrust his companions out of harm's way, narrowly dodging the monster's devastating blow. The Minotaur swung its colossal axe with bone-jarring force, and the hero steeled himself, preparing to meet the impact head-on. Golden energy surged around his clenched fist, an ethereal glow anticipating the imminent collision with the colossal axe. The axe descended, smashing into an ethereal ice shield that instantly fragmented into countless crystalline shards under the immense pressure. Julia rushed forward, her voice laced with concern, inquiring about their well-being, while the hero turned to Mina, questioning if she had conjured the protective ice. He denied creating the shield, his gaze widening with a mixture of surprise and profound concern at the sight before him. The hero then revealed that the very individual now ensnared in the Minotaur's formidable grasp had been their unexpected savior, the creator of the ice shield. With a terrifying squeeze, the monster tightened its grip on the man, a guttural growl questioning his audacious interference in its violent dominion. A memory resurfaced for the hero. This brave knight had come to their aid, even as his own body bore the marks of grievous wounds. The man's voice tore through the air, a desperate plea for them to alert the Imperial army and summon immediate reinforcements. He cried out that the ancient seal had been shattered, his words met by the creature's menacing, glowing eyes fixed upon him. The Minotaur delivered a devastating punch, the force of the blow shattering the knight's armor and sending fragments scattering. A wicked grin twisted across the monster's face as it chillingly declared its intention to devour them, one by one. Julia's voice, sharp with urgency, pierced the chaos, demanding to know why Mina remained frozen, unmoving amidst the brutal struggle. Mina's healing potion slipped from her numb fingers, her entire being seemingly locked in shock by the monster's sudden, horrifying arrival. A dawning realization washed over Julia. Something was deeply amiss, and she turned to Mina, her face etched with profound confusion. The Minotaur then shifted its massive form, its furious gaze settling with terrifying intensity upon Mina. Before the monster could lash out at Mina, the knight unleashed a torrent of ice magic, retorting that the beast itself was spouting nonsense. A cataclysmic explosion of ice engulfed the Minotaur, giving rise to a dense, swirling cloud of steam. The knight's voice, strained but resolute, urged them to make haste and report the dire events unfolding in this place. Mina and Julia exchanged resolute glances, agreeing to escape the cave and rally aid for the desperate battle. The protagonist offered a whispered apology for his inability to save the knight, vowing to return for retribution. The knight's voice, raw with desperation, implored them to flee the cave with all their might, to save their own lives. A somber smile touched his lips as he embraced his sacrifice, encasing both himself and the Minotaur in a prison of ice, buying precious moments for their escape. He thought to himself that his duty was fulfilled, having offered his life as a shield to protect the students. In a final, valiant act of sacrifice, the knight willed an impenetrable sheath of ice, binding both himself and the Minotaur within its frozen grasp. Yet the monster tore through the ice effortlessly, its furious roar echoing in defiance of the man's desperate, creative assault. The Minotaur opened its cavernous mouth, preparing to consume the brave, sacrificed knight. Abruptly, A bolt of searing purple lightning descended, striking the creature and momentarily halting its monstrous attempt to devour the man. The monster shrieked in agonizing pain from the electrifying impact, and the knight tumbled from its maw, falling heavily to the ground. Julia's voice rang out, proclaiming that he was no mere insect, but a magnificent warrior who had fought with unwavering courage. Mia conjured a gentle water spell, forming a soft cushion that broke the knight's fall and spared him from inevitable destruction. Mina then manifested a potent wind bomb, launching it with force toward the colossal beast. Her voice rose in a frantic yell at the protagonist, demanding an explanation for his reckless charge back into the fray. With unwavering resolve etched upon his face, the hero declared his intention to confront the creature, urging Mina to flee to safety. The woman chided him sharply, vehemently asserting that he stood no chance against a Calamity-class monster on his own. Yet, the protagonist met her gaze with quiet determination, acknowledging the immense difficulty but affirming his unavoidable need to try. The Minotaur retaliated, wrenching a gargantuan boulder from the earth and flinging it directly towards the vulnerable students. A malevolent glare fixed upon them, the creature bellowed a promise that they would all meet their end within the confines of this desolate cave. The hero commanded her to depart with the others, insisting that she leave the monstrous threat to him alone. Mina then proclaimed, with newfound conviction, that as vice president, the protection of everyone present was her solemn duty. The protagonist mused silently, acknowledging her unexpected courage and finding himself taken aback by her unwavering resolve. The woman then revealed her secret. She had used magic to contact Kai, who was now waiting at the cave's entrance with rescue. The Minotaur unleashed another ferocious roar, gathering its immense power, poised to strike the group with its full, devastating might. The group braced themselves for a coordinated assault, a grim realization settling upon them that victory against such a formidable monster was unattainable. The protagonist turned to Mina, urging her to place her faith in their collective strength as he prepared to face the Minotaur in battle. With a surge of power, he unleashed a searing beam of golden energy from his fist, aiming it directly at the colossal monster. With a determined shout, he surged forward, hands glowing with power, declaring with absolute certainty that they would not fall to a beast such as this. The great Minotaur, a towering figure of primal might, slowly lifted its colossal axe, its blade already glistening darkly with the fresh stain of blood. With a guttural roar, the beast spun its enormous weapon, striking with a force that unleashed a visible shockwave rippling through the air. A chilling blue light pulsed from the monster's single malevolent eye, an ominous signal that another devastating strike was being prepared. Undaunted, the hero stood firm, facing the behemoth as a warm golden aura began to emanate from his clenched fist. Gathering every ounce of his formidable strength, he unleashed a mighty punch, a concentrated blow aimed squarely at the monstrous foe. The Minotaur, however, merely fixed him with an icy glare from its luminous eyes, appearing utterly unfazed by the young man's valiant assault. Mina's voice cut through the air, urging the protagonist to maintain his relentless pressure while she orchestrated her next powerful offensive. "Useless insect," the monster sneered, unleashing a colossal punch with all its terrifying might, aiming to crush the defiant warrior. The hero braced himself, ready to absorb the devastating impact, as the colossal creature glared down with an expression of pure, unadulterated hatred. A slight smirk touched the young martial artist's lips as he muttered, "Looks like my sister is finally ready to join the fray." Julia's furious cry echoed through the cavern, "Do not dare bully my brother!" as she unleashed her most potent spell. A dazzling cascade of purple lightning erupted, raining down upon the Minotaur and engulfing it in a searing, intense electrocution. Seizing this precious opening, the protagonist moved with blinding speed, delivering a relentless series of rapid blows to the reeling monster. With practiced precision, he struck vital pressure points across the creature's massive form, leaving it momentarily rooted and unable to move. A guttural scream of agony tore from the Minotaur's throat, a testament to the combined onslaught, as it now stood vulnerable and exposed in the fierce battle. "Now, sister, attack!" the hero bellowed, knowing his efforts had successfully frozen the monster's colossal movements. From Julia's outstretched hand, a powerful thunder arrow erupted, streaking towards the immobilized Minotaur. At the same instant, Mina channeled her magic, a vibrant sphere of blue energy materializing within her cupped hands, a potent windcutter spell taking form. With a unified shout, both girls unleashed their individual attacks, sending them hurtling towards the colossal Minotaur. The lightning and wind spells converged in midair, intertwining and fusing into a singular, far more powerful and devastating assault. The combined force struck the monster head-on, yet with a defiant roar, it managed to parry the immense blow using its giant axe. The creature cursed aloud, spitting a viscous stream of blood, clearly indicating the heavy wounds it had sustained. Its eyes burning with hateful malice, the Minotaur swore an oath to annihilate them all the moment its powerful legs regained their full strength. But Mina, resolute, declared that such a fate would not come to pass and began preparing another formidable magical attack. A massive sphere of glistening water materialized before her, which she then hurled with force towards the injured Minotaur. A torrent of water engulfed the creature, crashing down upon it and thoroughly drenching its massive form. The white-haired girl panted softly, the demanding spell having drained a significant portion of her magical energy. To their dismay, the Minotaur rose once more, proclaiming with a sneer that its legs had already mended, healed by the very magic water meant to hinder it. It snarled, "A little water won't stop me," teeth bared in a display of pure, unbridled rage. With a terrifying scream, the creature charged forward, vowing to devour them all alive within the oppressive darkness of the cave. Julia then posed a chilling question, her voice cutting through the tension. What precisely happens when one soaked in water faces a surge of electricity? A cry of incandescent rage escaped her lips as she declared, "You will pay with your life for what you did to those soldiers." A colossal explosion of searing purple lightning and gushing water erupted, completely engulfing the charging Minotaur. The monster shrieked in unbearable agony, convulsing violently as it was subjected to the devastating electrical currents amplified by the combined magic of the two girls. The protagonist observed the scene, a dawning realization upon him. The water had not been meant to harm, but to dramatically amplify the lightning's destructive power. The Minotaur continued to writhe under the electrifying assault, tendrils of smoke beginning to pour from its colossal body. At last, with a thunderous crash, the creature collapsed, utterly defeated by the ingenious and powerful combined attack of the student group. The protagonist offered genuine praise for the girls' brilliant strategy, acknowledging them as truly top-tier students. His hand once again pulsed with a golden glow as he prepared to deliver the definitive, final blow to the now vanquished monster. He ascended the massive, fallen form of the Minotaur, declaring his intention to stab it and ensure their hard-won victory was absolute. Mina looked on, a flicker of confusion in her eyes, unable to grasp his meaning after such a prolonged and arduous battle. Suddenly, an ominous dark red aura erupted with shocking intensity from the very core of the Minotaur's defeated body. The hero reeled back in shock, questioning what strange new horror was unfolding from the seemingly vanquished creature. A strange, crushing pressure enveloped him as the crimson aura struck with the explosive force of a detonation. From the swirling energy, a shadowy, dragon-like form materialized, lashing out at the protagonist with powerful waves of scarlet energy. He was violently thrown backward by the impact of the attack, landing with a jarring thud upon the rough cave floor. A truly terrifying, shadowy creature, its eyes burning with an infernal red glow, fully emerged from the husk of the fallen Minotaur. Outside the cave, Kai felt a distinct tremor shake the earth beneath him, a sudden wave of fear washing over him at the unsettling turn of events. He wondered if an earthquake was striking, then a chilling realization dawned. Something far more dangerous and sinister was unfolding within the cavern. With grim determination, the young man swiftly decided to call for immediate reinforcements, murmuring a desperate plea for everyone inside to hold on. Deep within the cave, a monstrous roar ripped through the air, shaking the very stone around them. Crimson and black lightning burst from the creature's massive form, coalescing into a sinister, red star symbol that branded itself upon its chest. The transformation was complete. Lucas watched, his jaw slack with a shock that bordered on disbelief at the sudden, terrifying change in his foe. The sheer, raw pressure emanating from the beast was enough to send him staggering back, his feet skidding on the damp earth. Now the monster towered before him, its single, malevolent red eye burning like a dying star, fixed solely on Lucas. A hot, metallic taste filled Lucas's mouth as he realized blood trickled from his ears. Just a shockwave from its roar had wounded him. A chilling truth settled in his mind. This thing had grown exponentially stronger. His gaze flickered, a primal instinct overriding the pain as he desperately sought to confirm the safety of his friends. Through the haze of dust and energy, he saw Mina, her face contorted in strain, having conjured a magic shield just in the nick of time to absorb the monster's initial burst. The effort had utterly drained her, and now, her magical energy spent, she collapsed to the ground. Beside her, Mia lay motionless, and little Julia, unconscious and vulnerable. At the sight of his fallen teammates, Lucas's expression hardened, a dark resolve settling over his features. A vibrant yellow energy began to pulse around him, channeling fiercely into his clenched fist, preparing for the desperate attack to come. The monster let out another thunderous roar, a challenge echoing through the cave as it lumbered menacingly towards Lucas. With a burst of incredible force, Lucas launched himself from the ground, blurring through the air, straight towards the colossal beast. He met the monster's gargantuan fist head-on with his own, a desperate clash of power against immense size. His eyes glowed with an intense yellow light, and with a grim, unwavering expression he declared, "I'll kill you." A flicker of genuine shock crossed the monster's face as it looked down at its own hand. Lucas had, in one devastating blow, severed the palm of its hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Lucas spun, his fist already cocked and ready for a follow-up strike. The monster, reeling, lashed out with its other hand, but Lucas was faster, surgically slicing its fingers into multiple, grotesque pieces. Now, both of the monster's mighty hands were gone. Undaunted, the creature adapted, aiming a powerful kick at the hero with its massive leg. Lucas fluidly dodged the attack, executing a nimble somersault in mid-air before landing gracefully back on his feet. A chilling thought occurred to him. The monster didn't seem to feel any pain at all. He immediately braced himself, a new, unsettling change unfolding right before his eyes. The monster's severed arms began to regenerate, flesh knitting itself back together at an alarming rate. With fully restored limbs, the monster reached for a colossal axe embedded in the cave floor. It swung the weapon with terrifying force, aiming directly for where Lucas had been standing just moments before. Lucas leaped backward with incredible speed, narrowly escaping the devastating blow. He coughed, a spray of blood escaping his lips, the sheer wind pressure from the monster's attack enough to inflict damage. He cursed inwardly, realizing he had severely underestimated the internal injuries he'd sustained from that initial roar. "Not bad at all," the monster rumbled, a sinister approval in its voice. The true blood of a true warrior is starting to stir. With that, it lunged, bringing its giant axe down in a thunderous arc. A colossal explosion erupted precisely where Lucas had stood, tearing through the cave. But Lucas had already sprinted away, narrowly outrunning the impact's blast radius. The monster's menacing gaze tracked Lucas's hasty retreat. It raised its immense axe once more, striking the ground with renewed fury. The impact sent tremors through the cavern, and the ceiling began to violently shake. Jagged cracks spiderwebbed across the stone, and large chunks of the ceiling began to break away and plummet downwards. Lucas's eyes widened, quickly realizing the shower of falling rocks was headed straight for his unconscious teammates. Without a second thought, he sprang into action. He sprinted with desperate urgency towards his vulnerable comrades. He met a giant rock, hurtling towards little Julia with a powerful kick. The massive stone shattered into fragments, and Lucas landed back on the ground, a sigh of relief escaping him. He looked at his teammates, a moment of profound relief washing over him, knowing he had arrived just in time. Crushed beneath a new cascade of debris, the monster now knelt, yet from its form emanated a crimson-red aura, far more intense and menacing than before. Its maw opened wide, and a searing roar erupted, a concentrated blast of raw power. The devastating attack streaked directly towards Lucas, but Lucas couldn't dodge. His teammates lay vulnerable directly behind him, offering no escape. He met the attack head-on, bracing himself. The monster's roar, he realized, was bouncing off the newly collapsed rock wall, amplifying and strengthening the incoming shockwave. As the furious assault finally subsided, Lucas remained standing, battered but resolute, having successfully shielded his teammates from the monstrous blast. The aftermath was severe. He coughed up a sickening gush of blood, his body pushed past its limits. And in that moment of crippling weakness, the monster saw its chance, swinging its axe in a brutal vertical arc towards Lucas. Screaming, "Die!" The monstrous axe, meant to cleave Lucas, suddenly halted mid-swing, frozen in the air as if by an unseen force. A flicker of confusion, then outright shock, registered on the monster's brutish face. In a blink, Lucas had caught the colossal axe blade, halting its deadly descent mere inches from his body. With the monstrous weapon now firmly in his grasp, Lucas cast a quick, reassuring glance towards his allies. A tremor of panic began to ripple through the monster's massive frame. It strained, bellowing with renewed effort, attempting to force the trapped axe forward. With a swift, powerful yank, Lucas tore the axe from the creature's grip, then moved with lightning speed, severing its limbs. "Do you truly believe," Lucas's voice cut through the air, "that you can defeat me?" Before the monster could react, Lucas vanished from his spot, a mere blur in the chaotic scene. In an instant, he reappeared, standing poised behind the towering beast, the giant axe now a formidable extension of his will. His eyes burning with fierce determination, Lucas declared, "As long as breath remains in my body, I will never allow you to lay a single hand on Julia or the others." The monster whirled around, its bulk, clumsy but swift, ready to retaliate. Lucas, however, was faster, swinging the axe in a devastating arc straight towards the creature's face. One of its massive horns was cleanly severed, crashing to the ground with a sickening thud as dark blood erupted from the wound on its head. Lucas showed no mercy. His grip on the axe tightened, his resolve unyielding. He swung again, a vicious blow that not only cleaved the monster's remaining horn, but also carved a deep gash across its chest. The creature shrieked, a guttural cry of agony, as torrents of blood gushed forth, painting the ground. The second severed horn tumbled, striking the cavern floor with a heavy impact. Lucas landed lightly, his feet finding purchase amidst the chaos. He turned his head, his gaze locking onto the wounded beast, eyes now ablaze with an intense yellow glow. With a sudden surge, he launched himself forward, delivering a thunderous punch directly into the monster's abdomen. The monster's teeth shattered and flew, its mouth gushing a severe stream of blood. In a desperate move, the monster managed to seize Lucas's leg. It then brutally slammed him against the ground, again and again with unrestrained force. With a powerful swing, it hurled Lucas across the cavern, sending him hurtling towards a distant wall. Lucas tumbled violently before crashing into the unyielding stone of the wall. A jolt of sharp pain suddenly coursed through the monster's body. It glanced down at its arm, only to find its hand was no longer there. Lucas slowly rose to his feet. In his grasp, he held the monster's torn-off hand, while his own formidable body was revealed, every ripped muscle and shredded body visible, red veins standing out starkly against his skin. With a grotesque regeneration, The monster's missing limb instantly reformed, whole once more. A primal roar of fury and defiance ripped from its throat. Then, with synchronized ferocity, both combatants lunged, converging in the center of the arena. Their fists met with explosive force, unleashing a colossal shockwave that blasted debris across the entire chamber. They continued their brutal dance, exchanging blows repeatedly in the open air. With each impact, the surroundings buckled and crumbled, bearing witness to the escalating devastation. Through the maelstrom of destruction, Lucas's voice rang out, a chilling vow. He would end this creature. Within the monster's widening eyes, one could see the menacing reflection of Lucas, a harbinger of doom. Lucas, now consumed by pure rage, his eyes burning an infernal red, he unleashed a devastating punch into the monster's abdomen, a blow so immense it tore the creature in two. A final, agonized shriek escaped the monster, its eyes bulging with unimaginable torment. Still, Lucas was not finished. He sprang into the air, one leg drawn back and poised for a final strike. Then, with gravity's aid, he brought down a devastating kick onto the monster's head. The sheer force of the impact sent tremors through the entire cave, shaking the very ground of the surrounding area. In the aftermath of the cataclysmic blow, Julia stirred, slowly regaining consciousness. Both Mina and Julia awoke, sitting up dazed. Mina cried out in disbelief that they were still alive, while Julia's eyes frantically scanned for her brother. Then Julia froze, her gaze falling upon the horrific scene before her. Lucas, relentless and unyielding, was still savagely punching the monstrous broken form beneath him. At last, he ceased his assault, revealing a scene of absolute carnage, a gruesome tapestry of the monster's blood and shredded flesh scattered everywhere. Lucas stood, a solitary figure upon the remains of his foe, taking a deep, ragged breath, his face utterly devoid of emotion. Julia's voice, full of worry, reached out to her brother. Suddenly, the earth beneath them began to tremble. Red lightning sparked and danced around Lucas. His arm pulsed, growing large with a strange, angry red light. This fiery energy quickly spread all over him, and Lucas cried out in terrible pain. At last, the red energy took shape, forming a bull skull inside a five-pointed star. Meanwhile, far away, the scene changed to a place called the Hall of Wrath, a chamber filled with bubbling lava. Many dark statues stood tall around the edges of this fiery pool. Then, from the burning lava itself, a long arm slowly reached out. A moment later, a terrifying demon rose into the air, its body floating, its back adorned with great bat-like wings. The demon let out a furious roar. "I have returned to this foul world." Then, almost to himself, he growled a name. "Martial God." A narrator's voice revealed this was Valsaba, the demon lord of controlled wrath. He vowed he would tear the martial god into tiny pieces. From the side, a figure sat casually on a thick chain, remarking, "That sounds quite delightful." This was Jelsida, another demon lord. She told Valsaba that his awakening was due to the anger of the key they had picked. A grand throne then appeared, falling gracefully before Valsaba. He sat upon it and turned to Jelsida, asking if this key truly held enough hidden power. Jelsida simply chuckled in reply. She then pointed to a screen that showed Lucas now standing near lava. "Look," she said, "right now, he is breaking free from your control." Back with Lucas, the scene shifted. He seemed to have lost his mind, completely out of control. He was punching a defeated monster again and again, even though it lay still on the ground. Julia rushed to her brother, wrapping her arms around him, crying and begging him to stop, to come back to himself. Mia quickly cast a spell, trying to make him stop. But to her surprise, it did nothing. Lucas only gathered more power around his fist, and then he threw a mighty punch. Crying, Julia screamed, "Big brother!" Her voice, her words, seemed to touch something deep inside him, sounding strangely familiar. He began to awaken, remembering his sister's desperate cry just moments ago. As Lucas's attack landed, a massive explosion rocked the area. Julia and Mia watched, staring into the swirling dust and smoke. As the dust settled, Lucas's back became visible, the strange symbol still upon him. The angry red energy then faded from his arm. Julia slowly, carefully, moved closer to him. Lucas turned his head to look at Julia, assuring her he was now himself again. He asked her to step back a little. Then, Lucas began a special martial breathing technique. A calm yellow energy began to flow through his entire body. His eyes shone with a golden light. A powerful burst of energy then shot upwards from him, straight into the sky. This new energy slowly cleared away the red glow and the symbol of wrath from his body. After all that, he fell to his knees, completely drained of energy. Julia quickly knelt beside him. He quickly told her he was all right. Just then, a message came through a device. It was Kai, saying, "Lucas, everyone! I brought help, and we're on our way to you." Back in the Hall of Wrath, Jelsida saw Valsaba growing restless. She calmly told him there was no need to hurry, that their key needed more tests. Like, for instance, she added, losing his family. Her gaze then sharpened, fixing coldly on Julia. A chorus of voices echoed. "Lucas, wake up!" His eyelids fluttered open, revealing the familiar faces of his father, mother, and Julia. "Where am I?" he mumbled, his voice thick with confusion. But then, a sudden, burning rage flared in his eyes. He unleashed a punch, his fist crackling with energy, sending them flying backwards. He clutched his own face, a chilling thought racing through his mind. "What's happening to me? My body. It's moving on its own," he whispered, as a heavy darkness swallowed him whole. Just as suddenly, he snapped back to his senses, finding himself lying in a hospital bed. Beside him, Kai groaned, rubbing his nose. "Why did you punch me in your sleep?" Kai, still clutching his reddened nose, added, "I'll let it slide this time, since you were half asleep. But don't pretend you don't know." With that, Kai turned and left the room. Left alone, Lucas's mind churned. Why had he dreamed such a terrifying thing? Was it that strange power from the cave, somehow messing with him? He remembered the feeling of losing control. It was just like the power that had twisted a dead bandit into a monster, back when he was traveling to the Allen Magic Academy. But back then, he thought, I didn't lose myself completely. This time though, I truly lost control. My mind must have been swallowed by that power during the fight with the Minotaur. During that fight, he recalled, he had felt nothing but pure blinding rage. A new thought struck him. Wait, could it be that my anger itself allowed the power to take over my mind? But is it even possible to stay calm when you're in the middle of a battle? He wondered. Perhaps he needed to make sure someone strong enough to stop him was always nearby whenever he expected a fight. He paused, deep in thought. A shadow crossed his face. No, that wouldn't work. He frowned. The only people I can work with on missions or during training are the other students here. Asking them to stop me if I go berserk is far too risky. Then, a brilliant idea hit him. That's it. I just need to find a way to stop myself. Meanwhile, outside Lucas's infirmary room, Teacher Sugarrat was strolling down the corridor. He overheard two nurses talking. The patient here is out of danger now, one said. Still, how did an upperclassman get so badly hurt on just a school mission? Teacher Sugarrat took a sip of his liquor, listening intently. The other nurse continued. I heard they were protecting some younger students. Supposedly, the first nurse scoffed. They brought along two weaklings from the martial arts department. No wonder they got hurt. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from one of the rooms. Teacher Sugarrat's eyes widened in alarm. That aura. Is it an advanced martial artist? No, that can't be. The two nurses clutched their heads, confused. The windows are closed, so why is there such a strong wind all of a sudden? They wondered aloud. Teacher Sugarrat vanished instantly from his spot. Back in Lucas's infirmary room, he was busily working on something. A small smile played on his lips. He was pleased with what he had done. The clone technique had worked. Standing before him were 3 perfect copies of himself. He stepped closer, carefully examining each clone. He remembered an old book from the library. A clone's strength is only half of the original. If there are 3, the power splits evenly, giving each only 1/6 of my full strength. He flicked his wrist. The clones vanished. They're too weak to truly stop me if I go berserk, he mused. But they could at least buy others time to escape. Just then, he sensed someone coming closer. He paused, then greeted Teacher Sugarrat, who had just entered. Teacher Sugarrat looked at him. Hey Lucas, he began. From your entrance exam to the monster taming tournament to this recent mission, strange things always seem to follow you. I'll be direct with you. What exactly are you? And why did you come to this school? Lucas fell silent, pondering his answer. A heavy silence settled over the room. Lucas broke the quiet. I truly don't understand what you're talking about. I came to Allen Magic School to learn martial arts and grow stronger, nothing else. Without warning, Teacher Sugarrat swung his arm. His target was Lucas's neck. To get stronger, huh? Teacher Sugarrat's voice cut through the air. Then show me your true skills first. Lucas, having blocked the sudden strike, asked, What do you mean by my true skills? Teacher Sugarrat is sharp, just as I expected, Lucas thought to himself. Having someone like him around would usually make school life safe. But for me, it just makes things harder. Just then, someone else entered the room, their voice, curious. Who is this man standing with Lucas? Oh, it completely slipped my mind, Teacher Sugarrat realized. Today is a day off, so parents can move freely around campus. Lucas's mother and his sister Julia walked in. His mother immediately told the man, Please, step away from my son. Lucas quickly stepped between them. Mom, this is Teacher Sugarrat from the martial arts department. He was just giving me some advice. He was saying you shouldn't face a powerful enemy head-on, Lucas added. Teacher Sugarrat, annoyed by this quick excuse, inwardly grumbled. Sounds like he sensed his mother coming. With the misunderstanding cleared, Lucas's mother told her son to relax since it was a day off. Don't you agree, Teacher Sugarrat? She asked. In other words, she's telling me to leave, he thought, sighing inwardly. Teacher Sugarrat sighed. Well, the kid hasn't caused any real trouble yet, and as long as I'm his homeroom teacher, I'll make sure he doesn't. He then said his goodbyes and left. Lucas's mother set down her bags. Don't make your teacher angry with your selfish demands, son, she chided him. She sat down, explaining. I've been staying at the Miranda estate until things settled. I wanted to see you both as soon as I could. Hearing this, Julia's eyes welled up with tears. "Oh, I wish I could have seen you much sooner," she cried. She began to cry, waving her hands like a small child. Her mother looked at Lucas, asking him to do something, but he just threw up his hands. "I can't do anything," he said. Then Lucas asked, "Isn't father with you?" His mother explained, "The situation at the front lines isn't looking good. After he brought me to the Miranda estate, he had to leave right away. So, the Miranda family accepts mother, but they still won't acknowledge father," Lucas thought, a frown on his face. What a stubborn family of mages. Then Lucas's mother told him that his father had sent a gift for him to celebrate his first-place achievement in the entrance exam. She pulled out a beautiful, embroidered wooden box. Lucas's eyes widened when he saw the gift. Inside was the treasured sword, an heirloom passed down through the Ryan family. It had been damaged in a battle against the Beastman army decades ago and was too hard to fully fix, making it not very practical for fighting anymore. Still, it was a precious family treasure. She handed the sword to Lucas. "Your father is placing all his hopes on you," she said softly. Lucas carefully pulled the sword from its sheath. He gazed at its beauty. "I will do my very best not to disappoint father's expectations." Nearby, Julia began to feel a pang of jealousy. Their mother noticed Julia's pouting face. She burst out laughing. Julia, confused, asked, "Why are both of you smiling?" Lucas gently ruffled his sister's hair. "Mom loves you the most," he assured her. "I have a gift for you too," their mother said, handing Julia some beast pills. "And I baked some special sweets just for you, Julia." Julia jumped in the air with delight. "I love you, mother," she exclaimed. She then happily began to eat the sweets. Suddenly, her mother remembered something important. "Julia, please give this to Jeremy later." Julia looked puzzled. "What is it?" she asked. "Father prepared some beast pills as a gift for Jeremy too," her mother explained. "Since Jessica didn't come this time, I brought them for him instead." Julia took the box. "I don't really like Jeremy," she admitted, "but I'll still give it to him." Her mother smiled, praising her for being a good girl. The scene then shifted to the boys' dormitory. There, Julia and Jeremy were together. Other students watched, wondering why Julia, who had taken first place in the elite course, was talking to Jeremy. Then someone pointed out, "He's Julia's brother." Everyone was amazed that the famous Julia was Jeremy's sister. One classmate clapped Jeremy on the shoulder. "Make sure to invite Julia on a mission sometime," he suggested with a grin. Jeremy slapped his hand away. He summoned vines that sprang up around his classmates, warning them, "Back off!" Jeremy then stormed inside the dormitory, leaving his classmates to wonder what was wrong with him. Inside, energy pulsed from his body. He thought bitterly, "My father and mother have never even come to see me once." In his hand were the pills Julia had given him. He remembered the treasured sword, given to Lucas just for taking first place in an exam. Why does a loser like him get all the love from everyone, he fumed. In a surge of anger, he vowed, "Lucas, I'm going to take back everything that should have been mine." Their happy times together flew by, and soon their mother had to return to the Miranda estate, but she promised she would be staying in Dacktown for a little while longer. So even though Lucas and Julia couldn't see her every day, just knowing she was close by filled them with happiness. As for Mina, who was still recovering from her serious injuries, Lucas brewed a special new elixir just for her. They presented the elixir as a gift from the Miranda family, a clever story that stopped anyone from questioning its miraculous healing powers. In what felt like a moment, half a month went by, and a celebratory mood filled the air at Allen Tower. Kai and his teammates stood in awe, mesmerized by the magnificent sight of Allen Tower before them. Watching from the side, Lucas couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you all acting so impressed?" he teased. "You've seen this tower every single day since we started school." Teacher Sugarat clapped his hands, calling for their attention. "Settle down, everyone," he said sternly. "You're not here to play. Consider this tour part of your official training." He then directed them to their assigned seats, and the students quietly obeyed. Nearby, students from the magic department started whispering amongst themselves. "Look," one muttered, "the whole martial arts department showed up. They're chasing dreams they can't possibly reach," another sneered. "Barely any of them have real talent." Kai's hands clenched into fists, his face flushing with anger. "There they go again," he growled, "looking down on us." Just as he was about to charge forward, Lucas placed a calm but firm hand on his shoulder, holding him back. It was just as they had predicted. The moment the event began, the other students immediately started to single out those from the martial arts department. In their eyes, we were just the lucky ones who had somehow managed to snag 20 entry slots. It was so bad that even the first-year teachers from the mage classes had complained to the principal, arguing that the Empire has no need for martial artists. They shamelessly demanded that our hard-earned spots be given to their own students instead. Yet, Teacher Sugarat didn't seem the least bit worried. Did he have that much faith in the principal and the school's fairness? Finally, they arrived at their designated area and settled into their seats. Teacher Sugarat once again called for silence. "Listen up," he explained. "Every year, the third-year students enter Allen Tower first. They are here to set an example for all of you." Right on cue, a powerful voice boomed through the hall. "Third-year students, please prepare to enter." A young man with a determined look tightened his grip on his magic staff. 3 years, he whispered to himself, since I first came to Allen Magic School. and I finally get to step inside Allen Tower. The student, it turned out, was Jeremy. His teammate standing nearby rolled his eyes, thinking, "You're only just getting in now because this is the first time you've ever ranked in the top 100. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out Jeremy's name from the crowd of younger students. Jeremy and his friends turned to see who it was. "Oh look," his teammate smirked, "it's your genius little sister." It was Julia, waving and shouting, "Do your best, big brother." "Hey, your sister is cheering for you," his teammate nudged him. "You'd better not disappoint her." Julia saw he didn't even crack a smile. *HMPH. "I only did it because Mom told me to. Anyway, asterisk," she thought with a shrug. "Crex, oh well. Asterisk," she decided. Asterisk, "At least I did what I was asked." One of Jeremy's companions looked toward the tower anxiously. "I hope we get lucky and teleport somewhere close to each other inside." But Jeremy wasn't listening. He gritted his teeth, his eyes finding Lucas in the crowd. "Just you watch, Lucas." Asterisk, he vowed silently. "Inside Allen Tower, I will finally prove I am better than you." With that silent promise made, he and his team turned and began their march toward the towering gates. The moment they stepped inside, a mysterious voice echoed around them, instructing, "Place your magic staff before you and close your eyes." Jeremy froze for a second. The voice was familiar, tickling the edge of his memory, but he couldn't quite place it. Far away, in a hidden room, Director Otani watched the students progress on a glowing screen. Stroking his long beard, a slow smile spread across his face. "So," he murmured, "it finally begins." He closed his eyes, and a powerful energy began to build around him. When he opened them again, they were shining with a brilliant golden light. He thrust his hands forward, pouring all of that immense power into the strange device before him. Ancient gears began to shift and turn, and a crystal orb at the center of the machine flared with blinding light. At that exact moment, the entirety of Allen Tower erupted, releasing a massive wave of pure energy. Down below, Lucas gasped, his eyes wide with shock. He could feel it clearly, an unbelievably powerful fighting spirit. "There's a martial artist at this school," he realized, "someone even stronger than Teacher Sugarrat." Suddenly, it all made sense. This was why Teacher Sugarrat was so confident they wouldn't lose their spots. It was because the very person who held the key to opening Allen Tower was the most powerful martial artist of all. Sometime before the trials at the Allen Magic Tower were to begin, two men sat talking over tea in a quiet corner of a garden. The principal sighed, his voice troubled. "Recently," he said, "more and more people are demanding that we revoke the entry slots for the martial arts department." He asked, "Tell me more about the anomaly from last time." Director Otani slammed his teacup on the table, the sharp clatter echoing in the quiet garden. "I already told you," he snapped. "No anomaly occurred that would cause the school any losses." As he stood to leave, he offered a final condition. "Keep everything as it is for now. If you do that, I'll open the Allen Tower as scheduled." The principal watched as Director Otani vanished through a shimmering magic portal, a difficult realization dawning on him. So if they didn't give the martial arts department a chance, then nobody would get to enter the Allen Tower at all. "Otani," the principal murmured to the empty air, "you've given me quite the difficult problem." Back in the present, the day of the trials had finally arrived inside the Allen Tower. Jeremy stepped through the entrance, his body dematerializing into light. He looked at his hands, feeling the familiar weight of his staff. "It seems like only my consciousness entered this space," he thought, "but it feels no different from reality. Even my magic staff is exactly the same one I always use." Nearby, Jeremy overheard two students chatting. "Surprising, isn't it? Since it's your first time," one said. "The most amazing thing about the Allen Tower is just how realistic it is." After their brief exchange, they hurried off to find their own teammates. From a distance, another figure was watching the scene unfold. As Lucas focused his mind, a soft glow emanated from his eyes. "Interesting," he thought to himself. "So even from out here, if I sense the mental energy waves, I can see what the students inside are doing." Teacher Sugarrat, observing from nearby, noticed Lucas's focus on the new student. "Poor Jeremy," he thought with a sigh, getting disliked right from the start. He then turned his attention to the crowd of students waiting outside. "Anyone with enough ability can watch what's happening inside by sensing the mental energy," he announced. "But before that, let me give you a quick explanation. When the trial begins, you'll be teleported to a random location within the tower. You can decide for yourself whether to go solo or form a team. If you form a team, the maximum is 3 people. For those who want to reach the upper floors, I highly recommend you work in groups as much as possible." Hearing this, Kai immediately leaned over to Lucas and whispered, "We can form teams? Of course, you're teaming up with me, right, Lucas?" Lucas dismissed the idea without a second thought. "Based on the tournament rankings, we'll probably end up in different groups," he stated plainly. Alto and Decio nodded in agreement, leaving Kai to mutter, "So I'm just too good. That's why I'm ending up alone." Teacher Sugarrat saw the intense look on Lucas's face and knew he was already observing the events inside the tower. A girl named Linda spoke up, confused. "But I thought only 5 students from the elite course could do that. Was I wrong?" Just then, the great doors of the tower began to move. Lucas pointed towards it. "Look," he said, "someone's coming out already." "They're a 3rd year," Kai commented. But even so, that was pretty fast. The phantom enemies inside the Allen Tower changed their strength based on the student's ability, Teacher Sugarrat explained. Every year, there are students who underestimate that fact and get knocked out right away. Lucas tuned out the conversation, deciding to shift his focus and see how Jeremy was doing. Inside the central part of the tower, Jeremy and his teammates were already making their way up the stairs to the second floor. He considered himself incredibly lucky to have found his teammates so quickly on the first floor. Soon, they pushed open the doors and reached the second floor. They found themselves in a vast, rocky cavern, with sharp, crimson shards hanging down from the ceiling like teeth. Almost immediately, Jeremy felt a prickling on his neck, the distinct feeling that he was being watched. Without warning, two monstrous blue creatures lunged at them from the shadows, and Jeremy instantly reacted, casting his plant magic to defend the group. Thick vines shot up from the ground, wrapping around the monsters and binding them helplessly in the air. Taking the opportunity, his teammate unleashed a swirling wave of sand. The sand slammed into the creatures, obliterating them instantly. A notification appeared before them. 2 elite skeleton warriors defeated. Points +10. That was close, Jeremy's teammate panted. The second floor is as dangerous as the rumors say. Let's hurry on while we still have magic power and stamina. They all nodded in agreement. They moved with renewed speed, quickly reaching the central area of the second floor. There, Jeremy single-handedly defeated a Beastman scout, earning another 5 points for the team. His teammate took down a skeleton warrior with a blast of water magic for 5 points, and then an elite skeleton warrior for 10 more. In the middle of the fight, a lone skeleton crept up silently behind the team's water mage. But before it could strike, their third teammate launched a sand attack, destroying the skeleton and saving his friend. With that final enemy defeated, they had cleared the way to the third floor, and a congratulatory message from the system flashed before them. Sometime later, a tired but triumphant Jeremy and his teammates walked out of the Allen Tower's entrance. They chattered excitedly amongst themselves, amazed that they had lasted so much longer than their previous attempt. One of them turned to Jeremy. "Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Aren't you happy?" "Of course I'm happy," Jeremy replied with a genuine smile. But as he looked back at the tower, he thought to himself, "So father fights enemies like these all the time. I feel like I just got one step closer to him." Several hours had passed since the Allen Tower opened. Lucas used his mental energy to keep a constant watch on the events unfolding inside. He realized his senses were only strong enough to see what was happening up to the third floor. The trials inside the tower featured phantom enemies that changed each time. Even the same type of monster grew stronger on higher floors. He wondered if these phantoms were based on real creatures. If so, the martial artist who created the tower must have had some terrifying experiences. Lucas suspected that, just like Teacher Sugarat, this person must also be aware of his true abilities. But for now, everyone was just watching him in silence. Just then, an announcement called for the last group to gather at the entrance. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed near the entrance. It was Mina and her team. From the crowd, a girl named Julia shouted words of encouragement for Mina. Mina turned her head toward Julia and gave a thankful smile. A teacher asked Mina if her injury had fully healed. She replied that she had completely recovered, and the teacher wished her the best of luck. One student whispered that Mina was friends with the genius Frenchman and was well liked by the teachers. Another pointed out that she had become vice president as just a second year. They said her skills were second only to the president, but she lacked popularity. Hearing them gossip again, Mina strengthened her resolve. This time, she would reach the 6th floor and defeat Theodore. The scene shifts to the 3rd floor of the tower, a hellish landscape covered in lava. An ogre lunged at them, swinging a huge wooden club. Mina dodged the attack with ease. She ordered her teammates to avoid unnecessary fights and use speed magic to reach the 4th floor as quickly as possible. They followed her instructions and began climbing at a much faster pace. Watching from outside, Lucas was impressed. They had reached the 4th floor in under 30 minutes, just as he'd expect from the strongest third-year group. As they entered the 4th floor, they were met by a beastman armed with a wooden club. "So this is an elite beastman from the 4th floor," Mina's teammate said. "It's twice as big as the ones below. I see why most students fail here." Mina instantly leaped forward, using her Windku lance to slice off the beastman's head. A message appeared. Defeated elite beastman. 80 points awarded. Her teammates were amazed by her speed. "It's true," one of them said. "Your skills have really improved since that last mission." Adjusting her glasses, Mina thought to herself that instant kills were the fastest way forward. This was nothing compared to the Minotaur from before. She turned to her teammates. "I'll leave the cleanup to you two. I'm going ahead to find the passage to the 5th floor and clear out the enemies along the way." They began to carve a path through their enemies. Dozens of monsters fell before them. Finally, the last monster collapsed to the ground. With the way cleared, they made their way to the next level. Mina's eyes were filled with excitement. "We finally made it to the 5th floor." Outside the tower, Teacher Sugarat was monitoring the students' locations. He announced that 3 students had now reached the 5th floor, an improvement from last year. Kai looked shocked by the news. With a somber look, he wondered when he would ever be able to get that far. Teacher Sugarat told him not to rush. For a first year, just making it to the 3rd floor is a great accomplishment. "If you keep improving steadily," he added, "the enemies on the 5th floor won't seem so scary." Lucas, who was listening nearby, had a thought. Teacher Sugarot must have entered the Allen Tower himself before. Suddenly, both Teacher Sugarot and Lucas were alerted to a change. It looked like their run was over. Mina's team was walking out of the Allen Tower. Other students crowded around, asking Mina how she did. Looking at her expression, Lucas could tell she hadn't achieved her goal. Mina was looking down, biting her lip in frustration. Meanwhile, in the student council president's room, Theodore watched Mina through a magic sphere. "Mina," he said quietly, "now you understand, don't you? Surpassing a true genius is never easy." On the tip of a finger, a tiny spark of light flickered and danced. The spark shot into the air, bursting into a small, crackling firework of pure electricity. Her friends rushed to congratulate her. "Congratulations, Mina!" Julia beamed. Lucas added with a proud smile. "First place in the third-year trial, and you made it all the way to the 5th floor!" Mina offered a polite thank you, but her expression was anything but joyful. "It doesn't matter," she said quietly, her gaze distant. "In the end, I still couldn't beat Theodore's record." Julia's smile faded into confusion. "What are you talking about?" she protested. "President Theodore stopped at the 5th floor too, didn't he?" "That means you're tied." With a shake of her head, Mina corrected her. "No. By the end, I could see the stairs to the 6th floor, but I was too exhausted to even stand," she continued, her voice heavy with the comparison. "Back then, Theodore actually climbed those stairs. He made it all the way to the 6th floor door and almost opened it. In other words," she explained, her voice barely a whisper, "compared to him, I'm still weaker in stamina, tactics, and magic control. In every way." Trying to lift the heavy mood, Mina forced a small smile and looked at her friends. "Anyway, have you all found your team members?" Julia's bright expression returned in an instant. "I'm teaming up with Iwa," she announced cheerfully. Lucas understood immediately. The news about the Miranda family acknowledging Julia must have reached Iwa. He then shared his own update. "I'm teaming up with Alto, my roommate, and Decio." Julia looked stunned. "Wait, what about you and Kai? Did you two have a fight or something?" Lucas just shook his head, offering a simple explanation. "It's nothing like that. Our rankings are just too far apart, so we ended up in different groups." Later, over at the martial artist department, the situation was far more dramatic. A distraught Kai was clinging desperately to Lucas's leg. "You heartless traitor!" he wailed. "You ditched me." He looked up, his face a mask of misery. "Who am I supposed to team up with now?" Just then, a calm voice cut through his performance as Tishy happened to be walking by. "Hey Kai," she called out. "Do you want to team up with us?" She offered him a friendly smile. "We were just looking for a strong frontliner," she added. "We'd really like to have you on our team." Instantly, Kai let go of Lucas. He scrambled to his feet, quickly dusting himself off and composing his features with remarkable speed. He turned to Tishy with a smooth wink. "Well, if you insist that much, I suppose I can join you." Watching the sudden shift, Lucas could only shake his head. Kai always switched gears so fast. Over on the training grounds, Teacher Sugarot reviewed the completed team list. A nod of satisfaction crossed his face. "Good," he said. "Looks like everyone has found their partners." His expression suddenly turned serious as he addressed the assembled students. "All right, everyone, I want you fired up," he boomed. "You all know what the others say about us behind our backs, right?" Instantly, the students' minds filled with the sneering faces and mocking words from students in the other departments. Teacher Sugarot's voice cut through their dark thoughts like a blade. "None of you want to prove them right, do you?" Tishy stepped forward, her voice ringing with conviction. "We'll train so hard they won't get the satisfaction." Another student quickly agreed. "We'll prove we earned our spots in Allen Tower with real skill." A new wave of determination and excitement washed over the rest of the students, their spirits ignited by the challenge. Lucas watched his teacher and understood the strategy. All this time, Teacher Sugarot had insisted the Allen Tower trials would go on. He hadn't just shielded them from the demoralizing gossip. He had masterfully turned it into fuel for their fighting spirit. And it worked perfectly. Kai nudged Lucas with his elbow, a wide, excited grin spreading across his face. The students soon learned that the phantom enemies inside Allen Tower were not just numerous, they were also incredibly varied and highly intelligent. To prepare for such a daunting challenge, their training focused heavily on building teamwork and seamless coordination. During their breaks, Teacher Sugarot would gather them around to teach them about the unique traits of the different enemy races they were likely to face. Sometimes, he even played the part of the enemy himself, sparring directly with the students. Following a colleague's advice, he would fully act like a beast man to make the training feel terrifyingly real. Every day was brutally tough. Teacher Sugarot would don a monstrous mask and attack them with a startling ferocity that pushed them to their limits. But through it all, as their bodies ached and their energy drained, not a single one of them complained. And just like that, after weeks of relentless preparation, the day of the freshman trial finally arrived. As the martial arts students walked toward the Allen Magic Tower, they could feel the condescending stares of the magic department students watching them pass. Finally, they stood before it, the immense and imposing Allen Magic Tower. Teacher Sugarot gathered them for his final instructions. Once you're inside, your first priority is to meet your team at the central stairs. If you can run, don't hesitate. If you can't, then you fight like your life depends on it and take at least one of them down with you. Nearby, a group of magic students overheard the stark command and began to snicker. "Did you hear that?" one of them whispered. "Even their own teacher has no faith in them." "How pathetic! I can't wait to see their faces when they meet a real magical beast, not some training dummy." Another chimed in with a smirk. "I bet the entire martial arts department gets wiped out in less than 3 minutes." A third concluded with a laugh. Kai overheard their taunts, but instead of his usual fiery outburst, he just calmly remarked to his friends, "Wow, listen to them. What a bunch of pathetic sore losers." A small, proud smile touched Lucas's lips as he looked at his friend. Kai had grown up a little. The tower's gatekeeper, a stern figure standing by the massive doors, motioned for the 12 of them to approach. With steady resolve and hearts pounding in their chests, the small group followed him toward the entrance. Elsewhere, in a dark room illuminated only by the glow of a large screen, Director Otani watched their every move. He stroked his long, white beard thoughtfully, musing to himself about how many years it had been since this many martial artists had entered the Allen Tower at once. "The legacy left behind by the war god can finally fulfill its true purpose," he murmured to the empty room, his ancient eyes focused intently on Lucas's image on the screen. "And now," he whispered, "are you ready to face the first great trial of your lives?" A group of 12 students stepped into the imposing Allen Magic Tower. Almost immediately, a young man named Lucas broke away from the group. In the blink of an eye, he was perched on a high tree branch, observing from above. He noted that everyone was following the teacher's orders, avoiding enemies, and heading for the central stairs. He decided that if they were going one way, he would go the opposite. Lucas knew that the first floor of the tower was largely goblin territory. He recalled hearing that these creatures used magic to obscure vision before they attacked. As a thick fog began to settle around him, he noticed subtle movements within the mist. He saw his friends, Alto and Decio, moving ahead. He decided to let them continue on, planning to run a quick experiment before catching up. Deep within the fog, a creature began to materialize directly behind him. It was a goblin, with its signature green skin, sharp teeth, and eyes that glowed a menacing yellow. With a single fluid motion, he cleanly removed the goblin's head from its shoulders. He paused for a moment, a look of understanding on his face. "Just as I thought," he said quietly. When the goblin fell, no message announcing a point gain appeared. This confirmed his suspicion. The Lucas who had just slain the creature was a clone, part of his experiment. The real Lucas, watching from a safe distance, sensed that the energy making up the tower's monsters felt strangely familiar. Stroking his chin in thought, he realized it was the same energy he used to create his clones. He concluded that the martial artist who created the tower was likely the source of these phantom enemies. Since his clones and the phantom enemies were made from the same energy, he figured that using his clone skills would go completely unnoticed. He smiled, hatching a new plan. He would have a clone protect Alto and Decio, while his real self continued to climb higher. To him, the strategy was flawless. Then, another idea struck him. If the energy was identical, he should be able to transform his clone into a magical beast. He focused his power, pouring it into one of his copies. The clone's form shimmered and reshaped itself into the perfect image of a goblin. Looking at his creation, he praised his own cleverness. With this new disguise, he could now move freely through the tower. In a distant control room, Director Otani observed the students on a large monitor. His gaze settled on Lucas. He remembered seeing the boy sneaking into the library to read martial arts manuals. But he was still impressed at how quickly Lucas had mastered the difficult skill of cloning. The director leaned closer to the screen, wondering what the young man would do next. He questioned whether Lucas would once again help his classmates rack up points. He knew that helping them too much would not be for their own good. He hoped Lucas understood that they needed to face these challenges themselves. Elsewhere on the first floor, Lucas's classmates were in a state of panic, running for their lives from monsters. From a high ledge, 2 goblins watched the students flee. "Damn it," one of the students shouted. "Talk about bad luck." A blue-haired student cried out in fear, realizing they were surrounded by 3 monsters at once. Before them stood a giant, one-eyed monster wielding a massive wooden club. One student asked what they should do, and another replied that their team could handle 2 goblins at most. Suddenly, a disturbance in the air made the one-eyed monster turn its gaze upward. A nearly silent sound wave passed through the area. All 3 students heard a mysterious voice. The voice instructed them to calm down, explaining that the giant could not see them well through the thick fog. The students took a breath and steadied their nerves. One of them recalled that the giants on this floor had low intelligence and moved slowly. They decided to put some distance between themselves and the giant to take out the goblins first. As they moved, however, the nimble goblins quickly caught up. The students suddenly found themselves locked in a fierce battle with the 2 creatures. The team was being pushed back by the goblins' relentless assault. A goblin lunged at the blue-haired student, who quickly blocked the attack with his sword. From behind the creature, a blade slashed through the air. It was his teammate, who had seized the opportunity created by the distraction to strike the goblin. The blue-haired young man composed himself, his eyes dead serious as he prepared to thrust his sword into the goblin's head. With teeth gritted, the goblin surprisingly caught the incoming sword with its bare hand. Their third companion was struggling with the other goblin. For a brief moment, he was distracted by his teammates' fight. In that instant of distraction, the goblin lunged at him. The student reacted quickly, ducking and sliding across the ground to dodge the attack. The goblin's own momentum sent it stumbling into the other fight, pushing the first goblin onto the student's waiting sword. The blow was fatal, awarding the team 10 points. The second goblin continued its charge, bouncing off its fallen comrade and stumbling away. The students took a moment to process their victory. One of them said that their teacher was right. If the three of them worked together, they could clear the first floor. With their morale boosted, they declared they would gladly take the points for the remaining goblin too. Nearby, one of Lucas's goblin clones watched the scene unfold. He reflected that winning required more than just strength. Calm judgment and courage were also crucial. He smiled to himself and murmured, "Using clones to train my classmates doesn't count as cheating, right?" He hoped this trial would show everyone how fun fighting could truly be. From outside, Teacher Greg watched them, a smirk playing on his lips. He pointed out to the watching students that a martial arts team was now surrounded by 3 monsters. The magic department students began to laugh, talking about the team's terrible luck. They commented that even they would struggle against 3 monsters at once, and figured the martial arts weaklings would be knocked out and sent running back soon. Teacher Greg's smirk widened. He thought they were all idiots and will get knocked out and come running back soon enough. Seeing Teacher Sugarot's unshakable confidence in his students only made him more irritated. Meanwhile, Teacher Sugarot considered the situation. He knew that if his students could just remain calm, they still had a chance of winning, even against 3 opponents. Suddenly, a fluctuation of energy pulsed from within the Allen Tower. The sudden shift immediately caught the attention of both Teacher Sugarat and Teacher Greg. Inside the tower, the students had successfully driven a sword through one of the goblins. The defeated creature vanished into thin air. A change came over the 3 students. Their eyes began to glow a faint red as they locked onto the remaining goblins, their expressions turning them from the hunted into the hunters. One of the goblins started to inhale deeply, puffing out its chest. The action immediately put the stout student on alert. The monster then exhaled a thick fog in his direction. The student quickly warned his teammates that the goblin was trying to create a diversion to escape. Another student immediately jumped into action. He launched a, quote, piercing thrust, a powerful attack that sent the goblin flying backward. Seizing the chance, the purple-haired student closed in on the now off-balance goblin. He shoved his blade down with both hands, pinning the creature to the ground. The goblin shrieked and struggled, trying to resist and break free. Before it could do anything else, the stout student was already standing over it, his polearm raised for a final attack. He then unleashed an attack called Lightning Step, striking the goblin's abdomen with incredible force. The goblin dematerialized as a notification appeared. Defeated Goblin Scout. Points +10. Teacher Greg grew furious, annoyed that the martial arts team had defeated 2 advanced goblins so quickly. To him, it seemed impossible. Teacher Sugarat, however, simply murmured with pride, "Well done." He turned to the students who had yet to enter the tower and offered them encouragement. He told them a team had already defeated 2 enemies by following his teachings, proving that the monsters in the tower were not so scary if they fought as they were trained. The martial arts students were fired up by his words. A nearby magic student, however, scoffed that they were just lucky. A red-haired martial arts student teased back, reminding the magic student that just a moment ago, he was calling them unlucky. Elsewhere, Teacher Sugarat felt a strange energy disappearing near 3 students. He had a sinking feeling, wondering if Lucas had somehow pulled something off again. Deep inside the Allen Tower, Lucas let out a sudden sneeze. He wondered to himself if his sister, Julia, was gossiping about him again. An image of her appeared in his mind, her voice full of excitement as she cheered him on. "Big brother, you're amazing. You're definitely going to reach the top." Just then, he heard his name being called as 2 other students found him. It was his teammates, Alto and Decio. They were relieved to see he was okay and admitted they had been worried when he was separated from them for so long. Lucas explained that he had been teleported far away and asked about everyone else. Decio replied that besides their group, only 1 other team was left. They made their way to the gate to regroup with the others. Lucas observed that while everyone was clearly tired, no one had been seriously hurt. Soon after, the last remaining group also arrived. Once they were all gathered, Lucas told everyone to rest up before they moved on to the 2nd floor. Outside, a lot of time had passed. The magic department students were still underestimating their rivals, guessing that they had not lost a single person because they were fast runners. One of them bet that they were all scrambling in a panic, unaware the martial arts students had already cleared the floor. They turned to Teacher Greg and asked for an update on the martial arts department's status. Sweat beaded on Teacher Greg's cheek as he announced that they had all reached the 2nd floor. The students were in shock, wondering how those weaklings could have possibly escaped every enemy on the 1st floor. Teacher Greg was filled with a quiet fury. Even first-year mage students often fail on this floor. If the martial arts department kept improving like this, he feared they would start taking valuable resources away from the mage classes. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, a grotesque, long-tongued monster stood in their path. Tucked behind a tree, Lucas scanned the area. He quickly realized that a large number of creatures were wandering around. He remembered a key detail about the tower. From the 2nd floor onward, teams were sent to random locations based on how well they performed. The stronger the team, the more difficult their trial would be. It was crucial to find the other classmates as soon as possible. With a brief moment of focus, he summoned 2 duplicates of himself, both taking the form of swift white foxes. He sent the 2 foxes speeding away in opposite directions to cover more ground. Just then, Alto and Decio came to find him. They approached and asked how things looked on his side. Lucas explained that there were many enemies, all moving in organized groups. Alto confirmed it was the same where they had been, noting that it would be hard to avoid combat completely. Lucas simply reminded them that the whole point of the Allen Tower trials was to gain fighting experience in the first place. Alto and Decio nodded in agreement. They knew running away the entire time would defeat the purpose of their training. Suddenly, a dark shape fell from the sky, landing exactly where Lucas had just been standing. "Lucas!" Alto and Decio shouted in alarm. With sharp reflexes, Lucas had already leaped backward to safety. He assured them he was fine, which made Alto remark that if it had been him, he would have been completely wiped out. Lucas turned his gaze toward the creature that had just ambushed them. 2 beastmen with fox-like features now stood before them, ready to attack. Without wasting a second, one of the beasts lunged straight for the group. Lucas reacted instantly, firing a golden beam of energy. It shot through the head of the second beast, which had been about to blow a horn to call for allies. At the same time, he raised his other hand and easily caught the sharp claws of the lunging attacker. He thought to himself how sly they were, using one as a distraction while the other called for reinforcements. A notification appeared. Defeated Raccoon Beastman Scout. Points +10. Lucas quickly warned the others that these enemies were just the first wave. If they didn't finish them off quickly, a much larger group would swarm their position. Decio began searching for his dagger, only to realize with a jolt that it was missing. A grim expression appeared on Lucas's face as he recalled grabbing it in a panic and accidentally throwing it away earlier. Just then, Lucas sensed another raccoon beastman approaching stealthily. "Alto!" he shouted urgently. "There's another one right at your feet!" In a flash of movement, the beast shot past Alto. It landed a short distance away, its eyes fixed on them. Alto remembered his teacher's warning that the enemies on the second floor were on a completely different level from those on the first. They were not only stronger but also smarter, capable of surprise attacks and even stealing their weapons. Still, a smirk formed on Alto's face. Even if they stole his weapon, they would regret it very soon. As if to prove his point, the beast suddenly cried out as its arm began to bleed from a hidden wound. Alto proudly revealed the powerful rock dragon gauntlets on his hands. He was very glad he had spent his points to buy them. The monster let out an enraged roar. Alto charged at the beast, pulling his fist back. He declared that when it came to pure strength, no one could beat him. The beast, however, was nimble and leaped backward, dodging the powerful punch. Seeing his chance, Alto called out to his teammate. Decio moved like a shadow, appearing directly behind the distracted monster. He landed a solid kick squarely in the creature's back. The impact sent the beastman flying through the air, right into Alto's path. Alto focused all his energy into his fist, causing his gauntlet to glow with immense power. He then unleashed a deadly punch he called the Rock Dragon Strike. The monster hit the ground and vanished into thin air. A notification appeared for the group. Defeated Beastman Scout. Points +10. Lucas complimented them on their great teamwork. In response, Alto and Decio felt a bit shy and embarrassed, wondering if he was being sarcastic. After all, they had seen Lucas defeat the other beastmen almost effortlessly. Brushing off their shyness, Lucas looked ahead and said, "Let's keep pushing forward for the martial arts department." Greg's patience was wearing thin. Unconsciously, his foot began to tap a restless rhythm against the floor. Time stretched on, and remarkably, not one student from the martial arts department had been eliminated. The spectators had all assumed that with their limited skills, the students would be defeated the moment they arrived on the second floor. Andre watched, a thought crossing his mind. Perhaps the tower's challenge had been made easier, just for the weak martial arts students. Greg's forehead creased with worry. His impatience had now turned into a nervous habit, and he started to bite his nails. His eyes were locked on the screens, refusing to blink. Meanwhile, inside the tower, the battle on the second floor raged on. A hulking, blue-skinned creature with a powerful, hunched frame swung a massive axe with brutal force. Without hesitation, Lucas grabbed the monster by its head and powerfully slammed it straight into the stone floor. At the same time, Decio found himself in a duel with a sword-wielding skeleton. He dropped low, the skeleton's blade whistling just over his head as he took a steadying breath. The sword crashed into the ground, sending sparks flying. Collins, who was right beside him, quickly stepped away to stay clear of the blow. For a brief moment, the skeletal warrior froze, confused by its missed attack. That single moment was all the opening needed. In a flash, the skeleton was hit with a flurry of strikes. Its bony frame cracked and splintered into pieces. But to their surprise, even as a pile of broken bones, its intact head and arms kept lashing out. Seeing the creature still fighting, Alto charged forward and delivered the final blow. He paused to ask how many monsters they had defeated. Collins replied that this was their third, adding with some surprise that he did not feel tired in the slightest. From a short distance away, Lucas silently used a special skill called Heroic War Cry, a supportive power passed down through his family. Instantly, A wave of new energy washed over the others. Alto felt his strength return, and Decio felt a fresh resolve to keep fighting. In another part of the tower, the team in Area B faced a different threat, a pack of 3 large wolves. One of the wolves was not alone. A rider was mounted on its back. The students braced themselves, getting ready for the coming fight. Just then, a glint of light flashed from the shadows behind them. The team surged forward at the exact moment an arrow flew past them, striking one of the approaching wolves. It was their archer, carefully hidden among the rocks and providing cover from a safe distance. Working together, they took down several of the Gale wolves, earning 10 points for each one. Meanwhile, the team in Area C had just defeated a much larger foe, earning 25 points for felling a one-eyed giant. And in Area D, another team took down a goblin scout for 10 points, followed by a tougher goblin vanguard for 15 more. A student named Slight let out a cheer of victory. He was amazed they had won, and a new feeling of hope grew inside him. At this rate, he thought, they might actually make it to the 3rd floor. Watching them from afar was a lone wolf, which was secretly a clone created by Lucas. Through its eyes, he saw the team defeat 2 beastmen scouts, adding 15 points for each kill. Lucas remained focused, using his clone's vision to keep an eye on his classmates. Back outside the tower, the professors and spectators continued to watch the events unfold. Greg's irritation grew with each passing second. He watched in disbelief as all 12 martial arts students fought their way to the staircase that led to the 3rd floor. A murmur spread through the watching professors. They whispered to each other in amazement, finding it hard to believe these were only first-year students. They wondered what their instructor, Sugarat, had taught them, as no one had expected this. A knot of nervousness tightened in Greg's stomach, but he clung to the belief that they would ultimately fail. Inside, the strain of the long battle was starting to show. Some of the students were clearly nearing the end of their stamina. A cruel smile touched Greg's lips as he saw their exhaustion. He was certain they would be automatically removed from the tower at any moment. Despite their fatigue, the students pushed onward, beginning their climb up the long staircase. Every step was a struggle. Their bodies screamed with exhaustion, and Decio, one of the students, lost his footing and stumbled. Before he could fall, Lucas was there, catching him and holding him steady. Lucas looked at his friend with concern and quietly asked if he was all right. Decio insisted he was fine, but it was clear to everyone that he had nothing left to give. His hand was already beginning to flicker and turn transparent, a sign that his time was up. He told Lucas not to worry and urged him to continue without them. Lucas simply stood there, saying nothing. The other students echoed Decio's words. Their own bodies were starting to fade as well. They all encouraged Lucas to go on, telling him he was their hope to prove the strength of their department. Decio felt a sudden arm wrap around his shoulders for support, and he looked up in surprise. It was Alto. Though his own face was a mask of pure exhaustion, he spoke with determination, saying they had to at least reach the top of the stairs together. A small smile appeared on Lucas's face. He agreed, reminding them that they were a team and that all of them would cross the line into the 3rd floor together. Leaning on each other for support, the students found one last reserve of strength and made the final climb. At that very moment, a loud announcement echoed outside the tower. 12 students had just reached the 3rd floor. The ground beneath their feet was a sea of shimmering, molten rock. The 3rd floor was on a completely different level, and they felt its crushing presence immediately. A sudden chill ran down one student's spine. Something was coming. From the shadows, 3 enormous lizards crawled in their direction. Their faces were cruel and beastly, their skin a dark purple. But it was their eyes, glowing yellow and filled with raw, killing intent, that froze the students in place. Without warning, one of the beasts lashed out, its long tongue shooting forward like a whip. It happened in a flash. A hand was sliced off and tumbled to the ground. With no time to recover, all 3 monsters rushed them at once. That brutal, coordinated assault was what finally broke them, forcing them out of the tower. Back outside, the students recounted the horror. The 3rd floor was just too much, they said. So chaotic they couldn't even tell how many enemies they had faced. Lucas watched them, making a mental note. The 3rd floor was the current ceiling for the martial arts department. To avoid standing out, he intentionally let his main body be eliminated with the others. But what no one knew was that his clone was still inside, continuing the challenge. His plan was simple. His clone would use Heroic Cry to support the 2nd martial arts group, giving them the boost they needed to also reach the 3rd floor. This way, the whole department's performance would improve, and he could blend in with the crowd. Or rather, he wouldn't stand out personally. The entire martial arts department, on the other hand, would look exceptional. The results left everyone speechless. Every last student from the martial arts department had made it to the 3rd floor, a feat usually reserved for the absolute best. This development put Greg in a very tight spot. His students now had to outperform them. He could not stand the thought of the magic class being shown up by the martial artist. Meanwhile, inside the tower, one of the magic students flinched as a monster lunged at him from the shadows. He reacted instantly, incinerating the creature until nothing but ash remained. Director Otani observed from the sidelines. Was the idea of losing to the martial artist really so upsetting? That student had just used a huge amount of mana, far more than necessary for a 1st floor monster. If they were this panicked now, He dreaded to think how they would manage on the tougher floors. Seeing them lose their cool so easily, he felt disappointed in this year's magic freshmen. The magic department students were dropping out one after another, eliminated with shocking speed. Less than half of them had managed to advance to the second floor. Greg's hand shot out, grabbing a nearby professor by the shoulder. He complained loudly, insisting that something was off. He was convinced it was a setup, claiming the monsters were stronger and more numerous, but only when his students were inside. The professor tried to calm him down, but Linda stepped in, telling him it was wrong to deny what was happening right in front of the students. She looked him in the eye and asked if he was genuinely unaware that the tower was functioning normally, or if he was simply admitting that his own senses were failing him. Greg opened his mouth to argue but was cut short by her next move. She didn't even wait for an answer, simply turning and walking away to speak with Sugarat. Greg bit down on his lip, the sharp taste of blood filling his mouth as he suppressed his fury. He couldn't stand the sight of Sugarat or any of his martial arts students. Linda congratulated Sugarat, telling him it was impressive that his students had outperformed the magic class. She reminded him that she always knew he could achieve this if he just applied himself. Sugarat shook his head, giving credit to the students' hard work, not his own. He then pointed out that her own elite students were about to start, asking if she shouldn't be with them. She just smiled, saying she had nothing to worry about when it came to those kids. Her gaze shifted over to the waiting group of elite students. Her confidence was absolute, rooted in the fact that her class representative was leading the team. Julia boasted to her teammates about her brother, claiming he could clear the fourth floor if he really tried. The others silently disagreed, but they kept their thoughts to themselves. The instructor gave the signal, and it was time for Julia's group to enter the tower. Lucas called out, wishing her good luck. As an afterthought, he reminded her not to forget her candy. The instructor overheard and found the specific reminder a little odd. Julia popped the candy into her mouth, and the instructor's eyes widened. It wasn't candy at all, but a powerful magic pill for restoring mana. It was rare to find a martial artist who could craft such a high-level pill, which made them incredibly expensive. To use one for a simple school trial was an unbelievable luxury. Julia's expression soured as she chewed. He had tricked her again. Her mana reserves were already full. But Lucas had insisted she take something, just like all the other students preparing for the trial. With this, he was making sure that Julia would have no trouble earning a top score. Once inside, Julia didn't hesitate, unleashing a powerful spell. Her group was facing a towering cyclops, a snarling goblin, and one of the lizard creatures. Bolts of pure lightning rained down from the sky. The three monsters fell in an instant, defeated before they could even move. Iowa watched in awe. To call down lightning with such pinpoint accuracy, hitting only the monsters without harming a single blade of grass, showed an unbelievable level of control. Julia turned back to her, a confident smile on her face, and told her to stay close. Across the lava-covered floor, bird-like monsters fell from the sky, struck down by bolts of lightning. One of the large lizard creatures on the ground spotted a falling bird. It lunged, crashing into the bird. As they collided, a powerful jolt of electricity coursed through them both. Julia watched as the lizard monster collapsed, its body scorched and smoking. A small bird descended and landed gently on her staff. It was one of her 1,000 thunderbirds, a familiar companion. She turned to her companions, telling them she had cleared the immediate area. She urged Iowa and Derek to press forward. Derek admitted she had saved them. He explained that the lizard was resistant to flames, a challenge for a fire mage like him. Julia simply replied that they all had their strengths. Iowa scoffed at the display. In the real world, she mused, she could have just turned the monsters' minds against each other, making them fight to the death. Julia agreed with her completely. She knew that on a real battlefield, Iowa's abilities would be terrifyingly effective. Iowa raised an eyebrow, a hint of frustration in her expression. The illusions in the Allen Tower had no true minds to manipulate, rendering her magic useless. Her only real contribution here was to sense and scout the location of enemies. A feeling of uselessness washed over her. She felt like she was just a burden to her teammates. But Julia and Derek never complained. Instead, they always acknowledged her skills and valued her help. Her cheeks grew warm, a faint blush spreading across her face. She decided to let it go, allowing Julia to have the spotlight for now. Lost in thought, Julia continued walking ahead, completely unaware of Iowa's inner conflict. Iowa called out for her to wait, and Derek chimed in, telling her not to get so far ahead of them. None of them realized they were being carefully watched from the shadows. Suddenly, Iowa froze, her senses picking up on something unseen. Julia, not paying attention, walked right into Iowa's back. Rubbing her reddened nose, Julia asked why she had stopped so abruptly, wondering if an enemy was near. Iowa shook her head, dismissing it. She said it was nothing, that she must have been imagining things, but she knew it was more than that. She had felt a strange presence, something that was not an enemy but also not one of their classmates. Far outside the tower, a loud announcement echoed. 3 first-year students had successfully reached the 4th floor. Lucas's clone, hidden nearby, breathed a silent sigh of relief. He had almost been discovered by Iowa, a stark reminder of how sharp a mind Mage's senses truly were. A female professor remarked to Linda how incredible it was for freshmen to reach the 4th floor, praising Lena's teaching. Linda smiled and gave the credit to the students' own hard work. Lucas overheard them, and a satisfied smile touched his lips. To him, it was only natural. His sister was truly exceptional. The mana pill he had given her only boosted her energy reserves. Their progress up the tower was a true test of Julia's own skill and her teamwork with the others. His role, he felt, was simply to watch over his sister's growth from a distance, supporting her from the shadows. Back inside the tower, Julia and her team continued to press forward. Suddenly, Iwa's voice cut through the quiet. She warned them to be careful, having sensed 4 enemies approaching from their rear right. The creatures began to climb down from a towering bookshelf nearby. Among them was a beastly archer, capable of firing arrows charged with lightning. Julia spun around instantly, preparing for a fight. But before she could even cast a spell, the monsters were swallowed by a sudden blast of fire. Derek had already made his move. He knew Julia had used up a lot of her energy on the previous floor and wanted to give her a chance to rest. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Derek sensed another threat. He threw himself to the side just in time to avoid a crackling arrow of lightning. He recovered just as 3 more monsters lunged toward him. With a shout, he unleashed his burning fire, conjuring a swirling tornado of flames. The 3 creatures were immediately caught in the fiery vortex. In moments, their bodies were completely burned to ash. Derek felt a surge of pride, but the girls paid him no mind. Iwa urgently warned that a swarm of enemies was on its way. Julia quickly asked for a number. Iwa told them there were more than a dozen, and they were closing in fast. Without another word, the 3 of them broke into a desperate run. Iwa felt a sharp sense of danger from right behind her. A volley of arrows flew past, and she twisted out of the way just in time. But their escape was cut short as the large gate in front of them began to grind shut. They were trapped. From the horde, a massive pig-like monster with a single sharp horn on its head stepped forward. A large orc and its wolf companions snarled, baring their fangs at the group. More creatures emerged from the shadows, quickly surrounding them. Their only escape was the gate, but breaking through its metal bars felt like an impossible task. Iwa slammed her fist against one of the cold metal bars in frustration. She knew there was no other way out. The orc lunged forward, its claws swiping through the air, but Julia reacted instantly by throwing up a crackling barrier of lightning. As the wolf's claws struck the shield, electricity surged through its body. The beast yelped in pain as the powerful shock sent it tumbling to the ground. Iwa reasoned that intense fire could melt the gate. Hearing this, Julia decided they would hold off the monsters to give Derek the time he needed to work. The giant orc let out a thunderous roar, shaking the very air around them. In response to their master's call, several wolves charged forward as a pack. Julia braced herself, keeping the shimmering barrier steady as the orcs and wolves rushed them all at once. The creatures crashed against the shield in a single brutal impact. Julia's arms trembled with the effort of holding the barrier together. Iwa's sharp eyes caught a crucial detail. She shouted to Julia, identifying the 4th wolf on the left as the fastest but also the weakest of the bunch. Without hesitation, Julia shifted her focus, sending a targeted bolt of lightning at the weak point in their attack. As the wolf fell, Julia glanced over and noticed Iwa was doing something unusual, her hands moving in a strange, deliberate pattern. But in the heat of the moment, there was no time for Iwa to explain her actions. Instead, she called out new targets with an urgent voice, pointing out 3 on the left and 2 on the right. Julia understood immediately. Another wave of electricity shot from her hands, leaving the targeted monsters charred and smoking on the ground. All the while, Iwa kept her focus, continuing to channel her unique power. She knew that monsters from the lower floors would have been instantly destroyed by such an attack. The creatures on this 4th floor were on a completely different level of strength. Her calculations complete, she called out another instruction, telling Julia to take out the one on the right first. Julia trusted her judgment, and did as she was told. But her energy was draining fast. She gasped that she could only manage to hold the giant orc in place, nothing more. A bead of sweat trickled down Iwa's face. This was bad. They were in serious trouble. She urged Julia to find an opening, any opening, to take down the last wolf. A pang of guilt hit Iwa. She felt Julia had already pushed herself far beyond her limits, and felt responsible for putting her in this position. Julia gathered her remaining strength, and unleashed a final burst of lightning that struck down the wolf. The creature collapsed to the ground, finally still. The effort had taken its toll. Spiderweb cracks spread across Julia's weakening barrier. Panting, Julia managed a weak smile. They had defeated the smaller threats, and with the giant still held in place, they were safe for the moment. She looked at Iwa with a tired but proud grin, joking that she could now brag about protecting a classmate like a proper class representative. Iwa gently told her not to get ahead of herself, but Julia just laughed, her relief evident. Suddenly, a flicker of danger registered in Iwa's mind. She shoved Julia hard. Just as the barrier shattered, a powerful blow landed where Julia had been standing, but Iwa took the full force of it. She couldn't believe it. Her senses had failed her. She had made a critical mistake and not detected the new wave of monsters until it was too late. Her body began to dissolve into particles of light. With what little strength she had left, she looked at Julia and urged her to run. Julia's eyes widened in horror as she watched Iwa get slammed into the hard ground. A heart-wrenching scream tore from her throat as tears streamed down her face. Derek unleashed a torrent of fire, incinerating the creature that had struck Iwa. He yelled to Julia that he could only open a small gap in the gate and that she had to go now. But she refused, shaking her head, insisting they fight on together. Derek shouted at her not to waste what little energy she had left. Just then, the giant orc broke free from its restraints and swung a massive fist at him. He wrapped himself in a blazing shield of fire just in time. The flames around him then exploded outward, forming a massive fiery figure with him standing at its core. From within the inferno, his voice boomed, screaming one last command for Julia to run. Night had fallen outside the tower when an announcement echoed through the air. 2 students were out, which meant only 1 person was left on the 4th floor. No one had believed the original 3 would ever make it this far. Derek knew they had acted purely on instinct. Their goal was to protect Julia, the one person with a real shot at continuing. He was certain they had made the right choice. Aiwa insisted she was only returning a favor. She knew that if they weren't in Allen Tower, a place that put her kind of magic at a great disadvantage, no one could have defeated her. She then walked past Julia, who was still sitting on the floor, trying to process what had happened. Watching from afar, Director Otani admired their perfect teamwork. One acted as a scout, tracking illusions, while the other worked as an engineer, taking apart traps. Each of them knew their own strengths and weaknesses, which allowed them to make the best decisions. He thought it was a magnificent display. He believed the 2 who were still fighting inside the tower had that same special quality. Deep inside, a giant orc lay defeated on the ground. Lucas gave the creature a final, powerful kick, sending it crashing into the far wall. It was over. He noticed a set of footprints on the ground and realized Julia had already passed through this area. Elsewhere, flashes of lightning lit up the battlefield. Julia struck down several enemies in a single burst of energy. She had to keep moving to reach the safe zone before she ran out of power. Monsters of all shapes and sizes blocked her path forward. A holographic pattern started to form on her cheek, a sign of her exhaustion. But she pushed the feeling aside, thinking of her friends. She let out a defiant scream, telling the monsters to get out of her way as she unleashed another wave of lightning. In a flash, they all fell. She refused to let the sacrifice made by Derek and Aiwa be for nothing. Just then, she saw a flicker of movement at the edge of her sight. She froze, completely confused. Something had just flown by her, and suddenly, the crushing fatigue she felt began to fade. It was Lucas. He had used his hero's war cry, a skill that boosted her fighting spirit and would increase her power for the next 10 minutes. With that boost, he knew she could clear the floor. The tower would close once all the students were done, so if he wanted to explore the upper levels, he had to go now. In the blink of an eye, he found himself opening his eyes underwater. This was the 5th floor. He could tell just by the look of the entrance. He began to swim forward. A giant, glowing lanternfish drifted past, followed closely by a humanoid water creature. Lucas quickly hid himself. He wanted to avoid any fights he didn't need to be in and save his energy for the 6th floor. The water creature swam over to investigate his hiding place. It stopped short, finding nothing there. Instead, another creature just like it was standing in the spot. The creature stared, completely stunned. It was looking at a cleverly disguised clone. Realizing the monster wasn't very smart, the real Lucas slipped away and continued on his way to the 6th floor. 5 minutes later, he burst through the surface of the water, having casually knocked a huge red serpent aside on his way up. Meanwhile, Julia was being chased by a terrifying beetle monster. She ran with all her might. 10 minutes later, Lucas was still pushing onward, cutting through several more monsters that stood in his path. Julia soon ran into another problem, a large wolf monster. She frowned, gathering the very last of her energy. With a final, determined strike, she brought the beast down. 20 minutes later, she stood before the entrance to a tall, imposing tower. She took a single step inside before her body gave out, and she collapsed onto the floor. She had finally reached the tower's interior, a safe zone. At that very same moment, Lucas arrived at his own destination. A wave of relief washed over both of them, knowing they had made it. Lucas stood in front of a shimmering, swirling portal. He reached out a hand and touched it. Suddenly, he was floating in the middle of the cosmos, surrounded by stars. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was the 6th floor. Lucas found himself on a floating rock in a strange, empty place. There were no monsters, and the very idea of space seemed to be missing. The only thing in this void was a single stone monument that commanded his attention. Drawn to it, he reached out his hand. He felt a strange pull, as if the monument was drawing his battle aura into itself. His energy flowed into a symbol carved on the stone, an axe at the center, crossed by a sword and a spear. In response, the symbol erupted in a brilliant light. Watching from afar, Director Otani understood. The boy had reached the 6th floor and found the war god's legacy. But this great discovery came with a serious problem. The problem was Julia. His sister was fighting for her life against a massive lanternfish, and her strength was fading. Everything now depended on Lucas. The amount of knowledge he could gain was limited by the time his sister could buy him before the tower closed. A wave of information crashed over Lucas, overwhelming his senses. His consciousness was pulled into a vision, where he saw the war god himself standing before an endless void. A dark, round creature floated in the blackness, its voice echoing with triumph. It taunted the war god, claiming that even in defeat, its seeds of evil were already sown across the world. The creature vowed that it would one day return, no matter how many thousands of years it might take. The war god's power flared, a golden aura exploding from him and lighting up the darkness. His patience gone, he roared at the creature to be silent. He clenched his fist, and all of his immense power gathered into one impossibly small point. With a final cry for the creature to perish, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Heavenbreaker. The perspective of the vision pulled back, revealing a shocking truth. The dark mass was merely the pupil of a giant eye, now bathed in the war god's golden light. The powerful blow struck its target, and the massive eyeball began to crack. From an even greater distance, it became clear that the eye belonged to a colossal, dragon-like monster of unimaginable size. Despite the wound, the great beast grinned, promising its return would be soon. The vision ended, leaving Lucas breathless and shaken by what he had just witnessed. He realized he must have seen a battle from the war god's past. The evil creature's words about leaving its seeds behind echoed in his mind. His thoughts immediately jumped to the strange miner and the zombie monster he had fought earlier. This was something he had to look into. He needed to understand what was happening. He reached out and placed his hand on the stone monument once more. Without warning, a huge hand made of light appeared and lunged toward him. Sensing the danger, Lucas instantly dodged to the side, assuming it was an attack meant for him. But the hand was not aiming for him at all. It slammed directly into the stone monument. Where the hand had struck, the monument's surface was now blank. The information was gone. He finally understood. The attack was meant to destroy the monument and stop him from learning more. Even though he was unharmed, the force of the event pushed him out of the special floor. He guessed that Julia must have finally reached her limit. With the monument damaged, there was nothing left for him there anyway. His clone dissolved, merging back into his real body. Sugarat saw him reappear and couldn't help but wonder what kind of trouble the boy had found this time. Lucas felt a distinct change within himself. He suspected that witnessing the war, God's ultimate technique had somehow altered his own power. The great gears of the tower began to turn, signaling its closure. On a monitor, Julia appeared, smiling. Director Otani watched, hoping these promising students would continue to work hard. The trial was officially over. At that moment, the last participant emerged. An instructor called for a round of applause to welcome her. The sudden noise startled Kai from his nap. He woke up confused, shocked to find out that not only was the trial over, but Julia had set a new record for the entire academy. Julia walked out of the tower with a wide, triumphant smile as the instructor proudly announced her achievement. She had cleared the 5th floor. Director Otani stepped into the quiet space of the library. A figure was already inside, a cup of tea poured and waiting for him. Otani turned to face the person. It was the headmaster, his expression serious. Without any pleasantries, the headmaster got straight to the point, asking what had transpired during the Allen Tower trial. Director Otani calmly picked up the cup of tea offered to him. He replied that to his knowledge, there had not been any irregularities. The headmaster found that hard to believe. He pointed out the unusually poor performance of the freshman mage class, noting how many had failed to earn even a single point. Otani countered with the exact numbers. 18 students had scored 0, compared to 12 from the previous year. It was, he argued, still within an acceptable margin of error. But the headmaster was not convinced. He pressed further, revealing that the number of students who managed to reach the 2nd floor was only half of what it had been last year. Otani suggested the headmaster take the issue up with the mage class advisor. He added that he too had questions about the quality of their teaching, if students were losing their composure so easily. He then shifted the subject, pointing out that the headmaster's focus on the mages had caused him to overlook a significant development within the martial arts department. This piqued the headmaster's interest. He leaned forward, asking what sort of anomaly Otani was referring to. Otani explained that 4 students had their martial artist restrictions loosened after the trial. They were on the verge of leveling up, with teacher Sugarat currently assisting them. The headmaster's eyes widened in shock. He quickly understood the implication, asking if the Allen Tower could actually accelerate a martial artist's growth. He knew immediately how dangerous that information would be if it ever got out. The world was filled with martial artists desperate for any advantage to level up. Both he and Otani were not getting any younger. The headmaster had no desire to hold another trial, unless it was to find a strong martial artist to become the next caretaker capable of opening the tower. He gave a firm instruction to Otani, not a word of this to anyone until the information was properly verified. Director Otani simply nodded, confirming he understood. He then added a lighter note, reminding the headmaster that a genius of the century had appeared this year, which was reason enough to be pleased. Elsewhere, the mage students were buzzing with excitement. They chattered about the new record set by one of their own, exclaiming that Julia was a true genius. Their praise for her was quickly followed by pity, as they remarked what a shame it was for her to have such an incompetent martial artist for a brother. Despite their words, they couldn't help but feel a pang of envy for him. Jeremy, standing nearby, overheard their conversation, and a familiar anger began to simmer within him. Julia was his sister too, even if they had different mothers. But it was always Lucas who received all the attention. He just couldn't understand why someone as useless as Lucas had to be her biological brother. The cafeteria was bustling with the usual lunchtime crowd. Students filled the tables, talking and enjoying their meals. Just then, Theodore made his grand entrance, soaring through an open window on a trail of flames. As expected, his arrival was met with excited squeals from the girls. He flashed a confident smile, basking in the familiar attention. In his mind, even with Julia's new record, he was still the undisputed idol of the school. His confidence faltered the moment Julia walked in. Instantly, all eyes shifted to her, and Theodore felt the sting of a direct hit to his ego. The crowd now admired her from a distance, whispering among themselves about how cute she looked as she ate her meal. Some even pointed out that her meal cost a full 20 points, a sum that clearly meant nothing to the new record holder. Theodore gritted his teeth, cursing her under his breath. He knew she had been awarded 1,000 points just for breaking that record. At their table, Lucas was cheerfully encouraging Julia to aim for even more points in the future. In a flash, Theodore was suddenly beside their table. Lucas noted the impressive speed of his movement. He watched him cautiously, wondering what he wanted. Theodore began by acknowledging Julia's talent, but he warned her not to get too cocky, just because she had reached the 5th floor of the Allen Tower. With her mouth full, Julia looked up at him and mumbled, asking what he was talking about. He opened his mouth to repeat himself, but stopped short as he suddenly sensed a powerful wave of energy. He realized Julia's magical energy was surging dangerously. A confrontation here, where he could lose control of his own fire magic, would be a disaster for his reputation. Choosing to retreat, he offered a final, vague threat that she would regret this. He then made another dramatic exit, disappearing on a plume of fire. Julia watched him go, wondering aloud what his problem was. Lucas simply told her to ignore him and finish her food. Inside, however, Lucas was already taking action. He wanted Theodore to learn that intimidating Julia was a mistake. He quietly activated Hero's War Cry, sending a wave of power to his sister that boosted her fighting spirit and stats for the next 10 minutes. Mina walked up to their table, remarking that it was strange for Theodore to leave without his usual catchphrase about being the school's #1. She then turned to Julia and congratulated her, admitting she was even more talented than she had first thought. Julia humbly credited her teammates for their help. This made Mina wonder aloud if those same teammates would be useful during the upcoming Goddess Memorial Festival. Lucas, unfamiliar with the name, asked what she was talking about. Mina realized they were out of the loop. She began to explain that their school, along with the Kyoto Magic School and the Holy Magic School, were considered the 3 great magic academies of the Korean Empire. Each year, a total of 9 exceptional freshmen were chosen from the 3 schools to compete and determine who was the best of their generation. Mina finished by saying she was absolutely certain that Julia would be one of the chosen participants this year. Lucas found the idea of the festival interesting. He glanced at his sister, wondering if she felt the same excitement. In the elite girls' dormitory, the jarring sound of an alarm clock jolted someone awake. It was Julia, now waking up on her own. After she had proven herself in the Allen Tower, Lucas had stopped his usual routine of waking her up each morning. In a rush, she grabbed a piece of toast and her books, using Thunderdash to speed down the hallway. Her speed got the better of her, and she crashed directly into Iwa. Iwa shot her a cold glare, telling her sharply to watch where she was going. Later in class, as fate would have it, they ended up sitting right next to each other. Julia's heart sank when she realized she had forgotten her textbook, and she looked like she was about to cry. Iwa noticed her distress and, with a sigh, slid her own desk closer to Julia's. She pushed her book between them, telling Julia to stop making such a pathetic face and just share with her. Later that day in the library, Julia was on her tiptoes, struggling to reach a book on one of the higher shelves. Without a word, Iwa reached over and easily grabbed it for her. Julia started to thank her, but Iwa was already walking away. Back in the cafeteria, Lucas saw that Julia was lost in thought, her mind conjuring images of Iwa as both a helpful angel and a scowling devil. Lucas advised her that if she truly wanted to know how Iwa felt, she would have to figure it out for herself. During a later class, the headmaster demonstrated a piece of magic, forming delicate birds out of pure water. He explained that such fine mana control was a useful skill, even in daily life. The other students watched in awe. Iwa observed the demonstration from her seat with a quiet intensity. From the corner of her eye, Julia was secretly watching Iwa. She clenched her fist with determination. A moment later, she focused her own mana, creating a small bird that crackled with thunder. Proud of her creation, she held it out for Iwa to see. Unfortunately, she had used a little too much power. The bird shot forward and zapped Iwa right in the face. Iwa slowly turned, staring at Julia with eyes that seemed to glow with a cold, terrifying light. Pale with fear, Julia squeaked and ran away. That evening, Iwa walked down the quiet dormitory hallway, a book in her hand. But when she opened the door to her room, she was surprised to find Julia there, fast asleep in her bed. The girl was sitting up, head slumped forward, with a little bit of drool on her chin. Iwa's gaze then fell upon a small box on her table, wrapped in star-patterned paper. Curiosity getting the better of her, she picked up the small card attached to it. As she read the note, A small, genuine smile touched her lips. It was an apology from Julia for the incident in class, along with an invitation to go out together. A box of cookies was included as a peace offering. Iwa wrote a reply on the back of the card, stating that cookies alone weren't enough for forgiveness. But after trying one, she added that they were delicious, and that maybe, if she felt like it, she would go with her tomorrow. The next day, Iwa stood waiting at their meeting spot, her patience already wearing thin. Julia was the one who had invited her, and yet she was the one who was late. Iwa muttered to herself that the girl was completely hopeless. Just then, Julia came running up, apologizing for being late. Iwa immediately cut her off, pointing out the obvious. But then Iwa froze. She had not expected Lucas to be there as well. Julia just smiled cheerfully, announcing that she had brought her brother along to treat them to everything. Iwa's face soured. She had only agreed to come because she thought it would be just the two of them. Lucas could clearly see the look of disgust on her face, but Julia remained blissfully unaware. As they stood there, another voice called out to them. It was Mina. She spotted the siblings and asked if they were heading out for the day. Without hesitation, Julia pulled her into a hug and invited her to come along. Mina's eyes lit up as she asked if Lucas was going with them. At the confirmation, her face instantly turned bright red. She blushed so fiercely it looked as though steam might come out of her ears. She stammered her acceptance to the invitation. Iwa's irritation grew. She didn't even know who this girl was. Completely oblivious, Julia happily grabbed both of their hands and announced that their destination was the food district in Daktown. Lucas sighed. This was not how he had expected the day to go. Now it seemed he was paying for all three of them. The group finally reached Daktown's famous food district. Julia was practically buzzing, her eyes wide with the promise of all the delicious sweets she was about to eat. The others, however, did not share her boundless enthusiasm. Lucas wore a stressed expression, while Iwa was clearly annoyed by the whole situation. Only Mia seemed to be genuinely happy just to be there. Iwa shot a sharp glare toward the others. She muttered under her breath, frustrated that her plan for a quiet outing with just Julia had turned into a noisy group event. She found Julia's overly excited behavior completely childish and irritating. Mia, meanwhile, was lost in her own happy bubble. A deep blush colored her cheeks, simply because she was spending the day with Lucas. Completely unaware of the tension, Julia happily grabbed both Iwa's and Mia's hands, declaring it the perfect after-school activity. Her gaze quickly found its target. She pointed at a nearby shop, exclaiming that she had been dying to try their desserts. As they walked closer, Iwa noticed a small cat resting in the shop's window. For just a moment, her usual cold expression seemed to soften, but the moment passed as quickly as it came. She put her guard back up and grumbled at Julia, questioning her childish excitement over a candy shop. Their plans were suddenly ruined by a sign on the door, announcing there were only 2 entry spots left. Julia's face fell, her heart sinking with disappointment. She dramatically collapsed to the ground, overcome with sadness. All her sweet dreams were shattered in an instant as she let out a despairing wail. Lucas rushed to his sister's side to comfort her, but it was Mia who quickly thought of a practical solution. She suggested that since Julia and Iwa had planned the outing together, it only made sense for them to take the last 2 spots. With a sweet smile, she added that she would be happy to wait outside with Lucas. At her words, Iwa's gloomy expression instantly brightened. Overjoyed, Julia threw her arms around Mia, calling her the best friend ever. With the problem solved, she and Iwa eagerly headed into the shop. Left alone, Lucas and Mia found a nearby bench to sit on. He offered her a drink, apologizing for his sister's overly dramatic behavior. He mentioned he was glad Julia had a good friend like her. An awkward but not unpleasant silence fell between them. Mia accepted the drink, her eyes clouding over with a distant memory. She spoke softly, saying that the moment reminded her of the past. Lucas looked surprised. He tried to remember what she could be talking about, asking if she meant something from when they were children. She explained that when a store clerk had handed her some sweets earlier, the simple gesture had felt exactly like a specific moment from their childhood. Her words pulled them back in time, to a rainy day many years ago. 2 small children, a young Lucas and Mia, were sneaking away from the adults for an adventure. Their exploration led them to a terrifying sight, a huge snarling wolf trapped in a cage. The sight made little Mia freeze, and she stumbled backward, falling to the ground in fear. But even as a child, Lucas was brave. He stood protectively in front of her with his arms spread wide, promising that he would keep her safe. The memory brought them back to the present. Lucas rubbed the back of his neck, looking a little embarrassed as he admitted that he also remembered that day. He gave a nervous laugh, wondering aloud how he could still recall such a thing after all this time. A deep blush spread across Mia's face, her calm composure finally breaking. She accused him of making fun of her for being so scared as a child. Her hands trembled slightly as she clutched her cup, clearly flustered by the memory and the fact that he remembered it so clearly. Lucas quickly shook his head, insisting that wasn't what he meant at all. He then confessed that in a way, he felt like he had known her all along. Mia shot to her feet, her eyes wide as she asked if he really meant it. Tears started to well in her eyes as he finally explained why he had kept his distance from her at school. He had been afraid that if other mages discovered their childhood friendship, she would be bullied for associating with an incompetent martial artist like him. He looked down at the ground, a sad smile on his lips. He hadn't wanted his own weakness to cause her any trouble. Then, he looked up to meet her eyes and asked if they could finally be friends. Lucas held out his hand toward her. He explained that Julia truly wanted to be her friend, and added that there was no reason for them not to be friends as well. Mia stared at his outstretched hand, her heart pounding in her chest as she considered everything he had just said. Then, for the first time, a truly genuine and unguarded smile spread across Mia's face. She gently placed her hand in his, sealing their new beginning with a soft promise. Meanwhile, inside the dessert shop, Julia and Iwa were in heaven, surrounded by magical butterflies and adorable, rabbit-shaped sweets. Julia held out a huge piece of cotton candy for Iwa to try, the two of them happily bonding over their shared love for all things sweet. They even bought matching lollipops shaped like stars and gems. As they finished, Iwa asked Julia what they should do next. Outside, Lucas and Mia were sharing a quiet, happy moment. A new friendship was finally beginning to blossom between them. Their peaceful moment was shattered when Julia and Iwa emerged from the shop, their eyes landing on the sight of Lucas and Mia holding hands. Startled by their sudden appearance, Lucas and Mia immediately let go and put some distance between themselves. Iwa's gaze fell to the pouch of money Lucas had given them, and her expression soured with betrayal and confusion at the unseemly sight. Sensing the mood had deteriorated, Lucas quickly tried to change the subject, suggesting they head over to the gourmet street. And so, the now slightly awkward group of four started walking toward their next destination. Julia, however, seemed completely untroubled by the tension, already happily enjoying the candy she had bought. Though Iwa was still visibly irritated, she offered Julia another one of her star-shaped candies, unable to stay truly angry with her friend. With a dramatic wave of her new candy wand, Julia pointed it forward and announced their next stop was the Five Saints Hall. A trail of pink magic suddenly shot out from the candy, swirling around a very surprised Iwa. The trail then continued on to circle around Lucas and Mia, who were still standing a little too close for Iwa's comfort. The magical trail led them directly to a grand and impressive building. Lucas pointed it out, confirming that they had arrived at their destination. They stood before the famous Five Saints Hall, and Julia was practically vibrating with excitement. Lucas explained that it was an auction house run by a famous collector, a place where one could find all kinds of rare and amazing treasures. Iwa and Mia exchanged a stunned look. An auction house sounded far too expensive and fancy for a group of students. That detail didn't bother Julia at all. She turned to her brother with wide, pleading eyes, begging him to take them all inside. Lucas tried to explain that they could only look, since they couldn't afford anything, but a loud, booming voice suddenly cut him off. A heavy-set man with a very large mustache stood at the entrance, shouting for them to wait. He glared down at the group of students, sternly telling them that this was not a place for them to be killing time. Just as the guard moved to throw them out, a hand radiating powerful energy extended to stop him. Lucas's hand came to rest on the guard's shoulder, halting him instantly. He calmly stated that they had heard about a treasure challenge and wished to try, but from that simple grip, the guard felt an immense, crushing pressure. He realized this was no ordinary student. Beads of sweat formed on the guard's brow. He had a sudden, sinking feeling that he had picked a fight with the wrong person. Lucas found it interesting that a mere gatekeeper possessed the skills of a level 4 martial artist. The guard's demeanor shifted completely. With a deep, respectful bow, he ushered the group inside, welcoming them as honored guests. With their path now clear, the group finally entered the Five Saints Hall. Julia led the way, seemingly untroubled by the tense encounter moments before. They looked around in awe, but the sight before them was not an auction house. It was something far more intimidating. They found themselves in a massive indoor arena. From a high perch, a figure dressed like a jester greeted them. A sadistic grin spread across the jester's face as he announced the rules of the game. To win the prize, he declared, they simply had to defeat the fierce beast. The fierce beast was a colossal, flaming lion, chained in the very center of the arena. The monster unleashed a terrifying roar, its eyes blazing with uncontrollable rage. Mia cautioned Lucas to be careful, pointing out how incredibly vicious the beast appeared. Paying them no mind, the jester activated a magic circle. With a crack of his whip, he sent a magical attack hurtling toward the lion's restraints. The magical chains shattered into pieces, and the furious monster was finally free. Its burning gaze locked onto Lucas and Julia, marking them as its first targets. The beast lunged, but Lucas moved in a flash, pushing his sister out of the path of danger. He stood his ground, using his own body to shield Julia from the attack. In an instant, Lucas found himself face to face with the monster's massive, gaping jaws. The jester watched from above, a confused expression on his face. This was not how he had planned for things to go. He screamed at the beast, ordering it to attack. The creature, however, was frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. A terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from Lucas. It took the form of a giant shadowy wolf that glared down at the cornered beast. His aura became dark and menacing. A single crimson eye glowed from within the shadows, striking terror into the heart of the jester's creature. Annoyed that his pawn was now useless, the jester decided to handle matters himself. He charged forward, lashing his whip at the giant lion and demanding to know why it refused to attack. It was a fatal miscalculation. The jester's eyes widened in pure terror as he realized his grave mistake. Irritated by the nuisance, the beast simply swatted him away as if he were a fly. The jester's body was sent flying across the arena floor, where he was knocked out in a single, decisive blow. With the immediate threat dealt with, Lucas turned around. A sheepish smile appeared on his face as he let out a sigh of relief, remarking that it was finally over. Julia was completely starstruck by her brother's display of power, exclaiming how amazing he was. Iwa, however, watched with a complicated expression. She wondered why someone with his incredible skill would choose to hide his true abilities. As they made their way up a flight of stairs, Iwa remarked that the beast had seemed utterly terrified of Lucas. Julia then quietly asked Lucas if the presence of the white wolf, Uru, was still lingering on him. Lucas simply gave a wink, putting a finger to his lips. He told her quietly that he had just been lucky. With the first trial cleared in a rather bizarre fashion, he led the group onward to the next checkpoint. They entered an even grander hall, this one filled with floating platforms and crackling magical energy. Lucas announced that this was where they would receive their reward. An old man, who appeared to be the keeper of this place, came forward and presented them with their prize, the legendary wind-riding arrow. The keeper explained that the next trial was simple. He pointed toward a distant target and instructed them to step on the transparent rings to make their way across and pierce the bullseye. Iwa immediately set to work. Her eyes glowed as she began to analyze the magical runes on the platforms, calculating the safest path forward. The old man stroked his beard, clearly impressed. He explained that this trial was designed to test one's judgment, as it required a sharp eye for both opportunity and danger. With the explanation complete, he asked who among them was ready to take on the challenge. Before Iwa could even finish her complex calculations, Julia took a confident step forward. She faced the challenge head-on, her voice bright with eagerness as she announced her plan to her brother. "Let me try." The old keeper smiled, clearly amused by her bold spirit. With a slight nod, he set the trial in motion and told her to begin. Julia picked up the wind-riding arrow and gave it a casual toss. The arrow barely flew a few feet before it dropped to the floor with a useless clatter. It looked as if she was simply fooling around. But then, with a lollipop still in her mouth, she broke into a wide grin and promised, "Watch this." She carefully placed the arrow onto a strange, magical device. The machine immediately began to hum, vibrating with an incredible amount of power. In a brilliant flash, the arrow was completely engulfed in a storm of violent, crackling purple lightning. Magical energy surged into the air, striking the runes that floated nearby. The very moment she fired the arrow, a series of defensive cubes materialized, ready to block the shot. This was all part of her plan. A wicked grin spread across her face as she used her magic to guide the supercharged arrow through the air. The defensive cubes locked onto the arrow, preparing to blast the projectile right out of the sky. Watching from the side, Mia could hardly believe what she was seeing. She gasped in amazement, exclaiming that the arrow was flying all by itself. The keeper's calm and amused expression was completely gone. He had never expected a challenger to try and pass his trial with such a direct, brute force method. He couldn't believe this little girl thought she could simply break his carefully crafted test. He decided it was time to show her its true power. With a determined press of a button on his control panel, he activated the trial's full defensive capabilities. The sudden escalation of the trial caught Julia off guard, but only for a brief moment. A dense barrage of red lasers shot out from the walls, all aimed at overwhelming her magically guided arrow. The arrow began to shake violently in the air as it struggled against the relentless onslaught of attacks. More and more cubes popped into existence, firing their own energy blasts without pause. "Here I go!" Julia shouted, pouring even more of her own magical energy into the struggling arrow. Wrapped in a cloak of lightning, the projectile expertly dodged and weaved through the storm of lasers. She realized that with this much firepower, she didn't need to navigate the maze, she could simply destroy it. The keeper's expression darkened. This was not at all how things were supposed to go. He raised the stakes once more, summoning a massive sphere of water magic to block the arrow's path. The heavy wall of water successfully knocked her arrow off its course. She cried out in frustration, wondering what the old man was doing. It was now taking all of her effort just to keep the arrow from falling. Growing desperate, the keeper summoned both fire and water magic, creating a powerful, dual-layered defense. The two opposing elemental forces collided in a massive, chaotic explosion right in the arrow's path. Incredibly, the arrow blasted straight through the fiery, watery vortex without even slowing down. Mia was stunned into silence. She finally understood that Julia wasn't solving the obstacles, she was just breaking them with raw power. Julia gritted her teeth, sweat pouring down her face as she pushed herself to her limit. This was taking everything she had, but her eyes burned with an unwavering determination. She was not going to lose this fight. Lucas, however, was not surprised at all. He simply remembered a little chat they had shared earlier. He had told her that whenever her magic felt difficult to control, she should assume something was interfering with it, and that the simplest solution was to just destroy the source of the interference. Channeling one last surge of power, Julia's eyes began to glow an intimidating shade of purple as she declared, "I won't stop." She then unleashed her final devastating attack, screaming its name for all to hear, "Super Thunder Pierce!" The keeper's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. "What?" he stammered. "This is..." Iwa finished his sentence in her mind. It was sheer, overwhelming force. Standing beside her, Mia was simply too shocked to speak. With the target completely obliterated and all the obstacles destroyed, Julia finally landed, a proud and exhausted smile on her face. Looking both defeated and a bit embarrassed, the keeper wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. He quietly congratulated her on passing the second trial. He let out a sigh of resignation, admitting that Julia's talent was truly overwhelming. "Well then," he said to the group, "follow me." As he led them to a new room, he gave them a piece of advice, warning them that not every trial could be completed with brute force. The third checkpoint was an alchemy workshop, a place where technique and concentration would be tested, not strength. Inside, a master alchemist greeted them. She explained that for the third trial, they would compete with here to see who could create a legendary magic potion the fastest. Mia's eyes widened in shock as she processed the nature of this new and difficult challenge. The master alchemist unrolled a paper scroll. On it was the name of the next challenge, a magic potion known as Trivia's Tears. She announced that the task would require 108 rare ingredients, all laid out before them. Then, she offered a stern warning. Hidden among the ingredients was a monstrous algasoid, a creature that had bested every alchemist who had attempted this trial before. The immense difficulty of the task left the group speechless. Julia clutched her head in despair, and even Lucas's expression grew serious. Just as it seemed no one would accept the challenge, Mia quietly stepped forward, volunteering to face it herself. The master alchemist looked surprised. She questioned how this quiet girl expected to succeed where so many skilled artisans had failed. Before Mia could reply, the monstrous algasoid burst to life, its tentacles thrashing wildly inside a large cauldron. At that same moment, the master alchemist began her own demonstration, moving with incredible speed and precision as she combined the ingredients. Her advanced goggles glowed, allowing her to adjust temperatures in an instant, a clear display of her immense skill. Julia and Lucas could only watch in awe. Julia whispered that the alchemist's skill was on a completely different level. Mia, however, was unfazed. Her expression was one of perfect calm and focus. She traced a simple pattern in the air with her finger. Instantly, her chosen ingredients floated upwards, enveloped in the soft blue light of her water magic. A group of small, golden bunnies made of pure light appeared around her, ready to help with the task. With a steady hand, she added a pinch of a glittering powder to a small bottle, murmuring that it was just the right amount. Then, to the surprise of the onlookers, she produced a simple, but very sharp kitchen knife. She began to slice the ingredients with the skill of a master chef, her hands moving at a speed that was almost impossible to follow. Her skill with the knife was so extraordinary that it left even Lucas completely stunned. Her little bunny helpers moved efficiently, catching each perfectly cut piece as it fell from her blade. They then carefully dropped the prepared ingredients into the bubbling cauldron below. Mia leaned over the pot and took a quick sniff of the rising steam, noting its bitter aroma. She then took out a small pouch filled with what looked like dried herbs and gave it a gentle shake. With a graceful motion, she sprinkled the contents of the pouch into the mixture, her movements as elegant as a dance. Julia watched, amazed, whispering that Mia made it all seem effortless. Iwa agreed, calling her unusual methods brilliant. But Mia was not finished. She reached for a dangerous-looking ingredient that crackled with unstable energy. The master alchemist's eyes widened in alarm. That particular ingredient was far too powerful to be handled so carelessly. Mia calmly combined it with another component, causing a massive, swirling vortex of purple and golden energy to erupt from the cauldron. When the brilliant light subsided, a finished potion shimmered inside a vial, radiating with power. Mia held up her creation. With a proud smile, she announced that it was done. The master alchemist, still carefully measuring her own ingredients, looked up in complete shock. She could only stare in disbelief, stammering a single, confused word. Even from across the room, she could tell that Mia had crafted a genuine, flawless legendary potion. In an instant, she was standing before Mia, grabbing her by the shoulders. She demanded to know the name of Mia's master, certain that only a great alchemist could have taught her such skills. A flustered Mia quietly admitted that this was her first time ever making the potion. The alchemist was stunned into silence. Her first attempt? The rest of the group was just as shocked by her confession. Mia explained that she was new to making potions, since she normally spent her time just cooking regular food. In fact, she added, creating the legendary potion felt no different to her than making a simple pot of soup. Comparing a legendary potion to soup seemed to turn the alchemist's entire world upside down. Julia whispered excitedly that this was what made Mia so incredible, adding that even her cookies were on another level. Iwa chimed in, praising Mia's natural talent. Moving closer, Iwa teased Mia, saying that whoever ended up marrying her would be a very lucky person. Mia's face turned bright red and she waved her hands in front of her, insisting she had only been trying her best. She shyly admitted that she had been very nervous. To calm down, she pretended she was cooking for someone important to her, gesturing towards Lucas. Lost in his own thoughts, Lucas considered how a good cook could boost the team's spirits. Lucas seemed completely lost, wondering who this important person could be, which prompted Mia to sigh and mutter about how dense he was. She immediately laughed, embarrassed to have said that out loud. With the trial now over, the master alchemist regained her composure, looking at Mia with a new sense of respect. She presented the finished potion to Mia, admitting that watching her had given her a new way of looking at her own work. The potion was a priceless prize, but Mia hesitated to accept something of such great value. Lucas stepped forward and encouraged her to take it. He told her she had earned it with her amazing display of skill. With a thankful smile, Mia finally accepted the legendary potion, expressing her gratitude to the alchemist. Their third victory was now secure. Lucas announced that it was time for them to move on to the next checkpoint. As the group left the workshop, a shadowy figure watched them from a distance, holding a set of strange, glowing cards. The mysterious figure smiled, thinking this group of challengers was proving to be very entertaining. With their third victory, Lucas and his team walked into the next checkpoint, a vast hall where tall pillars reached up to a ceiling painted like the night sky. A mysterious woman stepped out from the shadows to greet them. A sly smile played on her lips as she introduced herself as the master of the fourth trial. She announced that they would be playing a card game, one that was very popular among the upper class. The game used a special set of cards. Each card showed a different character: a king, an archbishop, a merchant, and a deadly assassin. The woman explained that the goal was to outsmart an opponent in a high-stakes game of bluffing and mind games. She called it King's Lie. The rules seemed simple. The powerful king, ranked 9, could beat the common people, ranked 2. The people, in turn, were stronger than the assassin. Each player drew a single card, and the one with the higher number won. There was a catch, however. The assassin, the lowest card, was the only one that could defeat the king, the highest card. She added that players could use magic to change their card's number, but the bigger the change from its real value, the more magic it would cost. If a player's bluff was called out, the true value of their original card would be used to decide the winner. With a quick flick of her wrist, she sent the A card spinning toward the team. "Let's choose our first player, shall we?" she asked. Lucas reached out and caught the card. The woman then added one last rule about what happened if a fake card's number was the same as an opponent's real card. In that case, the forged card would automatically lose. In other words, the trial was a test of their ability to see through deception and to lie convincingly themselves. Lucas admitted to his friends that this kind of game was not his strong suit. Julia looked dizzy from trying to understand all the rules, and Mia seemed just as confused. But Iwa stepped forward, a determined look in her eyes. She thought it sounded fun, explaining that this kind of challenge was exactly what her family, the Mirandas, excelled at. She took her seat at the table, across from the woman. "I'll be your opponent," Iwa declared, ready to play for her team. She then asked if eye magic was allowed, pointing out that their host seemed to be using some magic of her own. The woman smiled, impressed by Iwa's sharp eye. She confirmed that eye magic was permitted. Then, with expert hands, she began to shuffle the deck, the cards flowing between her fingers like water. In one swift, smooth motion, she dealt the cards, sending them gliding across the polished surface of the table. The game had begun. Both players held their hands over the deck, their eyes locked on each other in a silent battle of wills. In a flash, they both drew their first cards, and the duel was underway. Iwa's gaze sharpened. Her red eyes burned with focus as she studied her own card and tried to read her opponent. The card master casually held up one of her cards. A faint purple light glowed from its surface as she laughed. "Let's see if you can deceive my eyes," she challenged. With incredible speed, both players slapped a card down on the table at the exact same moment. The first cards were revealed. Iwa had played the king, while the master had played the archbishop. From the sidelines, Julia jumped with joy. "We won!" she shouted, knowing Iwa's king had a higher number than the master's card. Iwa, however, remained calm, her face a mask of concentration as she analyzed the move. She wondered what her opponent was truly planning. Suddenly, a strange hexagonal pattern appeared in her glowing red eyes. She was activating one of her skills. Her gaze locked onto the archbishop card. "That card is a fake!" she shouted, her ability confirming her suspicion. With unwavering confidence, she slammed her hand down on the master's card. She looked the master directly in the eye, a silent challenge showing she would not be intimidated. For just a moment, the card master looked surprised, clearly taken aback by Iwa's bold move. Iwa's touch shattered the illusion. The archbishop shimmered and changed, revealing the assassin card beneath. Her teammates watched in shock. The card master snapped her fingers, looking unbothered. My, she said. "I'm impressed you saw through my disguise." She grinned wickedly, holding up the assassin card. "Unfortunately for you," she added, "you still lose." But Iwa was not fazed in the slightest. A cunning smile began to form on her lips. She noted how impressive it was that the master had used a second layer of disguise on the card. She then declared that the assassin was also a fake. The master's eyes widened in genuine shock, her confident expression finally cracking. Iwa explained that the master wasn't the only one who could hide the traces of her magic. She had a feeling her opponent would try a trick like this. That was why, from the very beginning, she had kept her eyes on the master's hands to make sure she drew one specific card. With a flick of her wrist, Iwa flipped her own card over. Her real card was not the king she had played, but the assassin. Lucas, Mia, and Julia erupted in cheers. They could feel that the battle had just turned in their favor. Iwa calmly repeated the rule the master herself had stated. If a forged card and a real card have the same number, the forged one loses. The master stared at her card in disbelief. Aiwa explained her opponent's clever strategy. First, she had disguised her card as the archbishop to test the waters. If Aiwa had revealed a king, the master planned to win with a double bluff, revealing the assassin. But Aiwa concluded that tactic only worked on people who were less perceptive. The woman slumped back in her chair, defeated. On the table lay the proof of Aiwa's victory. Her real assassin had triumphed over the master's real king. Aiwa let out a long sigh of relief, the tension finally draining from her body. Then, with a playful smirk, she echoed the master's earlier taunt. Is that all you have? Inside, however, she knew it had been a close call. Her mental strength had been pushed to its absolute limit. The card master looked stunned for a moment before a soft, genuine laugh escaped her. She told Aiwa that with such talent at her age, she would surely become someone remembered by history. Aiwa stood tall, a triumphant figure, while her teammates celebrated the hard-won victory behind her. The master smiled warmly, admitting it had been a long time since she had such an exciting game. She then grew serious, telling Aiwa that she and her friends were bound by fate. A great disaster was coming to the continent, she prophesied, and they would be the ones to save the world. Aiwa asked what she meant, but the master simply urged them forward. Please, proceed to the next and final checkpoint. She warned them that the master of the hall oversaw the last trial, and his strength was on a completely different level. As they walked away, Lucas thought about the woman's words. It sounded like a typical prophecy about the end of the world, but he had a feeling she wasn't joking. The group moved toward the exit, preparing for whatever came next. Julia, however, was practically bouncing with excitement at the idea of saving the world. Their brief moment of celebration was shattered when a huge, cannonball-like object smashed through the wall right in their path. Julia screamed in terror. "Is it a trap?" Mia shouted. Lucas, however, remained calm. He peered through the dust and saw a figure. The man's eyes narrowed as he muttered, "You must be the next ones." A huge, blonde-haired man stepped out from the wreckage. A menacing red aura pulsed around him. He cracked his knuckles and smirked. "Welcome, challengers," he boomed. "I hope you're ready for a real test of strength." Aiwa felt a wave of pure killing intent wash over her. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek as she wondered if this man was even human. The blonde man casually lifted a massive barbell. Looking over at the group, he asked if they were the next challengers to face him. He told them he had been waiting, recognizing them as the elites from the Allen Magic School. He acknowledged that if they had made it this far, they were clearly more than just spoiled children living off their family's reputation. An overwhelming pressure radiated from the man, causing Aiwa to break out in a cold sweat. She could feel that he was on a completely different level from anyone she had ever met. He dropped the heavy barbell to the floor with a loud thud and began to explain the rules of the test. A blazing orange aura erupted around his body as he challenged all of them to attack him at once. He made the condition for passing clear. All they had to do was land a single clean hit on him. His eyes burned with a wild energy as he laid out the alternative. If they failed to hit him, it would be his turn to attack. They would have to block his blow, and then they would trade attacks until one of them could no longer stand. Mia and Aiwa stood frozen, terrified by the very thought of trying to block a punch from his powerful arms. The man added a final warning, stating that he would not hold back. If they did not want to die, they should leave now. But Lucas stepped forward with a confident smile. He asked to face the man alone. He thought to himself that this man's aura was even stronger than his teacher Sugar Rat's. He was the real deal. Julia begged her brother to forfeit, saying they should just go home and forget about the treasure. Aiwa, however, stepped up, insisting she would fight with Lucas. Lucas simply smiled back at them. He kindly refused their help, explaining that this kind of fight was meant for a martial artist, and he wanted to test his own strength. The blonde man grinned, saying that if it was a fight between men, he wouldn't need to hold back. He asked Lucas if he was ready for more than just a broken bone or two. A mechanical bird suddenly flew down and began to yell at the man. It called him Barzan and told him to put on the magic gloves, reminding him he still hadn't paid for the barrier repairs from last time. The man, Barzan, sighed at the bird's nagging and picked up one of the gloves. He tossed the other glove to Lucas and insisted he wear it too. He explained that the gloves created a protective barrier so that their fight wouldn't destroy anything or anyone around them. Lucas slipped the glove onto his hand. His expression hardened as he prepared himself. He was ready. In an instant, a see-through blue barrier appeared around them, sealing them inside an arena. The final trial was about to begin. Lucas settled into his fighting stance, his fists clenched and ready. With a powerful shout, Lucas burst forward, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. He drove a strong punch directly into the center of Barzan's chest. His face twisted in disbelief. The impact felt like he had just punched a solid steel wall. He couldn't believe his attack wasn't strong enough. The blonde man just smirked, completely unaffected by the blow. He complimented the boy's courage, and then announced it was his turn as he readied his fist. Realizing this was bad, Lucas quickly took a defensive stance. A single punch from Barzan sent Lucas flying across the hall. He crashed through a stone wall and tumbled into the room on the other side. He coughed, feeling battered and bruised. As he looked up, his eyes fell on a ghostly woman who was calmly sipping tea. The blonde man stood over him, looking completely dominant and in control. But from within the rubble, Lucas's eyes gleamed as he spotted a sword lying nearby. He shouted that he wasn't finished yet and leaped back into the fight with the sword in his hand. He focused his energy and unleashed an attack with the blade. But the man simply took a deep breath, his powerful muscles tensing under his clothes. Then, he let out a deep, rumbling roar. The sheer pressure from the roar sent Lucas flying backward again, unable to even get close enough to touch his opponent. This time, he was thrown back into the area of the first trial, where he saw the holographic lion and jester. In a flash, the blonde man was already standing in front of him again. A small gash was now bleeding on Kaiser's chest. He looked at Lucas with a hint of respect, admitting that the boy had actually managed to scratch him. But Kaiser taunted him, saying it wasn't nearly enough to win. Panting heavily, Lucas gathered what was left of his strength for one last push. He vowed to himself that he would take this chance no matter what, activating his phantom steps to create an opening. He darted forward and snatched the whip from the holographic jester's hand. With renewed focus, he dashed toward his opponent. He lashed out with the whip, expertly wrapping it around the man's arm. He believed he had finally caught him. The man looked at Lucas's incoming fiery punch and grunted, unimpressed. He thought the boy was naive. He flexed his immense muscles, and the whip instantly shattered into pieces around his arm. Lucas could only watch in shock, as his best strategy was effortlessly destroyed. Again, Lucas was sent flying through the air. The man looked down at him and gave him credit for his courage, and for trying different tactics. But he told him that against overwhelming power, simple tricks were useless. The blonde man's fist began to glow with terrifying power as he threw a punch, declaring that the fight was now over. Lucas looked up, seemingly out of options and ready to accept his defeat. But then, something inside him shifted. He focused his mind completely. He recalled the vision he had seen of the martial god fighting a celestial being. He focused his mind, preparing to perfectly recreate the divine move he had witnessed. As the glowing fist came down, Lucas moved. In a flash of golden light, he swiftly dodged the attack and countered with his own powerful uppercut. For the very first time, the blonde man was truly stunned, his eyes wide with shock. He realized that Lucas had been hiding a move like that. The force of their collision echoed through the chamber, leaving the final outcome of the trial hanging in the balance. A brilliant golden light exploded where Lucas's uppercut connected with Barzan's powerful fist. Barzan's eyes shot wide open in disbelief. He had never expected such an incredible level of power from the young boy. The raw force of their impact was so immense that it shattered the magical barrier that had contained their fight. The divine energy Lucas channeled was too much for his glove to handle, and it tore apart into shreds. Watching from the side, Julia cried out her brother's name in a moment of pure terror. Completely exhausted, Lucas wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth. Barzan, still dazed from the blow, asked him if he was perhaps a disciple of Otani. Lucas shook his head, panting heavily as he weakly replied that he was not. Barzan then asked why he had held back, noting that if he had used his full strength, he could have broken a few of his ribs. A tired but satisfied smile appeared on Lucas's face. He explained that it was his first time using the attack, and he couldn't get the treasure if he accidentally killed his opponent. Barzan was left completely speechless. He was stunned by the boy's immense power and untapped potential. A quiet chuckle escaped his lips, which soon grew into a loud, hearty laugh. He admitted his defeat with a wide grin, happily declaring that he had been beaten. The moment the fight ended, Lucas's legs gave out from under him. Mia rushed to his side with a valuable potion, but he refused it, saying he couldn't waste something so precious. With a smirk, Barzan tossed him a simple healing pill, saying it was more than enough for injuries like his. Lucas quickly swallowed the pill. The magic worked instantly, healing his wounds and restoring his energy. He thought to himself that the pill felt very similar to the elixirs he made himself. With the group gathered together again, Lucas stated that they had cleared all the obstacles and were the winners. Barzan avoided eye contact and muttered that the trials were just to kill time, and there was no real treasure. The mechanical bird suddenly flew in, squawking at Barzan to give them the treasure. It added that he would only let it go to waste. Barzan sighed and agreed, saying he wasn't that stingy. With the trial officially over, Barzan presented them with their prize, offering it to Lucas. Lucas looked down at the sparkling object in his hand, confused. He asked what kind of ornament it was. Ignoring Lucas, Barzan took the prize and pushed it into Julia's hands instead. He told her to pour some of her magic into the crystal rabbit. The moment Julia channeled her magic into it, the crystal rabbit began to glow with a beautiful pink aura. A bright light flashed from its deep ruby-red eyes. It then floated into the air right in front of her. Julia's face lit up with absolute delight as she exclaimed that it was moving. Lucas, however, was not impressed. He let out a tired sigh and asked if the little toy rabbit was really the reward for all the life-threatening trials they had endured. Barzan placed a heavy hand on Lucas's shoulder, assuring him that it was not a toy and would be of great use to him when he grew older. He then told Lucas that he did not know where he had learned that powerful fighting style. He gave the boy a serious warning to only use it in a life-or-death situation, as it would bring great trouble if used carelessly. Lucas nodded, accepting the man's warning. He then asked if Barzan knew Director Otani. Barzan replied that they had fought together on a battlefield long ago, and then told the group they should get going before it grew dark. And so, the party left the guild, having successfully passed the difficult trial. Awa, however, seemed a bit nervous about the prize, telling Julia to be sure to hold onto it carefully. Julia was absolutely thrilled with her new magical pet, while Lucas simply looked relieved that the whole ordeal was finally over. But as they walked, Julia suddenly stopped in her tracks. She had heard a voice in the distance. She turned back toward the sound, thinking a fight was happening nearby. Mia warned her not to go that way, as it led to the shady black market, but Julia insisted she was only going to take a quick peek. As she looked around a corner, Julia let out a small gasp and quickly ducked behind a bystander, trying to see what was happening in the crowd ahead. She had spotted her half-brother Jeremy, surrounded by a group of dangerous-looking men. He was yelling at them to give him his money back for a fake item they had sold him. Before he could say another word, one of the thugs brutally stomped on his hand. The leader of the thugs loomed over him with a sneer. He claimed it was a genuine ancient spell, and that Jeremy shouldn't blame him for his own lack of talent. The man turned to leave and told his men they were going, but Jeremy refused to back down and kept calling them liars. He desperately tried to retaliate with magic, screaming that every book they had sold him was a fake. A magical vine shot from Jeremy's hand directly at the thug. The thug effortlessly swatted the weak spell aside. He then unleashed a blast of dark energy that sent Jeremy flying through the air. The leader prepared another attack, mocking the boy for trying to learn forbidden arts with such pathetic magic. He then gave the order to his men to get them. His men moved forward, their eyes glowing with a malicious red light. Suddenly, a massive bolt of purple lightning crashed down from the sky, separating the thugs from their victim. Jeremy immediately recognized the magic. It belonged to Julia and Lucas. He thought to himself how pathetic he must look, being seen like this by them of all people. Julia wasn't just helping out of kindness. She was simply doing what her mother had told her to do. With a smug little thought, she praised herself for being such a good girl. Just at that moment, the city guards finally arrived on the scene. The guard captain eyed the situation with a stern look and demanded to know what was going on. The thug leader immediately played the victim, telling the chief they were the ones who had been attacked. The thug discreetly slipped the captain a pouch full of coins, claiming that the kids were nothing but troublemaking shoplifters. The captain accepted the money and chose to ignore the truth. Annoyed, he complained about students causing trouble again and ordered his men to take them all away. Iwa stepped forward and proudly declared that she was from the Miranda family. The chief cut her off, saying he didn't care what family she was from, because in this part of town, he was the law. Just as Lucas was about to step in and take matters into his own hands, a powerful voice suddenly boomed across the square, commanding everyone to stop at once. The chief and everyone else standing there immediately turned toward the sound. Lucas's mother and Iwa's father had appeared, and their powerful presence silenced the entire street. Iwa's father then stared down the chief, asking if he truly had the guts to arrest a child of the Miranda family. The defeated thug collapsed to his knees, his bravado gone, now pleading for his life. Lord Miranda gazed down at the groveling man before ordering the patrol guards to take all the criminals away. He added with a stern voice that the patrol squad itself would also need a thorough cleansing. The thug's pleas for mercy grew more desperate, his voice cracking with fear. But the patrol chief silenced him with a harsh command, his own face pale with dread. Shifting his attention from the pathetic scene, Lord Miranda's cold eyes found his daughter. Iwa took a step forward, addressing him simply as father. She questioned why. If he knew the black market was such a den of crime, he did not just shut the entire place down. He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, his voice softening. He explained that the slums operated by their own code. Despite many attempts to stop the corruption between soldiers and criminals, it was a problem that always resurfaced. Lucas's mother joined the conversation, reassuring Iwa that she did not need to concern herself with such ugly matters. She promised that as long as they were there to protect her, none of it would ever harm her. Away from the serious discussion, Julia joyfully ran towards her own mother. She jumped into a warm embrace as her mother praised her, saying the spell she had cast was incredible, and just what one would expect from a child of the Ryan family. Gently stroking Julia's hair, her mother told her that was enough excitement for the day. In the background, a bruised and sullen Jeremy could only look on. Lucas's mother noticed him and cast a concerned glance toward her stepson. As Jeremy pushed himself to his feet, holding his aching side, she softly asked if he was hurt. He insisted he was fine, though the tremor in his voice betrayed the lingering shock from the fight. Before he could say more, Iwa cut in sharply, telling him to be quiet. Jeremy tried again to claim he was all right, but the pained look on his face told a different story. Iwa scoffed, reminding him that he was a student of the Allen Magic School, yet he had lost to common thugs. She pointed out that he even needed protection from little Julia, a comment that made the younger girl grin, taking it as a compliment. Jeremy's frustration boiled over, and he shouted that it had been a sneak attack. Furious, Iwa yelled back, questioning how he could be naive enough to believe a genuine forbidden spellbook would be sold at his slum market stall. She insisted that even a child could have seen it was a fake. Lucas's mother stepped in, telling Iwa that was enough. She turned to Jeremy, offering to heal his injuries. But Jeremy, his pride wounded and his heart filled with rage, violently shrugged her off. He declared he did not need anyone's pity, and ran away. As he fled, the only sounds were the echoes of his own failures, a chorus in his mind calling him a pathetic loser. His thoughts turned to Lucas, the one he believed had stolen everything from him. Lord Miranda clapped his hands, stopping Lucas's mother before she could follow. He advised her to just leave Jeremy alone for a while and let him cool down. Changing the subject, Lord Miranda mentioned hearing that the children had cleared the Five Saints Hall trial and casually suggested they celebrate at a new restaurant. As the group began to walk away, Iowa suddenly paused. Sensing a hidden presence, she glanced back down the alley they had just left. But all she saw was the long, empty street, devoid of any life. Meanwhile, deep within a forest, Jeremy vented his frustration on an unfortunate tree. He slammed his fist against the rough bark over and over until his knuckles were raw and bleeding. He let out a scream of pure rage, shouting at the silent woods about Lucas, about everyone making fun of him, and about the ultimate humiliation of being protected by Julia. From the shadows behind him, a smooth, menacing voice drifted through the trees, calling him a pitiful failure full of wasted potential. Jeremy spun around, demanding to know who was there. The shadowy figure replied that his mother had sent them to bring him something. A striking woman with dark clothes and haunting green eyes stepped out from the trees. She explained that his mother had come to her personally because he was having such a difficult time at school. She held out her hand, a glowing object resting in her palm. With this, she promised, his fate would be completely different from his pathetic past. The scene changed to a richly decorated room, where Jeremy's mother suddenly dropped her teacup, screaming Lucas's name as she awoke from a nightmare. She was visibly shaken, her face a mask of fear and anxiety. Suddenly, another person appeared as if from nowhere. The newcomer offered the startled woman a cherry, taunting her for being so useless that she still had not won her husband's heart. Popping the cherry into her mouth, her sinister intentions were unmistakable. Jeremy's mother instantly recognized the visitor as the leader of the secret cult, which she is also a part of. Hearing the crash of the teacup, servants called out to ask if something was wrong, but Jeremy's mother quickly ordered them not to enter. She then sank to her knees, pleading with the green-haired woman. The woman walked behind her, her fingers brushing against her ear as she whispered that she was there to grant her wish. Her hand moved to the pendant resting on the mother's neck. From her sleeve, a small snake appeared, coiling around her arm. She promised to bestow this serpent upon her son, Jeremy. The snake then slithered into the glowing pendant. The cult leader added that her son would become a great obstacle for that detestable brat he so despised. The green-haired woman held up the pendant, now swirling with a sinister green energy. She promised that once he wore it, no one would ever look down on him again. Back in the forest, the snake-themed necklace was now in Jeremy's hands. He stared at the pendant, completely mesmerized, as a single, powerful thought echoed in his mind. The possibility of finally defeating Lucas. Elsewhere, in a room lit only by candles, the thug leader from the alley met with a shadowy figure. He apologized for the wait and presented a package, explaining that it had been very difficult to obtain. The mysterious guy holded the massive, shimmering golden snail shell. The mysterious figure was none other than Teacher Greg, a greedy and sinister grin spreading across his face as he declared he could now get his revenge on the martial arts student. He savored the thought of the look on Teacher Sugarot's face when his plan came to fruition, his eyes gleaming with malice. Back in the forest, another figure began to walk toward Jeremy, emerging from the deep shadows. A few days after the trial, the hallways of Allen Magic School buzzed with frantic whispers. One student grabbed his friend, his voice filled with disbelief. He demanded to know if the news was true, questioning if Teacher Greg had really dismissed the martial arts department's scores as nothing out of the ordinary. Another student, eyes glued to the results board, confirmed the upsetting truth. The mage students erupted in protest, realizing with horror that they were now a full 2 stars behind the martial arts students. The pressure wasn't just coming from their peers. One young mage had even received an angry letter from his father, warning him not to be outdone by the martial arts track. Things were getting worse. Not only were the mages falling behind, but some of their rivals had clearly grown more powerful during the trial. And on top of it all, a much larger problem was just around the corner. Lila let out a frustrated sigh. She reminded everyone that the annual Goddess Memorial Festival was being held at their school this year. The thought of students from the Holy and Kyoto Magic Schools learning of their defeat was a humiliating prospect. Her words sent a wave of panic through the other mages, some admitting that the very idea made them want to flee. A calm, steady voice suddenly cut through the students' anxious chatter, telling them there was no reason to be concerned. It was Teacher Greg. He walked towards them with an unsettling air of confidence, dismissing the martial arts students, victory as a temporary fluke. The mages watched him approach, whispering his name in surprise. He explained that the principal had dropped the matter because the other grades showed normal results, causing the rumors to fade. But Greg's calm expression suddenly twisted into a look of pure fury. He declared that if no one else would act, he would personally correct this mistake, his eyes burning with a dangerous light as he vowed to wipe out Sugarette's entire class. Meanwhile, out on the training grounds, the martial arts students were training hard. Lucas moved like a phantom, easily dodging an incoming attack with a blur of speed and power. He pulled back his arm, channeling energy into his fist for a devastating counterpunch. His sparring partner, Kai, met the incoming blow without hesitation, a confident smirk on his face. The impact of Lucas's punch was immense, sending a powerful shockwave through the air. For a moment, Kai's eyes widened, shocked by the sheer force behind the attack that threatened to overwhelm him. But at the very last second, a determined grin spread across Kai's face as he revealed a new skill. A transparent barrier, his heroic avatar, materialized just in time to block the blow. Lucas looked on, impressed by Kai's new power. A small smirk touched his own lips as he acknowledged his friend's growth. Nearby, Alto and Desio were engaged in their own practice match. Alto threw a punch, his knuckles shining with concentrated energy. With a smug look, Desio easily sidestepped the attack and launched a swift counter. The other students watched in awe. One commented that while they knew a few had gotten stronger, Lucas had been quietly improving as well. It was clear they all needed to train harder. In another part of the school, Tishi gazed out the classroom window with a gentle smile. She noticed how many of her classmates were staying late to train on their own. She thought it was a wonderful thing as she began to sweep the now empty classroom floor. As she moved between the desks, her foot nudged something small and hard hidden in the shadows. Her curiosity piqued. She paused her sweeping to take a closer look. Bending down, she discovered a strange golden ornament. She knew right away it didn't belong to teacher Sugarat. Believing it must belong to one of her classmates, she decided to place it in the lost and found box, completely unaware of the dark magic it held within. The object was a golden snail, the same one teacher Greg had been given. It now sat quietly in the box, a sinister trap waiting to be sprung. The day of the long-awaited Goddess Memorial Festival finally arrived, filling the air with fluttering doves. The entire campus of Allen Magic School was alive with the sounds of celebration and excitement. Large crowds gathered everywhere, their cheers echoing as the festivities officially began. Not everyone shared the festive mood. Near the school's entrance, Lucas and his friends stood as the welcoming committee, clearly unhappy with their assignment. Kai grumbled with impatience, complaining that they had been waiting for half an hour and their guests were still nowhere in sight. Lucas, ever the calm one, simply told him to relax. Their guests had just arrived. Just then, a grand procession of carriages pulled up to the gate, signaling the arrival of the visiting schools. Each elegant carriage bore the unique crest of a different prestigious magic school. From a balcony overlooking the entrance, the principal of Allen Magic School called out a warm welcome to the arriving guests. The principal, Joreka, stepped forward and formally introduced herself, offering a sincere welcome to all. In an instant, the warm air turned bitterly cold, and delicate snowflakes began to fall from the clear blue sky. A girl in the crowd shivered, her breath turning to mist as she wondered why it had suddenly gotten so cold. A shout from the crowd directed everyone's attention to the sky, where a massive dragon made of glittering ice had appeared above the school. Standing proudly on the dragon's head was a young man with silver hair and an arrogant look. It was Dien, the top freshman from Kyoto Magic School. From a rooftop high above, the principal watched the spectacle alongside Mina and Theodore. He turned to Theodore, asking for his thoughts on Kyoto's top student. Theodore simply offered a small smile, remarking that the entrance was certainly flashy. A girl watching from a carriage window hid a smile behind her fan. She knew that such a grand entrance would attract far too much attention. She tightened her grip on her fan, and it began to pulse with a bright, fiery light. The ice dragon soared majestically through the sky, a stunning sight for everyone below. Atop the beast, Dien soaked in the attention from the crowd, his expression one of complete superiority. His moment of glory, however, was about to be challenged by a creature of fire. He glanced down toward the carriage from which the new magic had come and called out to its unseen occupant. A beautiful girl emerged from the carriage, wreathed in a swirling aura of flames. She looked up at him, coolly noting his love for being the center of attention. This was Aurora, the top freshman from Holy Magic School, and she had no intention of being overshadowed. In the sky, the two magical beasts, one of fire, one of ice, charged toward each other in a clear battle for dominance. A smirk played on Aurora's lips as a fan made of pure flame appeared in her hand, ready to unleash her power. With a flick of her wrist, a magnificent phoenix made of fire burst forth, soaring upward to meet the ice dragon. The crowd watched in awe, captivated by the fiery spectacle. They compared its beauty to a meteor shower, calling it a performance worthy of the Fire King. Fire and ice collided in a breathtaking explosion of power that left the onlookers speechless. Dien glared down from his perch, annoyed by her interference. He accused her of trying to steal his spotlight. His ice dragon let out a mighty roar, unleashing a wave of freezing energy directly at the phoenix. Aurora's fiery bird met the blast head-on, its own flames burning even brighter as it dove toward the dragon. The dragon tried to trap the bird, forming a cage of jagged ice around it. In a single, powerful leap, Aurora launched herself from the ground. She landed gracefully on a nearby rooftop to watch the battle. "Do you really want to do this now?" she taunted. With a widening smile, she warned him not to regret his decision as she unleashed the full, blazing power of her phoenix. A massive explosion of colliding fire and ice lit up the sky. Down below, Lucas watched the display, completely impressed. He thought to himself that with power like that, both of them were truly worthy of being called geniuses. The Phoenix shattered the ice cage with ease and continued its fiery assault without slowing down. Above the festival, the two elemental beasts were locked in a spectacular stalemate. Seeing he was not winning, Dien began to channel even more power, letting it gather around his body. With focused concentration, he reinforced his ice dragon, challenging Aurora to try and break through his enhanced defense. But just as the two rivals prepared to unleash their finishing moves, a third power entered the fight. Arcs of purple lightning shot across the sky, striking both the dragon and the Phoenix. Both Dien and Aurora were stunned by the unexpected interference. A new challenger appeared below, crackling with wild electrical energy. It was Julia. Wearing a cat ear hairpin and a mischievous grin, she joyfully shouted a command. At her word, a whole flock of birds made from purple lightning swarmed into the sky, their crackling energy filling the air. When the electrical storm faded, a brilliant rainbow was left arching over the school. The crowd erupted into cheers, praising the amazing display and calling all three students the future hope of the Empire. Dien watched the spectacle unfold, a faint smile on his lips, as he seemed to acknowledge the newcomer's impressive power. Aurora, however, was clearly delighted by the interruption. She cheered for the fun and chaos, chuckling to herself in amusement. Julia beamed with pride at the reaction, happily announcing that she wanted to join in on the fun. One of the students in the crowd marveled that they were seeing something so incredible before the festival had even officially started. High above, on a distant rooftop, a man named Cyan Miranda watched with a smirk, clearly enjoying the impromptu show. The principal of Holy Magic School, a woman named Sylwen Terrin, grinned and noted that this year's festival was going to be fun. Dien was not as pleased as he first appeared. He muttered that while Allen School's champion was capable for her age, her surprise entrance was just a cheap way to show off. Before he could finish his thought, a shimmer of blue magic appeared around his mouth, forcing him into silence. A single, powerful word echoed through the air, causing everyone to freeze in their tracks. Silence. The command had come from the stern-faced principal of Kyoto Magic School, Atticus Rosso. Just then, a new spectacle began as golden feathers started to drift down gently from the sky. A bystander looked up in confusion, wondering what was happening now. As the feathers touched the ground, they miraculously sprouted into lush grass and vibrant plants. In moments, the entire courtyard was transformed into a beautiful garden, bathed in an intensifying holy light. A figure with magnificent white wings descended from the light, floating gracefully toward the ground. The assembled teachers and principals watched in stunned silence, recognizing the legendary holy magic. One of them whispered the word, "beautiful," in absolute awe. The figure was a woman wearing an elegant mask. She radiated an aura of immense power and grace that captivated everyone who laid eyes on her. Even the proud Dien could not hide his shock at her arrival. He immediately began to wonder if winning the festival would earn him the right to challenge her. Aurora had the very same thought. Seeing the legendary figure as an opportunity, her eyes burned with ambition at the thought of earning a match against her. The winged woman touched down with impossible lightness. The moment her heel grazed the stone, a patch of beautiful flowers bloomed at her feet in a final, stunning display of power. Even Cyan Miranda, the man who watched with such authority from the rooftop, bowed his head in a clear sign of deep respect for the newcomer. As golden feathers continued to swirl around her, she addressed the stunned crowd with a calm and melodic voice, offering them a simple greeting. She proclaimed that with the goddess's blessing, the festival was sure to be a wonderful one. Her words seemed to carry a power that made the statement a fact. With all the grand entrances finally complete, a school official stepped forward to restore order. He announced that all guests had arrived, and instructed the students to make their way to the banquet hall. As the crowd began to move, Kai stared in awe. He pointed out to Lucas that even the powerful Cyan had bowed to the masked woman, guessing she had to be someone important from the capital before asking Lucas for his opinion. Lucas simply said he had no idea, his gaze still fixed on the mysterious woman. Inwardly, however, he was smirking. Between Dien, Aurora, and now this new powerhouse, things were definitely getting interesting. The grand cafeteria buzzed with excitement. During the pre-festival banquet, the tables were laden with food, and students from the three great magic schools mixed and chatted, their voices filling the large hall. Amid the cheerful crowd, Dien stood alone. A cold, unapproachable air surrounded him, a silent warning that kept everyone from getting too close. Two students watched him from a distance, whispering about his cold personality. They found it strange that even students from his own school, Kyoto, kept their distance. One of them pointed out how different he was from Holy's top student, who was known for her friendliness. As if on cue, Aurora made her way over to a pair of first-year students from Allen. She greeted the two boys with a warm smile, confirming they were from Allen Magic School. Without wasting any time, she told them she wanted to become friends with Julia. Aurora asked them if they knew what kinds of things Julia enjoyed. Her direct question and charming presence left the two younger students looking flustered. The moment of confusion passed quickly for the boys. Their face grew serious, and they gave a short, simple answer, claiming they did not know. Aurora tried to keep the conversation going, suggesting they could talk about something else, but the boys cut her off bluntly, excused himself, and turned his back on her. As she watched them leave, a hint of annoyance crossed her face. The boys' sudden change in behavior was odd, almost as if someone else was controlling him. She narrowed her eyes for a moment before shrugging it off with a quiet sigh. Not far away, Lucas was sharing a piece of cake with Julia. Aurora's gaze drifted toward them, a determined thought crossing her mind about finding out everything she could about the girl. The two boys who had just spoken to Aurora walked right past another of their schoolmates, Iwa Miranda. For a fleeting instant, a sinister red light forming a star-like pattern glowed in Iwa's eyes. It turned out Aurora's suspicion had been correct. Iwa had used her mental magic to influence the boys. As she passed them, they were left with a lingering sense of confusion, unsure of what had just happened. From the head table, Silwyn Terran, the principal of Holy Magic School, watched with a smirk. She recognized Iwa as Miranda's daughter and was impressed by her skilled use of mental magic. She took a slow sip from her glass, thinking that such a rare talent was being wasted on something as simple as preventing gossip. Nearby, Principal Jureka of Alan's school let out a tired sigh. He had hoped the party would be a chance for the students to relax, but it seemed the competition had already begun. Kyoto's principal, Atticus Rosso, scoffed. He declared with complete confidence that his school was sure to win again this year, leaving the others to fight over second place. Silwyn slammed her hand on the table in protest, reminding him how close Holy had come to victory last year. Atticus simply smiled, making her wonder if the gap between their schools had narrowed. But Atticus corrected her, stating that there had been a clear difference in power. He added that when it came to the desire to win, no one could match Diane. At the mention of last year, Jureka lowered his head, the memory of Alan's last place finish still fresh. Silwyn tried to steer the conversation to a new topic. She brought up rumors of trouble in the Magical Beast mountain range, and asked where the final rounds would be held this year. The final stage of the festival was always set in a remote forest. This allowed the students to use their full power, with strong magic circles in place to keep dangerous wild beasts out of the area. Jureka assured her that the problem had been handled. His staff and the Imperial Army had secured the location so the finals would proceed in the illusory forest as planned. He explained that the only thing left to do was draw the matchups for the preliminary rounds, gesturing to a crystal ball that showed an image of the arena. With all the plans settled, Jureka raised his glass for a toast to the festival's success. The other principals joined in, their voices echoing in a loud, "Cheers!" The following day, the Grand Arena was filled with anticipation as the preliminary rounds of the Goddess Memorial Festival officially began. The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium, explaining that while most schools had 10 participants, Kyoto had been granted an 11th spot as the reigning champion. In the stands, the long wait was getting to some of the students. One girl let out a big yawn, but Tishi quickly scolded her, reminding everyone that this was a rare chance to study the other school's abilities. Alto, Desio, and Kai were all struggling to keep their eyes open, resorting to pinching each other in a line. Lucas, caught in the middle of it, complained and told them to pinch themselves instead. Just then, the announcer's voice cut through the tired murmurs, revealing the first fighter, Dian Aslan, from Kyoto Magic School. A hush fell over the crowd as the confident ice mage walked into the arena. His cold presence alone seemed to lower the temperature around him. His opponent was then announced, Derek Ignis from Alan Magic School. Up in the stands, Kai groaned at Derek's bad luck having to face the top student in the very first match. Lucas, however, remained calm, pointing out that Derek's fire magic gave him a natural advantage against an ice user. On the ground, Derek immediately summoned his magic, conjuring a huge beast made entirely of roaring flames. Even as the powerful attack formed, Derek could not shake a bad feeling. He knew it would not be so simple to defeat Diane. The great fire beast charged forward, a raging inferno of heat and light hurtling directly toward the ice mage. Dian watched the attack approach with a look of complete boredom. He knew that elemental advantages meant nothing when faced with an overwhelming difference in power. With a simple, almost lazy flick of his wrist, Dian raised a towering wall of solid ice directly in the beast's path. The moment the fire beast slammed into the wall, its flames were snuffed out, disappearing into a cloud of steam. The attack was completely stopped, leaving Derek exposed and vulnerable. Derek could only stare in shock. He could not believe his most powerful fire spell had been put out so easily. An intense, freezing energy began to gather around Dian's fist, and his blue eyes glowed with a terrifying light. He then launched his counterattack, sending a storm of razor-sharp ice shards speeding toward his defenseless opponent. Derek had no time to defend himself. The ice shards slammed into him, throwing him to the ground, a swift and brutal defeat. The announcer declared Dian the winner. The ice mage looked down at the fallen Derek with disdain, muttering about how disappointed he was in the skill of Alan's top students. The entire stadium was silent with shock. Students whispered among themselves, unable to believe the match was over so quickly. Dian had not even needed to move from his spot. Lucas watched the outcome with a grim expression. He realized that Dian's power was so immense that even Julia might not stand a chance against him. Once the match was officially over, Julia and Iowa hurried into the arena to help the injured Derek. Derek's face was filled with shame as he admitted he had not even managed to make his opponent use his full strength. He felt pathetic. Before they could say more, the announcer's voice called for the second match, pitting Aurora Phoenix from Holy against Iwa Miranda from Allen. Derek looked up, alarmed. He could not believe another of his teammates had to face a top student so early in the competition. Iwa, however, was full of confidence. With a determined smile, she declared that things would be different this time, and she would redeem herself. As Aurora's name was called, her many fans in the stands erupted in cheers, shouting words of encouragement and support. Aurora stepped into the arena with a confident air, blowing a kiss to her adoring fans. She thanked them for their support and promised another graceful victory. She gave the crowd a playful wink, telling them to cheer loudly for her. A powerful aura of fire then erupted around her, and a wave of shimmering heat washed over the entire arena. Across the field, Iwa watched and narrowed her eyes, impressed by the incredible amount of magic power she was sensing. This, she thought, was an opponent worthy of her skills, and a chance to prove her strength. The announcer's voice boomed once more, signaling the start of the second match. Iwa taunted Aurora, telling her to stop acting cute and make the first move. Taking her own advice, Aurora wasted no time and flicked her fan with a sharp motion. A wave of fire shot from the fan, speeding toward Iwa and exploding right where she stood. Hiding a smirk behind her fan, Aurora commented on how rude it was of her opponent not to dodge. Her eyes lit up with amusement, however, when she saw that Iwa was completely unharmed by the blast. A glowing red magic circle surrounded Iwa, who had blocked the attack. Aurora quickly understood what she was seeing. Iwa had created a defensive barrier using her mental power. Aurora found this new development interesting. She decided to play along for a while, thinking it might be a fun way to pass the time. She then summoned a massive ball of pure flame and sent it flying toward Iwa with incredible speed. Iwa did not flinch. She stood her ground, looking completely calm as the terrifying fireball came right for her. The attack hit its mark, engulfing Iwa in a huge explosion of fire and thick smoke. Aurora floated gently on a pillar of fire, looking down at the smoke below. She called out, noting that Iwa seemed too focused on defense to launch any attacks of her own. Believing the fight was nearly over, she prepared to deliver a final, powerful blow, crying out the name of her spell, Phoenix. Her ultimate attack slammed down, shattering Iwa's protective shield and sending her flying backward through the air. Iwa let out a scream as she was seemingly consumed by the overwhelming flames. Aurora landed gracefully back on the arena floor, fanning herself as if the fight had been no effort at all. She remarked on how quickly it had ended. But then, a voice called out from within the smoke, declaring that it was Aurora, not Iwa, who was truly finished. In an instant, the world around Aurora changed. She found herself trapped in a strange, pink-colored space. It was Iwa's illusionary domain. The girl she had been fighting was merely a decoy. The real Iwa had been setting up this mental trap the entire time. Trapped inside the illusion, Aurora was hit by one magical attack after another. She looked around in genuine shock, unable to understand how she had been so completely caught in the trap. An illusion of Iwa appeared before her, taunting her and telling her there was no escape. A giant, shadowy figure formed in the air above Aurora, ready to crush her. The massive, shadowy hands descended slowly, preparing to deliver the final blow that would break Aurora's will and end the match. But just before the hands could close around her, the look of panic on Aurora's face vanished, replaced by a confident smirk. She then released a powerful burst of her own fire magic, shattering the illusionary world from the inside out. Iwa stared in complete disbelief. She could not understand how Aurora had broken free from her illusion. The magical backlash from her broken spell was immense, and it sent the real Iwa flying backward across the ground. Watching from the stands, Lucas felt that something about the fight did not add up. His mind raced to figure it out. He replayed the match in his head. At the start, it seemed like Aurora had been affected by Iwa's magic, causing her to miss all of her attacks. He realized that Iwa's entire plan had been built on trickery and misdirection. Iwa had likely created an illusion that made it seem like she was losing, all to make Aurora lower her guard. The goal was to lure Aurora into using her most powerful attack, which would create an opening for Iwa to trap her mind completely. Then, the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place for Lucas. Aurora had never been fooled. She was just pretending. Back in the arena, Aurora taunted the fallen Iwa, explaining that she had only been playing along with her little game. She added that the rumors about Iwa being arrogant were clearly true. She admitted that she might have fallen for the trick if she had not already witnessed Iwa's magic at the banquet. Iwa's eyes widened in shock at the revelation. Before Iwa could respond, the announcer officially ended the fight, declaring Aurora Phoenix the winner of the second match. As Derek and Julia helped Iwa off the field, Julia wondered aloud how Aurora had managed to break the illusion, suggesting she might also be a mental magic user. Iwa gritted her teeth and dismissed the idea as impossible. She reminded Julia that a mage could only receive a blessing, and thus their magic, from a single god. For 1,000 years, it had been a fundamental rule of their world that no one could receive blessings from more than one god, which meant no one could use two different types of magic. She glanced back at Aurora, who was celebrating her victory. Iwa was certain that the girl from Holy was hiding a secret. Iwa looked on with a concerned expression. warning Julia to be very careful when dealing with Aurora. From his seat, Lucas was lost in his own thoughts. He knew that training in martial arts built up a natural resistance to mental magic, which was how he had blocked Awa's attack on Julia. A new, surprising idea began to form in his mind. Perhaps Aurora was also a martial artist. After 2 quick and decisive losses, the mood among the Allen students was bleak. Alto was on the verge of tears, while Decio wondered if there was any hope left for their school. Kai just sighed, resigned to another year in last place. Tichy tried his best to lift their spirits, reminding them that it was still early, and their own top student had yet to fight. His words had little effect. Lucas looked around at his schoolmates and noticed a strange lack of energy among them, far more than just disappointment would cause. One student complained loudly that some martial artists had been talking down to them, killing their morale. He found it disgraceful that everyone looked half asleep during the first day of the festival. Hidden from the students' view, their teacher Greg watched with a sinister grin. Everything was going according to his plan. The cursed magic item he had found was working perfectly, slowly draining the students of their strength. Soon, he thought, they would all die. Picking up right where we left off, the first day of the Goddess Memorial Festival preliminaries is in full swing at the Grand Coliseum. In the stands, Lucas and Kai watch the proceedings. With the matches for Kyoto and Holy's top students already over, it's finally time for Allen Magic School to show what they've got. The announcer's voice booms, calling the fighters for the 5th match. From Kyoto Magic School, the Earth Mage Tegan Valentin, and his opponent, Allen Magic School's top student, the lightning prodigy Julia Ryan. The match begins, and Tegan wastes no time, immediately channeling his formidable earth magic. He's not underestimating Allen's ace, even after their 2 previous losses, but Julia is just as fast, shooting purple lightning where Tegan was standing. The clash of elements fills the arena with raw power. With a look of sheer concentration, Julia prepares to go on the offensive. She knows this opponent from the reigning champion school is no pushover. Her lightning strikes Tegan relentlessly, but he's already encased himself in a suit of rock armor, deflecting her attacks. Lucas notes from the stands that Tegan's spells are not only strong but incredibly fast. He observes that if Julia hadn't put up her defense first, she would have been defeated in a single hit. He grimly concludes she needs to avoid a direct power struggle. Tegan proves Lucas right by unleashing a massive explosion of earth magic, tearing up the arena floor and sending a cloud of dust and debris everywhere. When the dust settles, Julia finds herself facing a gigantic monolith of rock, summoned in an instant by the powerful earth mage. But she's not intimidated. With a flash, she gathers a swirling vortex of purple lightning in her hand, ready to blast through any obstacle in her path. Her powerful lightning bolt collides with the rock formation, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. It's a testament to her incredible offensive power. Her eyes, alight with purple energy, are fixed on her opponent. She knows this is just the beginning of a tough fight. She surveys the damage her attack caused. The arena is already scarred from their initial exchange, but Tegan is nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Julia is caught off guard. A flash of golden light erupts from below her, and she realizes she's walked right into a trap. It's a petrification spell. Tegan's magic surges up from the ground, aiming to lock her down completely. Her hand begins to turn to stone, the spell's effect spreading rapidly. Her movements become sluggish, and her escape route is cut off. The petrification creeps up her body, threatening to immobilize her entirely. She struggles against the binding magic, but it's too strong. Seeing his chance, Tegan unleashes his next attack. He's not giving her a single moment to recover, aiming to end the match with a decisive blow. He's confident that he has this in the bag. He believes Allen's top student is strong, but lacks real combat experience. This is his chance to prove it. The very ground beneath Julia begins to fracture and rise, manipulated by Tegan's overwhelming power. There's nowhere for her to run. A colossal pillar made of solid rock erupts from the arena floor, poised to crush her where she stands. Looking up in shock, Julia can only watch as the stone prison forms around her. Her petrified legs keep her rooted to the spot. The massive pillar slams down with terrifying force, engulfing her completely. The impact shakes the entire Colosseum. The force of the blow sends her beloved pink staff flying from her grasp, clattering uselessly on the stone floor. She's completely trapped, pinned beneath the weight of Tegan's earth magic. To the spectators, it looks like the match is over. The Allen students in the stands watch in horror, convinced they're about to suffer their 3rd consecutive loss. Tegan's eyes gleam, certain of his victory. He's completely sealed her movements. There's no way she can cast a spell now, or so he thinks. But one of the spectators shouts, pointing towards the arena floor, "Something isn't right," because underneath the massive stone hand, a sinister, confident smile spreads across Julia's face. She's not scared, she's excited. "Ready or not, here I come," she taunts. "You hid well, huh? Then I'll start looking." She was playing a game of her own all along. A blindingly bright sphere of purple lightning erupts from within the stone prison. The sheer magical pressure is immense, shocking everyone. Tegan stares in disbelief. How is this possible? In her petrified and immobilized state, she shouldn't be able to cast any magic at all. Tegan launches more pointed pillars of rock toward her. With a terrifying glint in her eye, she unleashes the full force of her stored power. This is her ultimate attack. The lightning flower collides with Tegan's rock construct, tearing it apart from the inside out. Earth magic is no match for this level of concentrated lightning. The purple energy rips through Tegan's defenses, shattering his rock armor and leaving him completely exposed. He can only scream in agony as the raw power of the lightning courses through him. The sheer force of the spell is unbelievable. Floating gracefully above the wreckage, Julia looks down at her defeated opponent. The entire arena floor has become a massive crater. With a cheerful smile, she reveals her master plan. "Truth is, I've been stockpiling magic since before you hid," she says, adding she's not good at hide and seek. Lucas pieces it all together. Julia predicted Tegan would try to immobilize her, so she purposely didn't dodge. She let herself be caught to create the perfect opportunity for a one-shot kill counterattack. Lying in the dirt, Tegan can only smile weakly. "I've lost. Completely." He was utterly outplayed. The announcer's voice declares the winner of the 5th match. Allen Magic School's Julia Ryan. The crowd erupts into cheers. Julia waves to her fans, a bright and happy smile on her face. Her victory has finally broken Allen's losing streak and ignited a spark of hope for her school. Allen Academy students are overcome with emotion. Finally, a win. There's still hope for them in this festival. The other students begin to debate about the top students' power levels. In terms of elemental advantage, Aurora's fire beats Diane's ice, and Diane's ice beats Julia's lightning, theoretically making Julia the weakest of the 3. But one student rightly points out that Diane already demolished a fire mage, proving that an overwhelming difference in power can render elemental matchups meaningless. As the students chatter, Lucas stares ahead, lost in thought. He knows that while Julia's strategy was brilliant, she's still a long way from being able to challenge the likes of Diane or Aurora on pure power alone. As Julia and her friends leave the arena, a paper airplane comes fluttering down from the stands and lands perfectly in her hand. She unfolds it, her expression turning from cheerful to confused. It's a note, but who could it be from? Later that night, long after the day's matches have concluded, Iwa is fast asleep in her bed, completely unaware of Julia's secret plans. Julia sneaks out to a secluded, moonlit forest. A figure is waiting for her in the shadows. It's Lucas. She runs up to him, a little out of breath. She initially thinks he called her out to praise her for her impressive win, even fantasizing about how awesome she was. She playfully winks at him, but his expression stops her cold. Lucas is dead serious. "Julia," he begins, his tone heavy. "Do you want to win the next final match?" In the quiet of the forest, Julia stands before Lucas, his question hanging in the air. Without a moment's hesitation, she places a hand over her heart and answers with unwavering resolve. "Yeah, I want to win." A small smile touches Lucas's lips as he pats her head affectionately. "Good, that's my sister." But his next words are like a bucket of ice water. "But if you fought those 2 top students right now, your chances of winning would be 0. He bluntly lays out the facts. Both the fiery Aurora and the ice-cold Diane vastly outclass her in both raw magic level and, more importantly, real battle experience. Especially Diane, whose resistance to magic is abnormally high. That's a level of strength, Lucas explains, that can only be forged in the heat of countless life-or-death battles. Julia's confidence wavers. "But if you're saying all that, it means you do know a way to win, right?" she asks, a desperate hope in her eyes. With a look of fierce determination, she stares him down. "That's fine. If it means winning, I'll endure any pain," she declares, ready to do whatever it takes. A sly, almost wicked grin spreads across Lucas's face. This was the answer he was waiting for. "You said it," he murmurs. With a snap of his fingers, the atmosphere in the forest shifts. Then, "Let's begin hell training." Before Julia can even react, she's sent flying by a massive white blur. It's Lucas's familiar, the giant wolf Uru, and it's not holding back. The training is more like a one-sided beatdown. Julia is tossed around like a ragdoll, letting out comical squeals of pain as Uru uses her as a chew toy. She suddenly freezes, her eyes wide with shock. The temperature around her is plummeting at an alarming rate. Massive pillars of ice erupt from the ground, trapping her in a frozen cage. This isn't just Uru's power. This is Lucas. He explains his methods are a bit unconventional, like a lion kicking its cub off a cliff to force it to grow stronger. He's going to push her to her absolute limit. Sitting atop his majestic wolf, Lucas declares that he won't be holding back. It's time for the real training to begin. Julia stares in absolute shock. "Big brother, how can you use magic?" she cries out, completely baffled by this new development. He calmly summons a wave of razor-sharp ice shards, sending them hurtling towards her. This trial is just beginning. Julia desperately dodges the barrage of ice, the sheer speed and power of the attacks forcing her onto the back foot. She looks completely overwhelmed, the relentless assault giving her no time to even think about a counterattack. Lucas explains the source of his power. By forming a subordination contract with a high-rank magical beast like Uru, he can freely borrow its abilities. Uru is a level 6 beast capable of controlling both fire and ice. The beast pill in its core is the source of this incredible ice power. By touching Uru and combining its ice magic with his own martial arts skills, Lucas can multiply his combat power many times over. His fist glows with an intense, freezing aura, a perfect fusion of martial skill and elemental magic. He unleashes a massive wave of ice shaped like a roaring wolf's head. The attack is on a completely different level from anything Julia has faced before. The ice wolf slams into the ground, creating a tidal wave of frost and ice that threatens to engulf her. Even Uru seems concerned, telling his master not to go too hard on her. But Lucas calmly replies, "Don't worry, I am holding back." He tells a shivering Julia to hurry up and learn how to break the ice and build her resistance, otherwise she'll freeze to death. This is tough love at its most extreme, but his harsh words have the opposite effect. Julia's fear turns to rage. "Don't underestimate me, everyone calls me a genius, you know," she yells, channeling her own magic. "I'll show you what I can really do today." She unleashes a massive blast of lightning, shattering the ice constructs with a triumphant cry. How's that? Pretty amazing, right? Her victory is short-lived. Before she can even catch her breath, the ground beneath her vanishes, replaced by towering walls of ice. Lucas has trapped her in a gigantic, intricate ice maze. Lucas's voice echoes from outside. "I'm starting the next attack. If you don't get out fast, you'll die." Inside the maze, Julia is not alone. Uru blocks her path, cutting off any easy escape. She's cornered, and the walls are closing in. What follows is a chaotic and comical training montage. Julia frantically zaps everything in sight, trying to blast her way out of the frozen labyrinth. Uru bears the brunt of her panicked attacks, getting zapped repeatedly until its fur stands on end. In her desperation, she accidentally zaps both Lucas and Uru at the same time, who have to comically leap out of the way of her wild lightning bolts. The results are spectacular, with lightning arcing off the ice walls in a dazzling and very destructive display. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, both Julia and Uru collapse, completely out of magic. Their souls literally leave their bodies from exhaustion. They think the ordeal is finally over, but they're jolted back to reality by a nasty shock. Lucas isn't done with them yet. He stands over them with a wicked grin, a golden recovery potion in his hand. "What are you talking about?" he says. "Hell training has only just begun." "You demon, big brother!" Julia screams, realizing this nightmare is far from over. Lucas just smiles, telling her it's all for her own sake, while the traumatized Uru silently begs for someone to help them. A few hours later, Julia finally returns to her room. Iwa is there, and she's been worried sick. She was wondering where Julia had gone without a word. The sun is already starting to rise. Her eyes fall to the floor, and she hears footsteps. "Ah, Julia, welcome." Awa starts to greet her, but her words die in her throat as she takes in Julia's condition. Julia stumbles into the hallway, looking like she just went 10 rounds with a magical beast, which she kinda did. She's covered in dirt and bruises, barely able to stand. "What happened to you?" Awa cries, rushing to her side and catching her just as she's about to collapse. Despite her wretched state, Julia manages a pained but triumphant smile. "It's not like that, I was just training for the finals," she explains, clearly proud of surviving. Iwa lifts the exhausted girl into her arms, chiding Lucas under her breath. "Really, with the finals tomorrow, how could he put you through something this rough?" Leaning against Iwa, Julia's eyes droop with exhaustion, but a confident smile remains. "It's okay," she whispers, "because I'm definitely going to win tomorrow." Her expression darkens, and a terrifying fire ignites in her eyes. "And I'll make those two feel every bit of the suffering I went through." Iwa can only stare, completely taken aback by the murderous intent radiating from her usually cheerful friend. The final day of the Goddess Memorial Festival is here. With the scores tied between Holy and Kyoto, Allen Academy is trailing behind, but Julia's stunning victory has given them a fighting chance. The final event is a team battle royale, held in a specially created magical domain known as the Illusory Forest. Inside this dome, the mages can go all out without worrying about collateral damage. The top students from each academy gather. Representing Allen is Julia, and facing them are the two monsters who've dominated the festival so far, the fiery Aurora and the ice-cold Dien. The Allen Academy principal stands on a massive magic circle, addressing the champions. He instructs them to make their final preparations and enter the arena. But Dien, ever confident, scoffs at the idea of preparing. With a bored expression, he declares, "I don't need to prepare. I'll win with overwhelming strength." Aurora isn't fazed by his arrogance. In fact, she seems to relish it. Licking her lips, she thinks to herself, "Cocky? But that just makes me want to crush him even more." Meanwhile, Julia lets out a massive yawn, looking like she'd rather be in bed. It seems the all-night training session has taken its toll. Seeing this from the stands, Lucas's friends immediately start writing her off. "Why does Julia look like she's the only one still sleepy?" one asks. Another chimes in, "She can't win anyway, so she should just forfeit." But Lucas isn't having any of their negativity. With a swift bonk to the head for each of them, he shuts down their defeatist talk. He knows something they don't. His mind drifts back to the night before. After that grueling hell training, even he and Uru needed half a day to recover in medicinal baths. Julia, on the other hand, drank a healing potion and slept straight through the entire day, completely recharging her magic and stamina. Lucas looks over at his clueless friends. They have no idea the monster that's about to be unleashed. He notices the boys, worn-out state, planning to give them some tonic pills. This festival has been tough on everyone. Back at the arena entrance, Iwa expresses her concern. "You didn't even eat yesterday and just slept all day. Are you sure you're okay?" But Julia just grins, flexing her arms. "Yep, I'm full of energy now." Iwa then hands her a small, red crystal bunny. Julia's eyes light up. "Ah, my bunny, thanks! I left it in the dorm so I wouldn't lose it during mountain training." Iwa freezes. "Wait, mountain training?" The excuse Julia used to sneak out for her hell training with Lucas suddenly clicks into place. Before she can ask any more questions, a bright light signals the start of the match. The Allen students in the crowd go wild, cheering for their ace. "Allen's gonna win!" they shout, their hopes riding on Julia. Lucas watches with a confident smile, thinking to himself that the tonic pills he gave Julia work wonders, even with a single dose. Iwa looks on with a worried expression, her thoughts turning to Lucas. "Lucas, what exactly did you do to Julia?" She gives her friend one last piece of advice. "Be careful, okay? Even if you don't win, that doesn't change the fact that you're exceptional." But Julia just flashes a bright, determined smile. "I will. I'm definitely going to win, so don't worry." Julia from Allen Academy, wearing white and gold uniforms, stand ready for the fight of her life. She steps onto the glowing teleportation circle, disappearing in a flash of golden light. Julia materializes deep within the illusory forest, the system having teleported all the representatives to random spots. She immediately recalls her brother's strategy. "Big brother said I should hide at first and conserve my strength." With a plan in mind, she decides to lay low for now, blending into the dense woods. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a slicing blade echoes through the trees. The fiery prodigy, Aurora, lands with deadly grace, her eyes scanning the forest. Her gaze is sharp and focused, already hunting for her first opponent. Peeking from behind a tree, Julia gasps in shock. "Oh, did they already find me?" In the stands, the students buzz with excitement. One cheers. "Oh, are Aurora and Julia going to fight right away?" The female student beside her adds, "But Julia ducked behind a tree immediately. I hope Aurora doesn't find her." Lucas, however, just watches the scene unfold with a calm, knowing smile. This is all going according to his plan. Down in the forest, Aurora senses a presence. She slowly approaches Julia's hiding spot. She stops, leaning against the very tree Julia is hiding behind. "Weird," she murmurs. "I'm sure I heard someone over here just now." Before she can investigate further, a massive explosion of ice magic erupts in the distance, shaking the entire forest. Aurora turns her head, her attention drawn to the colossal ice structure piercing the sky. A smirk spreads across her face. "So he was over there," she says, recognizing the magic signature. Only Dien would announce his location that boldly. With her target locked, she pulls out her signature red fan, and with a powerful leap, she takes to the air, heading straight for the clash of titans. Back in her hiding spot, Julia catches her breath, but she doesn't stay put, channeling purple lightning into her body, camouflaging. The lightning dissipating, she pants, looking in the direction of the fight. The sheer scale of the magic is breathtaking. The spectators are floored by her new technique. "How can a lightning mage do something like that?" they exclaim, completely shocked by this. Lucas can't contain his pride, bursting into laughter. This was the fruit of his brutal training. We flash back to that very training. Julia is on the ground, completely spent. "I'm done, I want to disappear," she groans as Lucas looms over her, telling her to get up. Lucas recalls how the training was so intense, she accidentally learned a spell that suppresses her presence, just to try and hide from him. But it was no use. He could always find her and drag her back for more. Meanwhile, the battle everyone was waiting for begins. Atop a frozen canopy, Dien and Aurora finally face off. Lucas watches from the stands, a calculating look in his eyes. First, Dien versus Aurora, just as planned. He thinks. Once their fight is settled, it'll be Julia's turn. Dien, cool and collected, stands over an ornate tree made entirely of ice. It's a breathtaking display of power. But it's immediately answered by a volley of fiery projectiles from Aurora, who isn't about to be outdone. The two elements collide in a spectacular explosion, filling the air with steam and magical energy. When the smoke clears, Dien is completely unscathed, looking almost bored. "Oh, it's just one of you," he says dismissively. Aurora, holding her ornate fan, smirks back. "So Allen's top student is shy, huh?" he taunts, assuming Julia is too scared to show herself. Dien decides to end things quickly. Ice crystals coalesce around him, forming a suit of sleek armor and sharp blades. "I wanted to take you both down at once, but oh well," he sighs. His icy ring glows with power as he focuses his magic, the air around him crackling with frost. Aurora's confidence doesn't waver for a second. Flames erupt around her as she declares, "I'll be the one to break your undefeated streak." Her fan ignites, becoming a conduit for her immense fire magic. With a powerful swing, she unleashes her ultimate attack, Phoenix Burning Tail. A massive wave of fire in the shape of a phoenix tail hurtles towards Dien. Dien meets the inferno head-on, freezing the fire and charging forward with his own chilling aura. The two prodigies clash in a stunning display of close-quarters combat, a whirlwind of fire and ice, skill and raw power. The resulting explosion is immense, a cataclysmic battle between the two strongest elements, shaking the illusory forest to its core. The spectators can hardly believe their eyes. Just how much were those two holding back in the prelims? One of the Allen students observes Dien's fighting style. Dien doesn't seem to have any openings at all. But the way he fights up close is kind of martial artist-like. An instructor explains Dian's unique path. He chose to be a mage for its higher growth potential, but he never stopped training his body, combining magic and martial arts to become stronger. Lucas nods in approval. Seeking strength without being picky about methods, that's the right mindset. Kai turns to his friend. Lucas, who do you think will win, Dian or Aurora? Lucas calmly replies, based on pure strength, probably Dian. But just then, Aiwa appears behind them. Not necessarily, she interjects, startling them. She calmly explains, Aurora is most likely still holding back a trump card. But before she can elaborate further, someone in the crowd shouts, look, it's already decided. A massive shard of ice hangs in the air. Dian stands victorious, though a small patch of frost on his cheek proves even he didn't escape unscathed. Kai mocks Aiwa. Even the famous Miranda can be wrong with her predictions. Julia has arrived on the scene. Dian greets her coldly. You're late, the match was pretty impressive a moment ago. She stares at the silver-haired mage, who stands atop a platform of ice, the battlefield littered with the remnants of his fight with Aurora. With a gulp, she asks the question on everyone's mind. Did you really defeat Aurora? Dian's response is pure confidence. My ice magic is the strongest in the world. There's no way anyone but me is winning this festival. Sorry, but I'll end this now. He takes a deep breath, and a plume of frosty air escapes his lips, the temperature plummeting as he prepares to strike. But Julia is ready. After her training with Lucas, her reaction time is on a whole new level. She instantly summons a powerful thunder shield. Dian unleashes his attack, and it's on a scale she's never seen before. He summons a colossal frost dragon made entirely of ice. The dragon roars and smashes through the trees, its sheer size and power absolutely overwhelming. Julia reacts in a flash, channeling lightning through her body to enhance her speed. Narrowly dodging the dragon's devastating assault, Dian leaps above with a massive ice shard in his hands and watches her from above, clearly unimpressed. He raises his hand, and a tidal wave of jagged ice surges towards her, threatening to swallow her whole. But again, Julia's lightning-fast movements save her. She zips across the battlefield, leaving a purple trail in her wake. Her lightning crackles, colliding with the ice shards, creating a dazzling and dangerous storm of elements. As she dodges, a confident smirk appears on her face. A stunning realization dawns on her. Compared to Big Brother during training, Dian's movements look slow. Dian scoffs at her evasive maneuvers. All she's doing is running away, how pathetic. He raises his hand, gathering an immense amount of magical energy, ready to end her desperate flight. Julia knows she can't just dodge forever. A massive, complex magic circle spreads out beneath her. She leaps back to get out of the range of the magic circle. But Dian is one step ahead. He has activated multiple magic circles around her. The very ground beneath her erupts with his magic. Towering pillars of solid ice shoot up from the earth, trapping her. She looks around in horror as the pillars form a massive structure around her, an icy prison with no escape. It's a colossal clock tower made of pure ice, a spell Dian calls Frost Purgatory. From a distance, Dian reveals his strategy. He specifically chose a location rich with groundwater, giving him an infinite source for his large-scale ice magic. His eyes glow with terrifying power as he prepares his final, decisive blow. This, he declares, is the true power of Kyoto's top student. Above the frozen clock tower, a gigantic star-shaped ice construct forms, crackling with enough magical energy to level the entire forest. The massive weapon of ice hurtles down towards the trapped Julia. With nowhere to run and her escape cut off, Julia can only look up. But there's no fear in her eyes, only a burning, fierce determination. Lucas's hell training wasn't for nothing. Dean's eyes glow with power as he declares, "This is how a true powerhouse should look." Purple lightning cracks against the massive ice tower, a desperate act of defiance from within. But the gigantic star-shaped ice weapon continues its descent, aimed to crush Julia completely. Standing atop the peak of his creation, Dian watches, confident that his victory is assured. His ring glows, a testament to his immense mana reserves. But something is wrong. Inside the icy prison, Julia hasn't given up. She stands ready, her pink staff crackling with untamed energy. With a massive surge of power, she unleashes a concentrated bolt of lightning straight up at the descending doom. Dian is taken aback. "So you shifted the trajectory of my attack by hitting it at the last moment," he mutters, impressed. He never imagined she was hiding this much strength. Gritting her teeth, Julia pours every ounce of her remaining energy into her counterattack. The resulting explosion shatters the top of the ice tower, but the strain is visible on Julia's face. She pants heavily, catching her breath amidst the crumbling ice. The battle has only just begun. Her eyes, however, are filled with an unbreakable will to win. Dian is stunned. Julia didn't just survive, she broke free from his inescapable prison. "I have no intention of wasting my energy fighting you here," she yells, channeling lightning through her legs. In a flash of purple, she dashes away from the collapsing Frost Purgatory. Dian simply scoffs, unimpressed by her escape. The very ground she runs on freezes over in an instant, a new trap being laid. Even the ice spread across the ground was part of Dian's trap? An onlooker gasps. As Julia lands, jagged ice shards erupt from the ground, aiming to impale her. But she's ready for it, blasting the surprise attack apart with another bolt of lightning. Her eyes widen in shock as she dodges yet another attack from an ice clone. The clone lunges, swinging a blade of solid ice. Julia barely manages to block, the impact sending shivers up her arm. So fast, she thinks. The attack is so powerful it sends her flying back, crashing into the tree line. From afar, Dian summons an orb of pure cold, preparing his next assault. "I'll freeze you down to your soul," he whispers. The temperature plummets, and Julia shivers violently, ice crystals forming on her face and clothes. A massive wave of ice, a spell Dian calls Ice Lord, crashes towards her, threatening to engulf everything. From the stands, Lucas's friend cries out Julia's name in panic. But Lucas remains calm. He knows that if Dian could control an ice dragon, creating and coordinating clones is child's play for him. He smirks. "Luckily, I've already boosted Julia's resistance to ice magic to 200%. Down in the arena, Julia grits her teeth against the biting cold, her body wrapped in a thin, protective layer of magic. Dian notices her resilience. "Looks like you came in with some thorough prep," he admits with a cold smile. But that just makes it more fun. The entire forest around them begins to transform. It's a winter wonderland from hell. The ground is frozen solid, and snow begins to fall heavily. Dian unleashes a wave of power, his sadistic smile growing. "Watching a weak girl like you suffer and struggle. I want to see more." A colossal ice tree erupts from the ground, turning the battlefield into Dian's personal frozen kingdom. Julia looks around, surrounded by the oppressive cold. It's so cold. Dane's turned this whole area into a frozen wasteland. From the ice, new figures begin to form. An army of ice clones surrounds her. The clones, armed with sharp blades, charge at her from all directions. Julia refuses to be intimidated. She unleashes a storm of purple lightning, shattering the first wave of attackers, turning the entire place into an extreme cold zone. "Surrounding me with ice clones won't be enough to beat me," she shouts. With a determined roar, she channels a single powerful bolt of lightning and launches it directly at Dian, who's watching from the top of a tree. He's surprised by her raw power. "Not bad at all," he compliments almost genuinely. "Keep it up." As she shatters another clone, Julia realizes something. "The clone's already regenerated back to normal?" she gasps, but there's a hint of a plan in her eyes. With a defiant snarl, she continues her relentless assault, a shard of ice still clinging to her cheek. She blasts 2 more clones to smithereens with pinpoint accuracy. The clones rush her again, swinging their blades in a coordinated attack. One gets a solid hit, sending her stumbling back. But she holds on, blocking the ice blade with her staff, lightning crackling around her fingers. In the stands, the Kai is furious, using ice clones to slowly whittle down Julia's magic. "That guy's rotten to the core," but Lucas just smiles calmly. "Why do you think Julia stayed hidden until Holy and Kyoto finished their match?" he asks. His friend realizes the truth. It'd be better for her if Dian's magic was even a little drained, which means Julia still has a chance to win. Iwa, however, looks on with a grim expression. "Are you sure about that?" she wonders, unconvinced. The wind howls through the frozen forest, the sheer scale of Dian's magic still overwhelming. The ground itself is now made of jagged, sharp ice. Julia taunts, "Hey, aren't you about out of magic by now?" She grins, a manic, determined look in her eyes. "The clones are regenerating slower," she points out. Dian flinches, a bead of sweat running down his face. She's right, his mana is running low. He admits to himself, "I admit you're stronger than I expected, but the perfect stage is already set to crush you in the most brutal way. Now, let's end this." He gathers the last of his immense power. As Julia is surrounded by her own lightning magic, Julia begins a new incantation, a massive purple magic circle appearing beneath her. A silhouette of a massive ice construct begins to form around Dian. "As long as you're inside this frozen zone I created," her lightning flares, countering his encroaching ice. "Even with resistance, the cold will eventually eat away at you," he continues, now fully encased within a giant ice golem. The golem stands, towering over Julia, its presence suffocating. "All your effort will be for nothing." Dian's face, visible within the golem's chest, twists into a cruel sneer. "I can't wait to see the look of despair on your face." The golem swings its massive ice sword, a blow that could shatter mountains. But Julia is faster, dodging the attack with her lightning-enhanced speed. She analyzes her opponent. His movements are slower, and he's not laying down any more freezing traps. He's clearly running low on magic, yet he's still forcing himself to maintain this extreme cold field. A wild, confident grin spreads across her face. "Pretty confident, aren't you?" she roars, gathering a massive ball of pure lightning in her hands. The spell is called Electric Field. A dome of pure, chaotic purple lightning erupts from Julia, engulfing the entire frozen wasteland. Dian, inside his golem, is shocked as the lightning surges around him. "It's pointless," he grits out. "Ice can block lightning." His eyes widen in disbelief as the purple energy begins to crack his impenetrable armor. That's not true. Julia's voice echoes through the storm. Lightning only fails to pierce ice when the lightning isn't strong enough. Her power intensifies, her eyes glowing with ferocious energy. If the lightning is truly powerful, even ice can't stop it. The electric field constricts, concentrating all its power directly on the golem. The purple cage of lightning traps Dien, his ice armor shattering under the immense pressure. This level of power is dangerous, he realizes, panic setting in for the first time. I need to get out of this field before my ice armor shatters. He looks for an escape. There's a gap, I can still. But it's too late. Julia has him right where she wants him. Inside an electromagnetic field, lightning magic gets even stronger. Get ready! She screams, her face a mask of fierce determination. She unleashes the full, unrestrained power of her spell. Dien can only scream as his body is racked with 1,000,000 volts of pure magical energy. The spectators watch on the monitor, horrified and amazed by the raw power on display. Is lightning magic really at a disadvantage against ice? The blue-haired student asks in disbelief. His friend adds, this doesn't look like a fight between freshmen at all. Another student turns to his friend. Jeremy, you said Julia drops lightning on you all the time, right? Is that the kind of lightning she's been hitting you with? The blonde student can only stare, terrified beyond words. The electric field finally dissipates, leaving behind a massive crater where the ice golem once stood. In the bottom lies Dien, unconscious and defeated. Julia pants, utterly exhausted but standing tall. A small, tired smile plays on her lips. Did I win? She takes a shaky step forward, the victor of the final battle. She looks down into the crater at her fallen opponent, but Dien begins to stir, his eyes snapping open with a cold, hateful glare. A memory flashes through his mind, a woman with long silver hair, his sister, standing over him with a disappointed look. Her voice echoes in his head, full of disdain. Sis, I'm sorry, I might not be able to win. Already admitting defeat? You really are useless, she scoffs. Then, a horrifying demonic visage with glowing red eyes fills his vision, its voice a venomous whisper. Win, even if you die. I won't acknowledge a loser. Back in the present, steam rises from Dien's body as he lies on the ground, his uniform singed and his body smoking. Julia's eyes widen in alarm. Any injury you take here shows up on your real body. To take my full power lightning head on and not go down. His strength is terrifying. Suddenly ice encases Julia's feet, restraining her. She's shocked to see that Dien still has strength left. He rises to his feet, a dark, sinister aura swirling around him like shadowy tendrils. Heh, surprised? His eyes, now a bloodthirsty red, fixate on Julia. I've built up resistance to lightning too, you know. I'm not so fragile that a little lightning can take me out. Julia takes a step back, her lightning shield flickering as Dien's new, menacing power presses in on her. Suddenly, Dien appears right from her behind, his speed unnatural, his eyes glowing with malice. He swings an ice sword at her neck, his face contorted with rage. But Julia is also as fast. She quickly uses her lightning magic to push back, making some distance between them. Dien declares, the next one will end it, next time. I'll finish you with my strongest spell. His eyes burning red, a horrifying power radiating from his body as he prepares for one final, desperate attack. Julia grits her teeth, purple lightning crackling around her staff. What is with this guy, she thinks, seeing the crazed look in Dien's eyes. She can't believe it. He's clearly already burned through all his magic, yet he's still charging me head on. Not willing to back down, Julia unleashes a powerful blast of her own lightning magic. Dien takes the full force of the attack, lightning surging across his body. But he doesn't even flinch, his red eyes burning with a terrifying new power. He closes the distance in an instant, swinging a newly formed blade of solid ice right at Julia. Dien summons a massive wall of jagged ice, blocking a counterattack from Julia. The sheer force of his enhanced ice magic pushes Julia back, her own magical barrier cracking under the strain. She struggles to her feet, realizing with dread. On top of that, the cold he's putting out is even stronger than before. How am I supposed to beat him? Dien stands over her, his red eyes glowing with malice, a truly demonic aura radiating from him as he prepares to strike again. But Julia's spirit isn't broken. Battered and bruised, she stares him down. No matter how fierce his will is, it's clear Dien's near his limit. From the stands, Lucas watches the fight with a calm, analytical gaze. Big Brother has never misjudged an enemy's strength, she thinks to herself. Remembering Lucas's training, Julia's resolve hardens. So, I can't let myself be overwhelmed. With a fierce roar, she pours her power into one final attack. A massive, intricate magic circle materializes beneath her. I'm gonna win no matter what! Dien quickly closes distance, launching a jab at the side of Julia. Julia quickly taps her staff to the Dien's cheek in that moment. A purple glowing lightning marks appears on the Dien's cheek. This is a condensed strike with all my lightning, she announces, gathering a swirling sphere of raw energy. It's about 10 times stronger than anything I've used so far. Julia steadies herself, ice crystals still clinging to her face. She looks at her frozen opponent and declares, "You really are incredibly strong, but this time, I'm the one who's going to win." Diane, frozen nearly solid, can only watch in disbelief as Julia prepares to unleash her ultimate attack. The world erupts in a blinding flash of purple as the supercharged lightning bolt slams into Diane, his ice defenses shattering like glass. Don lets out an agonizing scream as millions of volts course through him, his berserker rage no match for this overwhelming power. He collapses to his knees, his body charred and smoking, the last of his ice magic fading away into nothing. The battle is won. Julia exhales, a wave of relief washing over her. A faint healing aura glows around her as she smiles, tears welling in her eyes. Finally, it's over. She looks over at her defeated opponent, thankful for the grueling training she endured with Lucas. Without it, she never would have lasted this long. But just as she's about to claim victory, Diane's body is suddenly engulfed in a burst of brilliant orange flames. From the tree line, a hand holds a flaming book. He finally went down. What a ridiculously stubborn guy. A new voice comments. The newcomer steps into the clearing, revealing herself to be the pink-haired fire mage, Aurora, a smug, victorious smirk on her face. Back in the stands, Iowa looks on with a grim expression. "I knew it. She survived," Iowa continues. "Didn't Aurora lose earlier? Even Diane got fooled?" But Julia doesn't seem shaken at all. Utterly exhausted from her battle with Diane, Julia looks up, her body trembling. "Where'd you pop out from?" she pants. Aurora stands on a branch high above, looking down on Julia with a mocking smile. "What's wrong? Are you so happy you can't even speak?" A cold sweat runs down Julia's back. This is exactly what Lucas had warned her about. This was the worst-case scenario. Aurora floats down, landing gracefully before Julia. "Honestly, you're so cold," she says tauntingly. "Aren't you curious how I tricked Diane and hid myself?" Julia eyes her warily. "I am curious, but are you really going to tell me everything without holding back?" Aurora SMIKS, bringing her fan to her face. "Without holding back? Huh." She brings a hand to the bow at her chest. "Hey, that's not what 'without holding back' is supposed to mean," Julia shouts, completely flustered. Aurora just laughs. "Foo-foo, you're adorable when you're shy." She then reveals a large, red gem pendant. "Roral's promise. That's my secret," she explains. "As long as I'm wearing this, mental attacks don't work on me, and I can use the magic inside it to control enemies with mental magic." The pendant flashes with light as Aurora continues. "Its only weakness is that once I fully drain its magic, I can't use it again for a whole day." Julia realizes this is why Iowa's powerful divine-class mental magic failed. Aurora closes her eyes, admitting, "Diane's mental fortitude is so strong it drained the item's magic in one shot. At our level, it doesn't matter what methods we use as long as we win." She opens her fan, her tone shifting. "Anyway, back to the main topic. Julia, I want you to forfeit this match." Her eyes gleam with cunning. "You barely have any magic left. You have no way to fight. That's why I was willing to tell you my secret." A stray bolt of lightning from Julia's exhausted body flies towards her. With a flick of her fan, Aurora effortlessly deflects the attack. But Julia is far from beaten. Wiping the blood from her cheek, she clenches her staff, her eyes burning with defiance. "Whether I can still fight or not, we won't know until I try." Aurora's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold, challenging stare. "I see. If you want to fight that badly, then I'll take you on." A massive, golden magic circle erupts from beneath Aurora, bathing the entire forest in an oppressive, fiery glow. Julia is stunned by the overwhelming power. Realizing she can't fight it head-on, she immediately tries to use Thunder Escape to get away. But she's not fast enough. Aurora unleashes a raging fire tornado that instantly closes the distance. Julia is caught in the fiery vortex, screaming as the flames lick at her. Aurora smirks cruelly. "You were frozen solid earlier, right? Let me warm you up." She fans the flames, which coalesce into the shape of a massive, divine phoenix, swooping down to incinerate Julia completely. She swirls, and is thrown inside the tornado of the fire. Trapped in the inferno, Julia remembers Lucas's advice. Since Aurora is hard to read, it's safer to keep some magic in reserve just in case. But after her final attack on Diane, she has barely any magic left. There's only one way to beat Aurora now. Aurora stands confidently watching the flames. Why not stop struggling already? You can't attack anymore, you can't even run. But she's suddenly shocked to feel a spark of electricity on her own skin. With the amount of magic I have left, that's true, Julia thinks, reaching out. But if I use the force of your magic, I can still attack. Aurora is stunned. She's even using the melted water from Diane's ice magic to widen her attack range? She cries out in disbelief. With a manic grin, Aurora regains her composure. Too bad. But lightning at that level won't be enough to take me down. But Julia's gambit was never to attack directly. That was just to buy time. I'm using every last bit of magic I have left to finish this. Wait, Aurora shouts. If fire and lightning collide, they explode. But you're the one inside the Phoenix tornado, you're in more danger. The two unstable elements, fire and lightning, begin to violently react with one another. A blinding flash consumes the battlefield as the dense, magical energies detonate in a catastrophic explosion. Julia is thrown to the ground, rolling before coming to stop. and her rabbit falls to the ground. Julia consciousness fades as her staff slips from her grasp. The smoke clears to reveal a heavily damaged battlefield. Aurora stands, panting and bruised. "That was close," she mutters. "Honestly, throwing your life away in an attack like that, you're insane." She's clearly taken damage, with burns and cuts marking her face, but she's still standing. With a final, furious flick of her fan, she declares, "This is over," and sends a finishing wave of fire at the fallen Julia. From the stands, Lucas and Manhwa fires. His friends can only watch in horror, screaming Julia's name. Helpless and defeated, Julia is about to be blown away by the attack. Am I really going to lose here? After I worked this hard? It's so frustrating. Just as she's about to be consumed by the flames, the shattered pieces of the crystal rabbit begin to glow with a sinister red light. In the darkness of her fading consciousness, two massive red eyes appear before her. A mysterious voice echoes, "Do you want to win?" An incredible burst of pink and purple energy erupts from Julia's body, clashing against Aurora's fire. The flames are instantly repelled, and the wave of power pushes back, forcing a shocked Aurora to shield herself. Aurora stares in utter disbelief. Are you really Julia?" she stammers, sensing a completely different, overwhelming power. Julia stands, her hair whipping around her as she's enveloped in a new, terrifyingly powerful pink aura. Her eyes snap open. "I'm going to win no matter what," she declares, her voice distorted and powerful. Intricate, overlapping magic circles of pink energy materialize around her. "She cast advanced magic without even chanting?" Aurora gasps, her confidence finally shattered. A massive pillar of pure magical energy pours on Aurora. A raw, untamed power unlike anything seen before. Aurora is completely overwhelmed. That power, it doesn't even feel like the same Julia from before. As Julia unleashes her newfound strength, her eyes glow with an almost divine light, but the pressure and beauty of it makes Aurora's heart race. Outside the illusory forest, a massive pink pillar of light shoots into the sky, visible for miles around. The event staff, including the goateed man, rush to the scene, a medic close behind. He can't believe it. "I've never seen a goddess memorial festival this intense before." Official looks at the cratered, smoldering landscape. What in the world happened in there? In the distance, medics use healing magic on the unconscious Dien. High above, the principal of respective academy, including the Allen's Magic Academy, watch the chaos unfold on a magical screen. All three of them showed strength far beyond expectations. "We may need to delay the award ceremony a little." Allen's Academy principal strokes his beard, a thoughtful look in his purple eyes. "I have a proposal. For all three of these students who may one day carry the Empire's future." He leans forward, his voice serious. "What do you think about granting all of them the right to an audience with the goddess?" That's all for this chapter. If you enjoyed the recap, make sure you smash that like button. It really helps out the channel. And don't forget to subscribe and ring that notification bell so you don't miss the next explosive episode. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.